Hello, everyone. I'm Olympia. Thank you for being here with me in this wonderful place called Lights Out Library. And I have a great story to tell you. We will travel through time from antiquity to modern life and around the world from the China Sea and the Indian Ocean to the Baltic, the Mediterranean, and the Caribbean as we learn about the history of piracy. We will also explore the lives of famous pirates and privateers, such as the Barbarossa brothers, Ching Shi, and Blackbeard. As always, you do not need to watch the video to follow along. If you wish to, you may close your eyes and forget about any worries as we embark on this adventure together. Also, we just launched a Patreon page for those of you who wish to support this project and get more of it. If you join, you will get various new things, like the possibility to listen to all episodes with background sounds, regular bonus episodes. The first one about the history of glassmaking and stained glass is already available there. You will be able to download all these audios, and you will also have your say on the choices of topics, advanced releases, and updates on upcoming episodes. We hope to see you there soon so that we may continue developing Lights Out Library, which we enjoy so much. You will find a link in the description of the podcast. But before we begin, take a long, deep, relaxing breath. When you exhale, release the tension in your shoulders and your neck. Release the tension in your facial muscles too, and allow the sound of my voice to guide you through this journey. Before we reach the Barbary Coast, China, or the Caribbean, we're going to start with an overview of piracy in antiquity and the Middle Ages. In antiquity, the very first records we have of piracy date back to the 14th century. That is to say, more than 3,000 years ago. That doesn't mean pirates did not exist prior. It seems reasonable to assume that they did, and that they appeared alongside maritime trade routes and a concentration of wealth in ports. But this is the oldest record we have of pirates. In the 14th century BC, ancient Egypt and other regions of the eastern Mediterranean were raided by sea peoples. The sea peoples would have been a sort of confederation of seafaring tribes whose origins remain very mysterious. They could have come from modern Turkey, Greece, or maybe other parts of southern Europe. We only know that they suddenly appeared in the Sea of the Mediterranean, that there are records of their attacks on ships or coasts in Egyptian temples. The eastern Mediterranean was rather populated from early antiquity, and its geography favored piracy. There are several islands like Cyprus and Crete, and many more around the Aegean Sea, as well as many ports. Piracy always seems to appear in places with narrow channels where ship traffic tends to concentrate on predictable routes. The places we will explore tonight, like the Straits of Gibraltar, America, and the Caribbean, will all share this characteristic. In this same region, the Eastern Mediterranean during the first millennium BC, there were no dominant states. Instead, there was a collection of peoples who fought for domination over trade and occasionally became pirates themselves. They were the Phoenicians from the Middle East, the Lyrians from the Balkans, and the Tyrrhenians from Italy. For the ancient Greek gods before the beginning of the Greek classical era, some of these people were known as pirates. For early Greeks, it seems that piracy was a perfectly honorable way of making a living, as long as the targets were foreigners. There are even references to piracy in Greek literature, including in the Iliad and the Odyssey by Homer. The abduction of people to be sold into slavery was very common and was generally the main target of piracy. As the Greek civilization evolved and city-states became more organized, more powerful, and began to control the trade routes, acceptance of piracy declined in Greek society. As the Greeks grew in prosperity, they no longer saw themselves as perpetrators, but more often as victims. Rome, during its rise, also had to face pirates in the Mediterranean. In the 3rd century BC, pirates in the Adriatic Sea were a serious threat to Rome. And in the 1st century BC, when the Roman Republic was in a civil war, there was a resurgence of piracy in the Eastern Mediterranean. These pirates threatened commerce between Italy and the Eastern Mediterranean. However, these pirates were eventually crushed by Roman fleets, and the renowned General Pompey, also known as Pompey the Great. For the remainder of the rule of Rome around the Mediterranean Sea, piracy was very limited, but it soon returned all around Europe. At the end of the Roman Empire and after its fall, multiplied, particularly during the Dark Ages and the Viking Age. The former Roman province of Britannia, Great Britain, was a frequent target of Viking raids. Vikings raided England, Wales, and the continent from their bases in Ireland and Scotland. In fact, in the 5th century, the patron saint of Ireland, St. Patrick, who was a Christian missionary, was captured and enslaved by Irish pirates. The Middle Ages, especially the first few centuries, were also a period of intense piracy around Europe. The most widely known pirates in medieval Europe are obviously the Vikings, who raided half of Europe from their bases in Scandinavia between the 8th and the 12th centuries. The first Viking raids were reported in the 8th century in Britain, and then they only intensified for decades. They reached regions as far from Scandinavia as the south of Spain and even Italy. Almost all coastal areas, from Russia to North Africa, were attacked at some point. Vikings terrorized large parts of Europe for centuries. They occasionally attacked trade ships, but more often they targeted towns or even cities on the coasts. Wherever they were close to a coast, they raided and sometimes even destroyed these settlements before disappearing with their loot. The reason why piracy was so common in the early Middle Ages is that they weren't any real centralized powers that could fight back to protect sea lanes. Over time, Feudal kingdoms that were a bit more centralized and more prosperous appeared, and they could create their own navies, defend their coasts, and repel, or at least discourage the pirates. But Vikings weren't the only pirates threatening Europe. Muslim pirates also attacked ships and ports all around the Mediterranean. It was, in large part, to counter these pirates and to protect their ships that Italian cities like Venice and Genoa developed their own war fleets, as did cities in the Hanseatic League. From the 12th century onward, the Hanseatic League lay in the Baltic Sea. This was a confederation of towns and guilds that started in the north of Germany. To be clear, they did not form a state. They all remained independent, but they had defensive and trade agreements between them to protect their interests, or more precisely, the interests of their merchants, who traded all sorts of goods around the Baltic Sea, the North Sea, and inland on the continent. The League grew and expanded up until the 15th century and came to include Poland, the Baltic states, Russia, and the Netherlands. The volume of goods they exchanged also grew, and so these trade ships in the north of Europe attracted pirates, who had many places to hide around the Baltic Sea. Famous pirates of this era included the Victual Brothers of the island of Gotland. Victual Brothers were a guild, a collective of privateers who attacked ships on behalf of the government. They were like mercenaries of the seas. But later, when their privateering activity declined, they turned to piracy, which meant doing the same thing, but this time working only for themselves and keeping all the profits. Maritime trade in the Baltic Sea suffered from their depredations for years, and in fact, almost collapsed at some point until their island was invaded by the Teutonic Order at the end of the 14th century. Generally, from the end of the Middle Ages, more powerful centralized states emerged. Piracy activity in Europe tended to decline. There were fewer places for them to hide between the raids, and piracy was increasingly being replaced with privateering. Kingdoms tolerated these pirates turned mercenaries because they advanced a kingdom's own war effort. From the 15th and 16th centuries, countries like England or France started to enable privateers working for them, very often against the wealthy colonial powers of Spain and Portugal, whose ships were bringing back to Europe unthinkable treasures from Asia and America. Gold, silver, gems, and all sorts of spices and precious fabrics. But the most active were the Barbary corsairs, or Rutries, and Hyridine Barbarossa, privateers and sometimes pirates close to Europe. From this period were the so-called Barbary pirates, or Barbary corsairs, based in North Africa and operating with the approval of the Ottoman Empire. What was this about? From the 15th century, the Ottoman Empire began to expand dramatically and in every direction from its initial territories in Turkey and the Balkans. They created an empire even bigger than Byzantium. They conquered half of the Balkans, all of Turkey, the Levant, Egypt, and many islands in the Mediterranean and westwards. Here, Ottomans expanded into North Africa. These North African provinces were very far from the capital, Istanbul, and they had a higher degree of autonomy. Today, this area corresponds to the countries of Libya, Tunisia, and Algeria. Ottoman influence also reached parts of Morocco, even though Morocco never became an Ottoman province. As I said before, there had already been a tradition of Muslim piracy in the Mediterranean for centuries. But from the 16th century, once Ottoman influence in North Africa was established, it took on much bigger proportions. There were several reasons for the success of piracy in the region. One, because the North African coast guaranteed a safe haven. Two, because the Ottoman Empire was a reliable customer, purchasing and enslaving anyone these privateers captured. And three, because pirates or outcasts from other parts of Europe or the Mediterranean established this region as their base. For example, a famous Barbary corsair operating out of Algiers was the English pirate John Ward, later known as Yusuf Race. Simon Danziger, a Dutchman, and other corsairs appearing out of Tripoli captured more than 40 ships during Danziger's career. But the most famous Barbary corsair were the Barbarossa brothers. They both were born in the island of Lesbos in the Aegean Sea, which is part of Greece today. Not only did the brothers have brilliant careers as corsairs, they later became commanders of the Ottoman Navy. The elder brother was called Orich Reis, and he started his career as a privateer at the end of the 15th century in the Levant, operating between Turkey, Syria, and Egypt. But he was captured by the Christian Knights Hospitallers and kept prisoner for nearly 3 years. The Knights Hospitallers owned the island of Rhodes, off the east coast of Turkey. From the island, they inflicted damage on Ottoman shipping and trade. Orich Reis was able to escape from jail with the help of his younger brother. We'll talk about him later. And was given a fleet of galleys to attack Knights' ships. In the following years, he participated in raids in other parts of the Mediterranean, always with bigger and bigger fleets lent to him by the Ottomans. In 1503, he installed his base on the island of Jerba in Tunisia and was joined by his younger brother. At this time, Tunisia was not yet an Ottoman province, but it had a sultan. The sultan agreed to let the brothers use its main port, La Goulette, in return for 1/3 of their booty. From there, the two brothers attacked Italian ships and raided the coasts for victims to sell into slavery. They were joined by other corsairs, and Tunisia became a major privateer base in the Mediterranean. In the following years, he earned a lot of respect in the Muslim world for transporting Muslims who still lived in Spain to regions that were safer for them. You may not know that in the 15th century, the monarchs of Spain, Ferdinand II and Isabella I, also known as the Catholic monarchs, finished the Reconquista, the reconquest of Iberian Peninsula, destroying the Muslim Sultanate that had flourished in the south of Spain during the Middle Ages. Their reconquest finished at the same time that Christopher Columbus discovered the route to Americas for the Spanish crown, paving the way for Spanish expansion overseas. Their reconquest was not just territorial, it was also religious. After it was finished, religious minorities like Jews and Muslims were required to convert to Christianity. Some accepted, some pretended to accept, and yet others emigrated. But years after the end of their reconquest, there were still many Muslim communities in Spain that did not accept demands to abandon their faith. Ulrich's race transported thousands of them to North Africa on his ships in the 15th and 16th centuries. The two brothers, acting together, took control of Algiers and now constantly fought against Spain, which was becoming the dominant power in the Western Mediterranean. Ulrich had proclaimed himself the new Sultan of Algiers, and he decided to join the Ottoman Empire for protection because it was Spain's main rival and his homeland. He became the governor and, with the Ottoman support, he tried to expel the Spanish from North Africa, where they were trying to establish territory. He was killed in 1518 in the city of Tlemcen, that's west of Algeria today, during a battle against Spain, and his title and responsibilities went to his younger brother, Haizir Reis, also known as Hayreddin Pasha. Haizir continued his brother's work with reinforcements sent by the Ottomans. He defeated Spanish armies in Algeria and once again raided the coasts of Spain, France, and Italy. He even captured several ships returning from the New World. In 1522, after years of battle on the seas, he was the most distinguished sea commander in the entire Ottoman Empire and was appointed Grand Admiral of the Ottoman Navy. As the Grand Admiral, Haizir Reis led big fleets and attacks against Italy and the possession of the Republic of Venice around Greece. These were the years when Ottoman power in the Mediterranean looked almost unstoppable. The Ottoman Empire was invincible, whether on land or at sea. The peak of its maritime career was in 1538, when the fleet he commanded defeated a combined fleet of Italian states and Spain. After several more years of expeditions, he finally retired in 1545 in Istanbul, awash with honors. He died the following year at the age of 68. In the end, he lived a quiet life and was one of the few privateers I will tell you about who lived a long life and died naturally. So the Barbary corsairs remained active well after the two Barbarossa brothers, almost until the 19th century, and remained a major threat to all merchant ships entering the Mediterranean through the Strait of Gibraltar. After the decline of the Ottoman Empire, Barbary privateers still found new recruits and new causes. They were encouraged by France to attack the Spanish, and later by Holland and Britain to attack France, until the Vienna Congress in 1814, when European nations united to eliminate the threat. Barbary pirates disappeared completely in 1830, when France began its invasion of Algeria. While Barbary pirates terrorized Europe, another place of intense pirate activity was East Asia. The continent had already been known for pirate activity for centuries, if not thousands of years, particularly in the coastal regions of China. There are records of piracy in the Yellow Sea, north of China, from the 9th century. During the 13th century, pirates based in Japan raided and looted coastal areas in China, and this activity intensified under the Ming Dynasty. The Ming Dynasty ruled over China for almost 300 years, from 1368 to 1644. During their reign, private sea trade was prohibited, and all trade was fully controlled or operated by the state. However, many smugglers appeared and tried to circumvent the rules, occasionally turning into pirates. What we might call the golden age of Chinese piracy occurred during the following dynasty, the Qing dynasty, which ruled from 1644 to 1911. Over the course of 2.5 centuries, there were ups and downs, but in general, the Chinese state became increasingly weak, technologically backward, and unable to defend itself from the appetites of its neighbors, including Japan and European powers. In the 18th century, Chinese pirate fleets grew in size and power to such an extent that they controlled villages on the coast and could raise their own taxes. They operated more like warlords, in fact, and they preyed enormously on maritime trade between Chinese provinces, especially provinces in the south, like Guangdong. Pirates might have peaked at the beginning of the 19th century. Two prominent figures of this era are Zheng Yi, and even more so his wife, Zheng Yi Sao, also known as Qingxi. Zheng Yi was born in Guangdong in 1765 to a family of pirates. This had been their profession for several generations already. He learned navigation and combat from a young age, and using his charisma, he brought a coalition of pirate fleets under his command. By 1804, his fleet was absolutely huge. It comprised more than 10,000 men, his own little private army. Zheng Yi died in 1807, but his wife inherited the entire fleet, which consisted at some point of over 300 junks, manned by more than 20,000 men. At this point, it would have been enough to attack the Qing's navy. Qingxi's origins are not precisely known, just that she was born in 1775 and became a prostitute in Guangzhou. She worked on a floating brothel, or possibly owned it, and the reasons for her marriage to Zheng Yi are unclear. Either he fell in love with her, or it was a business move because, in her line of work, she could collect valuable intelligence that could be useful to pirates. When her husband died prematurely, he was just 39, Qingxi moved immediately to secure her leadership position by cultivating personal relationships with several rivals and by securing the support of members of her husband's family. To consolidate her fleet, she issued her own code of conduct that all pirates in the fleet had to observe, and she imposed her rule on the coast of China from Macau to Canton. Villages on the coast were, in fact, controlled and taxed by her organization, and she attacked towns and seized ships from the government or other pirates who navigated into what she considered to be her waters. In 1808, the Chinese government tried to destroy her fleet in a series of battles, but lost. And Qing Shi went on to defeat several other pirates that same year. Her rule lasted until 1809, when her fleet was devastated by the Portuguese Navy. The problem was that the Chinese junks at this point were no match for European warships, and in 1810 she had to accept the amnesty offer from the Qing government. She was allowed to keep her wealth and to establish herself as a businesswoman. She opened a gambling house that she later moved to Macau. Along with her brother, she got involved in the salt trade. Qing Shi died peacefully at her bed decades later in 1844. But after Qing Shi, Chinese pirates started to decline, a decline that accelerated the 19th century as foreign powers like Britain and the United States campaigned against the Chinese pirates as their own trades were affected. These fleets of pirate junks ceased to exist by the 1870s. At about the same time, another form of piracy disappeared in Southeast Asia, in the area that today corresponds to Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines. In this region, the pirate profession was ancient and had thrived long before the arrival of Europeans. Southeast Asia has thousands of islands and trade routes that go through narrow passages like the Straits of Malacca. Further west in the Indian Ocean or the Persian Gulf, piracy was progressively eradicated in the 19th century. But one era and region of the world that shaped most of our imagery of pirates, at least in the West, is the Caribbean in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries. So, what happened in the Caribbean for such activity to flourish for so long? As mentioned before, the first Europeans to be present in the Caribbean were Spanish ships when Columbus reached the Americas at the end of the 15th century. Most islands in the Caribbean are relatively small, though some are bigger, like Cuba, Hispaniola, Jamaica, or Puerto Rico. The Spanish explored and named the majority of the islands, but didn't really colonize or exploit them, instead focusing their colonization efforts much more on the American mainlands, starting with Mexico in the year 1520, and then South America, where they invaded the Inca Empire in 1560. These conquests were, at the time, much more profitable than the foundation of colonies in the Caribbean islands. Spanish conquerors confiscated incredible amounts of gold and silver as they attacked mines in Mexico, like the mines of Zacatecas, and further south in Bolivia, the mines of Potosi, which produced more precious metals than any other known mines in the world at that time. Even more than gold, silver was a precious metal produced in abundance in this new world. Later, a colonial economy based on the production of crops and exotic goods like sugar and tobacco, cocoa, dyes, or cotton appeared, and plantations were created in the New World. But this didn't start immediately in the 16th century. Spanish possessions in the Americas generated so much wealth that there was little interest in creating an economy based on plantation production and goods exportation. We're not talking about a few chests of gold sent to Spain every year. These were literally hundreds and hundreds of tons of precious metals and stones that were sent routinely. By the middle of the 16th century, the Kingdom of Spain had more income than any other European country had ever had. But for the most part, this treasure didn't stay long in Spain, as the country was constantly at war against France, England, and the Ottomans. It had other regions in revolt, like the Netherlands, so all of its resources, and then some, were spent on armies, ships, and even food. As the country's population decreased due to immigration to the colonies, making farm labor scarce. At the end of the day, gold from the Americas benefited not only Spain, but also the entirety of Western Europe, thanks to these continuous conflicts. The Spanish crown was frequently bankrupted due to spending more than it received. To repatriate their plundered riches, the Spanish sent ships from the Americas to Seville, in the south of Spain. These ships, loaded with treasures, were tempting prey for pirates. The first attacks on these ships occurred in the first half of the 16th century by French pirates, either in the Caribbean near the point of departure or near Seville, where the ships arrived from Spain. And since Spain was at war or had been close to war for a good part of the 16th century, the French crown sanctioned these attacks and commissioned privateers to attack Spanish ships. To counter the threats, the Spanish organized a system of convoys and created a fleet to transport their treasures. Once a year, for more than 2 centuries, a fleet sailed annually from Seville to New Spain in America, generally to Panama or to Veracruz in Mexico. The convoy brought passengers, troops, and manufactured goods from Europe. They loaded up with the products of taxation and huge quantities of silver before sailing back to Spain. This system was quite efficient, and the entire convoy was never attacked because it would have required a fleet that no pirates or privateers had available. However, pirate ships sometimes followed the convoy in the hope that, like a weak animal falling behind its herd, a ship or two would lose sight of the convoy or be separated from it by a storm. The treasure fleet didn't end piracy in the Caribbean or the Atlantic Ocean because, at the same time, new countries, primarily France, England, and the Netherlands, started to be interested in colonization of the Americas. I mentioned earlier that the Caribbean islands had remained rather empty, despite being claimed by Spain. The Spanish created important colony ports in Cuba and Hispaniola, but the rest remained mostly unoccupied. But by the end of the 16th century, Europeans realized that the production of crops like sugar or tobacco could be as profitable, if not more, in the long run. than the mere extraction of gold and silver. It is during this period that an economy centered around the Atlantic Ocean appeared. New plantations in the Americas required a workforce that the native population in the Caribbean could not fulfill. Native populations were rapidly decimated due to diseases and the cruel demands of slavery under the rule of the European colonists. The new source of slave labor would instead be Africa. Ships would sail from Europe to Africa to kidnap or purchase Africans there, transport them to the Caribbean to be enslaved, then return to Europe loaded with valuable goods that were in high demand during the 17th and 18th centuries. Trade flow in the Atlantic Ocean exploded. Instead of having a few dozen ships making the trip as happened in the years following Columbus's exploration, there were now hundreds of them, generally carrying valuable cargo. At the beginning of the 17th century, Spain also became unable to prevent other European nations from setting foot in the Caribbean and creating their own colonies. Europe, especially during the 30 Years' War, was consuming all its resources. This was a moment when successful colonies were founded by the English, like in Barbados or Jamaica, by the French in the west of Hispaniola, now Haiti, or Martinique, or by the Dutch at Curaçao. These nations were often at war with Spain and were happy to let privateers use their bases in the Caribbean to attack Spanish ships and outposts. Among these bases, Tortuga, off the coast of Haiti, which had been fortified, served as a safe haven for smugglers, privateers, and outright pirates who worked only for themselves. At some point, decades later, Tortuga almost became an independent pirate republic, but I'll come back to that later. So, this is the background in the Caribbean at the beginning of the golden age of Caribbean piracy. Around the middle of the 17th century, the region was growing wealthier thanks to the success of sugar plantations. There was an intense flow of trade between the islands from Africa and towards Europe. Literally hundreds of ships, big and small, sailed in the region. There were different powers with conflicting interests. Hundreds of small and large islands where it was possible to hide. And a very cosmopolitan population, people from all over Europe, Africans, new immigrants, and Creoles, the offspring of these immigrants born in America. A lot of seamen were experienced in navigation and in combat because they had fought in Europe before arriving in the Caribbean. Add to this fact, in the second half of the 17th century, the major powers in Europe were almost constantly at war with each other or engaged in civil war. There were several wars due to commercial rivalries, wars between the French and the Dutch, and then coalitions including the Dutch and the English against the French under Louis XIV. None of these colonial powers were in a position to police the Caribbean and rein in piracy. So pirates naturally thrived in this environment. Pirates in the Caribbean also developed a number of peculiarities, like a form of democracy on their ships and specific codes of conduct. Now, let's take a look at some of the famous figures from this era. There are many, but I'm going to focus on three of them: Jean Fleury, Blackbeard, and Henry Morgan. Jean Fleury is from the early age of Atlantic piracy. He is best known for the capture of Spanish galleons that carried the Aztec treasure of Hernan Cortes from Mexico to Spain. His date of birth is unknown, but he served as a ship's pilot and then commander of a small squadron during the wars of Italy at the beginning of the 16th century. In Portugal, on the last leg of their journey to Spain from Mexico, and likely unbeknownst to Jean Fleury, these galleons were loaded with the treasure seized in Mexico by Cortes and sent back as a tribute to the King of Spain. Fleury captured them, and on the trip back to France, he assaulted another ship returning from Santo Domingo. This was before the Spanish created their convoy system. And the treasure Fleury brought back and presented to the King of France was spectacular, including tons of gold, emeralds, pearls, jade, and numerous Aztec works of art like masks and ornaments. This capture was what made French aware of the kind of wealth the Spanish had found in America. The following year, Fleury captured over 30 Portuguese and Spanish ships. However, he was later captured and hanged in Spain. Another famous pirate, this time from the golden age of piracy in the Caribbean, was Blackbeard. He was born in 1680 in Britain and was probably raised in Bristol, maybe in a relatively wealthy family, because he was known to be educated, or could at least read and write. He may have arrived in the Caribbean in his late teens, maybe on a slave ship, because Bristol was a major seaport for the Atlantic slave trade back then. Blackbeard probably lived as a member of a privateer crew for years, but at some point he moved to the islands of New Providence in the Bahamas. New Providence had become a haven for pirates because it had a natural harbor that could accommodate hundreds of small ships while at the same time being too shallow for larger navies. New Providence was also positioned at the entrance of the Florida Strait, a busy route that European ships used to sail back to Europe. Like Tortuga, New Providence had turned into a safe haven for pirates, with a small permanent population, as well as a fluctuating population of pirates seeking respite and shelter, spending some time with their loot and recruiting crew members. In 1715, the big war in Europe, the War of the Spanish Succession, ended, and many privateers turned pirates now that their illegal activities were no longer government sanctioned. Blackbeard began his career as a pirate with small attacks, capturing cargoes of flour or wine. In 1717, he reappeared in charge of a small squadron of 3 ships. One was a large slave ship that he had captured and converted for this purpose, renaming it Queen Anne's Revenge. The ship was equipped with 40 guns, which was a lot at the time and very powerful for a pirate ship. This gave him the ability to attack large, armed merchant ships. At this point, he had at least 150 men working for him, split among the 3 vessels, and Blackbeard and his crew continued to attack and seize bigger and bigger prizes. He reached the height of his power in 1718, when he used Queen Anne's Revenge for more spectacular actions, like a blockade of the Charlestown, now Charleston. in the province of South Carolina. Blackbeard was quickly becoming a celebrity, and this was the point at which his nickname Blackbeard first appeared, due to his long, thick beard. He was reported to terrify his enemies by putting lit matches soaked in gunpowder under his hat. The effect made it look like smoke poured from his head like a demon. However, Blackbeard's career was relatively short-lived. He was captured and killed after a ferocious battle in November of 1718. Despite his exploits and fearsome appearance, Blackbeard was romanticized after his death. His image has been heavily depicted in fictional evil pirates like Captain Hook and others. However, there is no record of him ever actually harming or murdering his captives, and he always commanded with the consent of his crews. Another pirate, or more precisely a privateer, who caused much more destruction and had a longer lasting impact than Blackbeard, was Henry Morgan. 50 years before Blackbeard, Morgan, who was Welsh, made his way into the West Indies, though it is unknown exactly how. What we do know is that he befriended two British governors of Jamaica in the 1660s, and the governor gave him a license to attack Spanish vessels. In 1667, when relations between England and Spain deteriorated again, Morgan distinguished himself by conducting successful raids on Cuba, Panama, and around Maracaibo, now Venezuela. He destroyed a large Spanish squadron in 1671 and attacked Panama City. The city was not on the Caribbean coast, but on the Pacific, on the other side of the Isthmus of Panama, the narrow stretch of land now bisected by the Panama Canal. Morgan managed to take the city completely off guard by having his men cross the isthmus. After that, to appease the Spanish, who had recently signed a peace treaty with England, Morgan was arrested and sent to London. Far from being punished in his home country, he was feted as a hero and sent back to Jamaica to serve as a lieutenant governor. He stayed there until his death in 1688. Morgan was unique as one of the few pirate figures to inspire fiction in the 19th and 20th centuries, and he was truly successful, highly successful, in his return to civilian life. Morgan lived out his final years on an enormous sugar plantation in Jamaica before dying, respected and rich, of either tuberculosis or cirrhosis of the liver. These are just some well-known pirates active in the Caribbean. During piracy's heyday, there were many others of note, such as Edward Lowe, Charles Vane, François Leclerc, and Bartholomew Roberts. Vast majority were male, but there were a few female pirates, and occasionally in a commanding position, such as Anne Bonny or Mary Read. The world of pirates obviously existed outside the law, but with such a broad scope and the long duration of pirate activity in parts of the world, pirates also established their own places, codes, and rules. I told you earlier about the pirate base in New Providence in the Bahamas. There were other, similar places away from the jurisdiction or control of any government. One such place was the island of Toga, off the coast of Australia, where for a short time almost a pirate republic existed. Nowadays, we can easily have a romanticized vision of pirates, but to their contemporaries, they were just seen and depicted as disgusting criminals, and that's understandable. If we consider the one region in the world where there is still significant piracy, the Horn of Africa, especially off the coast of Somalia, nobody would present those pirates as romantic heroes because it's happening right now. What they do is revolting to us, and that's exactly how people felt from the 17th and 18th centuries about pirates. These Caribbean pirates were criminals, but it doesn't mean they had no rules, especially on board their vessels. People became pirates voluntarily. Sometimes it was a life they chose, other times it was a lesser evil. For example, for escaped slaves, piracy was sometimes the only way for them to live as free men. Also, there were no known racial divisions on board of ships. There were, however, explicit rules. There was generally a dress code. Women were forbidden on some ships. Smoking was also forbidden, but not for health reasons, but because it was dangerous. Wooden ships and fire just don't mix. Rules could be discussed before departure between crew members, and there was a vote conducted. So it was a very democratic culture. Also, prior to departure, an agreement was discussed and signed that determined what percentage of profits each crew member would receive. Typically, the captain would get 5 or 6 shares of the wealth. Senior members of the crew, 2 shares. Regular crew members, 1 share. And beginning or juniors, first-time pirates, or teenagers, half a share. This was not perfect equality, and it reflected responsibilities and experience, but still, captain got only 10 times more than a kid, and 5 times more than a crew member, which was much more egalitarian than the societies from which they came. Apart from the life of adventures and easy profit, sometimes the pirate life must have been very attractive for poor European immigrants or escaped slaves, and it explains why thousands and thousands of men chose this life all the time. But like in other parts of the world, the particular situation that led to so much piracy in the Caribbean finally came to an end. After the reign of Louis XIV and his last big war, the War of Succession of Spain, the situation in Western Europe became much more peaceful and remained so for several decades until the 7 Years' War. European powers returned to develop their colonies in the Americas, and they could now send much bigger fleets to secure the region, especially the British Royal Navy. They turned against pirates and progressively eliminated their bases. Some of the pirate crews emigrated to the Indian Ocean around Madagascar, where they hoped to find new opportunities. This region was another major shipping lane, as all sea trades between Asia and Europe had to pass by the Cape of Good Hope in the south of Africa. Pirates in this area intercepted ships going to or returning from India, Indonesia, China, or Japan. This worked for a time, but by the end of the 18th century, Western piracy in this form had completely disappeared. With the ongoing growth of navies in the 19th century, piracy around the world declined even further. While it never entirely disappeared, it remained on a very small scale compared to what it used to be in world history. In recent years, piracy has been reported off the coast of Somalia, the coast of Venezuela in the Caribbean, the Gulf of Guinea, and the Strait of Malacca. These attacks are a serious concern for the safety of maritime trade. Although they cannot disrupt it as much as they did in past centuries in the Mediterranean, the Sea of China, or the Caribbean. Tonight, we're going to explore the history of colors. What does this mean exactly? Colors haven't changed throughout history, after all, and our ancestors saw the same colors that we see today. Our ancestors, of course, saw colors in nature mostly, whereas our world is full of artificially colored items. Whether in clothing, toys, food packaging, or household items that we use daily, we are surrounded by an abundance of colorful items. If anything, we are now less likely to experience colors as they occur in nature. From various surveys conducted around the world, we know that blue is the favorite color of the majority, followed by green, red, and purple. It's hard to know how our ancestors would have responded to the same questions a century ago or even 1,000 years ago, and there's really no way of knowing. The appeal of colors may be cultural to some extent, or it may be something inherent to us as animals, signifying danger or food or reproductive opportunities. But those favorite colors, blue, followed by green, red, and purple, enjoy almost the same ranking from one country to the next. So maybe there is a biological aspect to it, or it has something to do with the feelings and experiences associated with each as we navigate through life. There aren't many negative things that we can associate with the colors blue or green, for example, that may explain the preference. There are various theories, but no concrete scientific explanation for why we prefer some colors over others. And we really don't know how this preference has evolved. We don't even know if we've always perceived and classified colors in the same way we do now. For example, all the various shades that we now collectively call blue were not a single color to the Greeks. To them, dark and light blue were entirely different hues. But what we can explore in this story is how the significance of colors, their symbolism, and the status we attach to them has evolved over the centuries. Colors were very important in many ancient cultures and had strictly enforced codes attached to them. Some colors were even prohibited or limited to use by a certain group of people. Tonight's story will demonstrate that this is not a random phenomenon or one that we can consider separately from the availability of resources or historical constraints, including the rarity of pigments in specific regions of the world, religion, political events, geography, and the development of art. All of these contribute to shaping our tastes in colors and the significance that we attach to them. We just launched a Patreon page for those of you who wish to support this project and get more of it. If you join, you will get various new things like the possibility to listen to all episodes with background sounds, regular bonus episodes. The first one about the history of glassmaking and stained glass is already available there. You will be able to download all these audios, and you will also have your say on the choices of topics, advance releases, and updates on upcoming episodes. We hope to see you there soon so that we may continue developing Lights Out Library, which we enjoy so much. You will find a link in the description of the podcast. But before we begin, take a long, deep, relaxing breath. When you exhale, release the tension in your shoulders and your neck. Release the tension in your facial muscles too, and allow the sound of my voice to guide you through this journey. And now let's explore the world of colors together. We're going to begin our journey with the color blue. Blue is apparently the king of colors nowadays, as the surveys I mentioned seem to indicate. In many countries, blue has been the favorite since the beginning of the 20th century for almost the entire population. We don't know whether this was already the case several centuries ago, but we do know that if we go back to ancient times, blue was much less commonly used than it is now. Of course, the color blue is unavoidable. It is the color of the sky, generally, and of the seas and lakes, but also it's much less common in plants, animals, and all the raw materials that our ancestors relied on to make objects: metals, wood, stones, clay. The color blue is absent from cave art, and it remained uncommon in man-made objects until late in antiquity. Except for ancient Egypt, it seems the color blue was not particularly prestigious or sought after during antiquity, at least compared with colors like red, purple, white, or black. As an example of an ancient civilization that did not care much for blue is ancient Greece. It is little known that the Greeks classified colors by how light or dark they were, rather than by their hue. The Greek word for dark blue, for example, kyanos, could mean dark blue, dark green, brown, or black. And the word for light blue, glaukos, could also indicate gray, light green, or even yellow. In their perception, there was no way dark and light blue could be the same color. Contrary to colors like red, ochre, or purple, it was hard to find good pigments in nature for blue. The minerals were limited to lapis lazuli, which was rare and precious, or azurite, which is a copper mineral and also not easy to find. When it came to dyes for textiles, these were discovered late in antiquity. There were two plants mainly. In Europe, woad, a plant native to the steppe of Central Asia and the Caucasus, which then expanded to the south and west of Europe, where it was cultivated as a source of blue dye. The leaves of woad provided a dye that was the primary source of blue used in Europe, from the Neolithic to the end of the Middle Ages. It was cultivated especially in Germany, England, and France. Sometimes entire cities became prosperous over the centuries thanks to the cultivation of woad. For example, the city of Toulouse in the south of France. There are still mansions in Toulouse today that were built several centuries ago by those made prosperous by dye manufacturing. Even long before that, woad was used by the Celts, especially in Britain, where the Romans noted that some tribes covered their bodies and faces in blue. Actually, the Picts, an ancient people from the north of Great Britain, are called the Picts, from Latin picti, meaning the painted ones. Woad provided a relatively light blue, not the intense blue that another plant, indigo, was able to produce. I'll talk about indigo in a minute because for centuries it became one of the most important dyes in the world. The Romans knew of and used blue dye, but in clothing mainly, and the color was associated primarily with the working class. Color codes were strictly enforced in Rome. White and red were used by the upper classes, but the most prestigious of all colors was purple, which came from a rare and precious kind of dye. Purple was a symbol of power. Blue clothing, on the other hand, was considered relatively basic. So Europe and most of the Mediterranean world used woad as a dye for textiles. But at the same time in Asia, the source of blue dye was indigo, which was also independently discovered in South America. Fabrics dyed with indigo that are 6,000 years old were discovered in Peru. Indigo is not a plant. Rather, it is the name given to the indigo dye itself. And different plants help to produce it, including woad. However, woad doesn't have the concentrations necessary to produce deep blue, unlike other plants from the genus Indigofera, which naturally grow in tropical and subtropical regions of the world. These plants were abundant in India, where indigo was cultivated, and blue dye and dyed textiles were exported, starting several thousand years ago already. India was the major center of indigo production in the world. From India, indigo made its way to Mesopotamia, Egypt, China, and the Mediterranean Sea. The Greeks and the Romans knew of it and considered indigo a luxury item. It is not coincidental that the word indigo sounds like India. The Greeks called it indicon, meaning Indian, and the Romans Latinized the word to indicum, which then passed to Italian and eventually to other European languages, giving us indigo in Spanish, French, or English. Indigo dyes were also used in Africa for centuries, where there was a long tradition of using clothes dyed with indigo as a symbol of wealth. This was true for many tribes, including Yoruba in Nigeria, the Mandika of Mali, and the Tuareg nomads in the Sahara. Indigo was better than woad for several reasons. It produced a more intense blue and was also more cost-effective. Indigo arriving from India was very expensive through the end of the Middle Ages and was a luxury product, as I mentioned. But once navigators in the 16th century found a direct sea route between India and Europe, and the dye's main middleman disappeared, the price finally dropped in European markets. Indigo-producing plants were among the colonial crops that Europeans introduced and developed in the Americas. Indigo thrived in the Caribbean, among other products like tobacco, sugar, coffee, cocoa, and cotton, and threatened to destroy the centuries-old woad industry in Europe. Some countries like Germany and France initially banned its import to protect their woad industry, but it couldn't last, and woad-based dyes declined to the point of becoming marginalized. Indigo dye was produced in blocks that were an intense deep blue color, and it could be diluted to dye textiles or to make paint. The dominant use of indigo lasted well into the 19th century, when it was replaced by synthetic dyes. We'll come back to that later. Apart from plants, another source of blue pigment in the ancient world was from minerals like lapis lazuli, and it was, in part, blue made from this source that made Egypt the only ancient civilization to assign high status to the color. In Egypt, blue was associated with divinity and good luck. Lapis lazuli, being rare and very expensive, came from Afghanistan and also used to make precious jewelry. But it wasn't the only kind of blue available to Egyptians. Beginning in the 3rd century, the ancient Egyptians also started to produce a blue pigment called Egyptian blue, which they invented. It was a mix of various minerals like silica, lime, and copper that were heated, and the resulting material is believed to be the first synthetic pigment ever created. It could be ground up and used for a variety of applications. For example, to paint wood and papyrus, an early form of paper, for frescoes, to color glass, and to create blue faience, blue inlays inside vases. The Romans learned this artificial pigment recipe and also used it. But after the decline of the Roman Empire, the recipe was lost and was only recently rediscovered. I mentioned before that the Greeks and the Romans considered blue to be a relatively minor color, but one culture where it became much more significant in the centuries following the fall of the Western Roman Empire was in Islamic countries. Islamic architects and decorators used a lot of blue tiles to cover countless palaces and mosques from the south of Spain to Central Asia. Most of these still exist today, and their facades with geometric patterns or floral details have stood the test of time. One appeal of the color blue in monumental architecture is that it is not common in nature beyond the sky and the sea. So using a color that evokes the heavens to decorate a building indicates something sacred, or at least remarkable. But still, blue was not the favorite color in the Islamic world. Green and white were. Green was, in fact, said to be the prophet's favorite color. And it's understandable for cultures that developed in regions with a lot of deserts and a scarcity of water that green became the favorite color, which in nature indicates plants, life, a water source, something welcoming. sometimes depending on the place and time. Blue was a color only worn by Christian and Jewish minorities living in Muslim countries, whereas green and white were limited to Muslims. In Christian countries, it is also through architecture that the status of the color blue began to change, as happened with the development of Gothic architecture and stained glass. Until the 12th century, blue played a minor role, its status unchanged since the times of Rome, and only poor people would wear blue. Maybe they preferred the color blue, but in society, the color of prestige, of power, nobility, and faith was red, which we'll discuss more later. This was the case until the 12th century, when the status of the color blue began to change. And it all started around 1130 with the Gothic Revolution in religious architecture. It was with this revolution that large, stained glass windows in churches and cathedrals began to appear. The people who saw these first large stained glass windows thought they were absolutely wonderful. This colored light filtering into their place of worship was awe-inspiring, like nothing they had ever dreamed of before. Stained glass windows were often colored with cobalt, which produced blue glass. Together with a bit of red, it filled a church with a bluish-violet light that seemed completely otherworldly. This started in Paris, initially in Saint Denis Basilica, then in Saint Chapelle, in the center of Paris. From Paris, it spread to many Gothic works, including, for example, the Cathedral of Chartres, in a town south of Paris, that to this day still has blue stained glass windows from the early Gothic. It took decades, but this new Gothic style in Western Europe really changed perceptions of the color blue. Thanks to its recent association with the sacred, with peace and serenity, it became much more desirable and prestigious for the first time in centuries. Around the same time, another factor of religious and artistic nature that changed the status of the color blue was the veneration of the Virgin Mary and the colors used to paint her clothes. In the 12th century, the Roman Catholic Church instructed painters to represent Mary with the most expensive pigment that arrived in Europe, ultramarine. Ultramarine was basically ground and refined lapis lazuli and produced what we would call the color cobalt blue. Using lapis lazuli as a pigment was not new. As I mentioned earlier, the Egyptians and Mesopotamians did it thousands of years earlier. But in medieval Europe, it was now more expensive than ever. Traveling along the Silk Road from Afghanistan, arriving in Italy via Venice and Genoa at a higher cost than gold. A new, longer process of refinement that removed impurities meant that ultramarine, made from lapis lazuli powder, produced a very rich and deep blue, unlike any other pigment. It didn't take long before the kings and princes of Europe also embraced blue because of its high cost and exclusivity and prestige. The first to adopt blue were the kings of France, especially Louis IX, also known as Saint Louis. a blue shield with a golden fleur-de-lis, which is a type of iris, became the coat of arms of the kings of France, and it took just a few decades for blue to spread to royal clothing and insignias throughout Europe. Blue became a symbol of wealth and power. Blue also became the king of colors in paintings, and its shades began to change and refine with technical evolutions. In the Middle Ages, paint was often made with tempera, a quick drying paint made of pigments, and a binder, usually egg yolk, which could be dissolved in water. During the Renaissance, oil paint started to replace tempera on a large scale, at least for the most prestigious paintings. Besides their different composition, oil paints also changed the way colors looked on canvas and how they could be used, now tending to be shinier and darker. The ultramarine pigment, for example, in oil paint, tended to be very dark. For this reason, artists like Raphael started to add white to it. In the late Middle Ages, the clothes of the Virgin Mary were depicted as a vivid blue or dark blue, and with the addition of white, it became sky blue instead. This sky blue color was adopted by artists as a traditional color used to represent Mary, and even religious paintings from the 19th century continued to use it, even though they no longer used ultramarine pigment. Another highly sought-after luxury item from the Middle Ages that featured blue was ceramics, especially Chinese porcelain. For centuries, Chinese had the monopoly on porcelain, having discovered the recipe that made it perfectly white and slightly transparent. By comparison, ceramics from other parts of the world look thicker and less refined. Chinese craftsmen developed various colors to decorate ornate porcelain objects. This couldn't be done with regular paint because the items had to be heated to high temperatures. In the 9th century, Chinese artisans started using cobalt salts to manufacture blue and white porcelain. And later, in the Middle Ages, these pieces began to be exported to Europe via the Silk Road. For centuries, Europeans tried to imitate this white and blue porcelain. There were attempts in England, in France, in the Low Countries, and Russia. Maybe one of the most successful was Delft, porcelain from the city of Delft in the Netherlands. But it wasn't until the 18th century that the secret recipe was finally discovered, and the quality of European porcelain could more closely match that of Chinese porcelain. By the 15th century, indigo had become affordable for the working class and could be used in clothing by everyone, from peasants to kings. Indigo replaced woad as a primary textile dye, making blue relatively cheap, with the added benefit of being very lasting. Now that the color was associated with authority and was also relatively affordable, it spread to many new uses, for example, military uniforms. Blue became the color of foot soldiers and sailors in many countries. Maybe partly because of its popularity, it was subverted by revolutionary armies. At the end of the 18th century, after the outbreak of the American Revolution, blue became, in 1779, the official color of the United States military uniforms, and its use continued in the U.S. Army until 1902. The dress uniform is still blue today. French revolutionaries also adopted blue, as opposed to the white of French royalists and the Austrians, who were their main opponents at the beginning of the French Revolution. Napoleon kept blue as the color of his army's uniform, and it was abandoned in France only in 1915 because it was too visible on the battlefields. But after these revolutions, blue increasingly became the color of governments and authorities in the 19th century, and still is to a large extent. Blue is the go-to color for policemen and other public servants, as well as for school uniforms. And the reason continues to be the symbolism attached to this color, plus its low cost. The rise of indigo had turned blue into the most produced dye in the world. The success of indigo is the reason why blue jeans are blue. They are made of denim, which is a cotton textile. Denim was invented in Europe, and the name denim actually comes from serge de Nîmes. Nîmes is a city in the southeast of France, where the first versions of the fabric were made. Blue jeans became immensely popular in America starting around 1875, and they even turned into a symbol of the U.S. denim and was produced in various places, but it was adapted to make pants in the U.S. starting in the 1700s, and it makes sense because cotton and indigo were large crops in the U.S. at the time. Actually, the word jeans also comes from French. The port of Genoa, Italy, is called Gênes in France, which became jeans in its anglicized form. The absolute peak of the indigo industry was in the 19th century, because after eliminating other blue dyes, indigo in itself became the victim of a new, more affordable product, synthetic indigo. The substitute was discovered in Germany in 1878 and gradually replaced natural indigo, which collapsed completely in 2 to 3 decades. The trade of natural indigo from India and the West Indies disappeared completely in the 1920s. Nowadays, almost all blue clothing is dyed with a synthetic dye called indanthrene blue. All the natural indigo dyes are used only for a very small scale production, like artisan crafts, or for the restoration of vintage textiles. Ultramarine in paintings, that is to say, ground and refined lapis lazuli, also disappeared and was replaced with new pigments, especially Prussian blue, which also produces a vivid deep blue, but for a fraction of the cost. The Prussian blue is the blue you see in Impressionist paintings or in Japanese prints. It was one of the first Western products to be imported to Japan. Nowadays, we are probably surrounded by more blue man-made objects than at any time in human history. Blue has completely lost its ancient association with the lower social classes, and most people now tend to associate the color with feelings like serenity or liberty, and, though it seems contradictory, with authority. Blue appears to suggest to a majority of people a type of authority that is legitimate and not too overbearing, and remains heavily used by governments. The old reason for using the color, the cheap cost and ready availability of indigo, no longer exist, In fact, at this point, the use of blue in law enforcement or for formal military uniforms is a mix of tradition with maybe a little calculation. Governments use the positive feelings attached to this color in the population. Now, let's change color and talk about red, which is in tight competition with green for second favorite color around the world. The rise of blue took thousands of years due to the limited number of naturally occurring pigments. Red, however, has never had this problem and was one of the first colors used by humans. The earliest source of red was probably ochre, which is a type of clay that can range in color from yellow to brown, depending on its exact composition. When there is enough iron oxide or rust present in the clay, ochre is red. The range of possible colors produced by ochre are the ones we typically associate with cave art, along with black, which was made with charcoal most of the time. This is evidence that late Stone Age people, over 40,000 years ago, were already scraping and grinding ochre to make a red powder that they might have used to paint and decorate their bodies. Apart from ochre, another natural source of red is hematite and iron oxide, which is widespread in rocks and soils. And there were other sources of red pigment besides minerals. Starting in the late Neolithic period, a red dye was created by drying and crushing small insects like Kermes vermilio and cochineal. These insects live on the roots and stems of different plants, and they contain pigments that offer very vivid red in various shades, like vermilion or carmine. This type of pigment has been discovered in sites from the Neolithic period, and in fact, insect-based red dye is still in use today, particularly in foods. And finally, there were plant-based dyes, especially one made from the roots of a plant called rubia, also known as madder, that were used to dye fabrics around the Mediterranean, India, and China. Like blue, red was quickly invested with a lot of symbolism. Red was an important color in all ancient civilizations, but had different, sometimes ambivalent meanings, maybe in part because red is the color of blood. In ancient Egypt, it was associated with health, life, and victory. Egyptian women used red to color their nails and hair, and ochre powder to redden their cheeks and lips. But it was also the color of heat and destruction, and there are ancient Egyptian prayers asking for protection against everything evil and red. Red was also used as a dye for clothing in Egypt, India, and China. And in all of these cultures, it was one of the most frequently used colors in man-made objects, in clothes, painted walls, poetry, and lacquerware. In China, the color red had an increasingly positive association over time and was and is still considered to be the color of luck and prosperity. The gates and walls of places were painted red, and to this day, red dominates Chinese celebrations. Red also played an important role in Chinese philosophy, according to which there are 5 elements, and each color has a color: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Red was the color of fire. During several dynasties, when a new emperor rose to the throne, His fortune tellers would tell him what color would bring the most success to his reign. And until the Ming Dynasty, that is, the early modern period, red was considered to be a noble color. On the other side of the planet, in Mesoamerica, red was probably the most used color in architecture. The Maya painted their pyramids and palaces red. We don't always know to what extent or its exact meaning to them, but human blood and human sacrifice were a major aspect of all Mesoamerican civilizations and their religion and belief systems in general. So obviously, the color red was assigned particular significance. It was sacred and the one color that could please the gods and ensure the continuation of the world. To the Romans, red had the status that blue enjoys in our modern period. It was, in any case, the most important color, the one that represented power, authority, the army, and victory. Roman soldiers wore red tunics, and officers wore cloaks that could range from crimson to purple. When a Roman general triumphed in battle, he would have his entire body painted red. The Romans also developed a new pigment for painting called vermilion, which was a vivid red that came from the mineral cinnabar. They had cinnabar mines in Spain, from which it was exported to Italy and the rest of the Roman Empire. This pigment was highly resilient. Now, 20 years later, the frescoes painted in Roman villas, like in Pompeii, are still bright and colorful. And once again, economic considerations played a role. The most expensive and rarest kind of dye in Roman antiquity was purple, obtained from a shell that gave a reddish purple hue. Its rarity meant that it became the color of emperors, and its use by common people was forbidden in order to protect the color code that delineated the social classes. The symbolism attached to red did not disappear from the Western Roman Empire, as its successors also adopted it as a color of significance. The Eastern Roman Empire of Byzantium maintained the same hierarchy of colors with red, the color of emperors and power on top. The new princess in Europe and the Catholic Church did the same. At least they did until blue became the new red in the 12th, 13th centuries, as I described before. Before that, red was a favorite color of European kings and was frequently used in clothing during the Middle Ages. It was a very popular color, but not everyone wore the same shade of red. Red dye for ordinary people was made with rubia, the plant I mentioned before that was used as a red dye for thousands of years. The color it produced was more brick red and faded easily in the sun or from washing. Bright red was reserved for the wealthy, and only royalty and aristocrats could wear scarlet clothing dyed with expensive insect-based dyes. Just like blue dyes, an entire industry developed around this high-end red. The insects were abundant in Europe and around the Mediterranean Sea. But the process required to create a bright scarlet was long and complicated. The insects had to be gathered, dried, crushed, and then boiled along with other ingredients. Makers of scarlet dye protected their secrets fiercely. But just like the producers of wood-based blue dyes who were put out of business when indigo reached Europe, The producers of scarlet dye based on kermes insects were replaced by a new dye made from another insect found during exploration of the world. This time not from India, but from the Americas. When the army of Hernan Cortes conquered the Aztecs in Mexico, they discovered not only silver and gold, but also the cochineal insect, which produced a red dye like kermes is, in fact, related to it, but which could be harvested more frequently. It resulted in a stronger and brighter red than the best kermes and additionally worked very well on luxury textiles like silk. The first shipments of cochineal were sent to Europe in the 1520s, and it progressively replaced other pigments for luxury dyeing. It also served as a pigment for fine paintings. The reds in the works of painters like Rembrandt, Vermeer, Velázquez, or Tintoretto came from cochineal. Like in ancient times, red in the arts, especially vivid red, retained its association with passion, war, and violence. Sometimes it was seen, and is still seen, as an intense color. But due to the rise of blue starting in the 12th century, red progressively lost its association with royalty and power. With the exception of a few countries like England. However, in the 18th century, red started to gain a new political and symbolic meaning, starting during the French Revolution. There were various parties fighting for influence between the storming of the Bastille in 1789 and the rise of Napoleon 10 years later. The mainstream revolutionaries in the early stages of the revolution intended to create a constitutional monarchy and adopted blue, as I mentioned earlier, in part because it had been the color of the American revolutionaries, in contrast to the white flag of the Royalists. But the more radical parties and politicians at the time, who we would now consider the far left, adopted a red flag. Red, of course, represented intensity and the idea of war, but it was also the color used by the government to declare a state of emergency or a siege. It meant alert. So these radicals meant for the use of the color to be a call to action. Supporters of their cause wore the red Phrygian cap, modeled after the cap that freed slaves wore in ancient Rome. For a short period of time, especially with the figure of Robespierre, the revolution took on a more populist, or what we would call today, more leftist character. However, this movement didn't last long and was eventually sidelined or eliminated. However, symbolically, this movement turned red into a political color, adopted by new political movements in the 19th century with the emergence of socialism. In 1848, there was another revolution in France that replaced the monarchy with the new republic, and protesters, mainly Parisian workers, once again used the red flag as a direct reference to the revolution of the late 18th century. There were various uprisings against monarchies across Europe in 1848, and they also used the red flag. 2 years later, the red flag reappeared during the Paris Commune. In 1870, the city of Paris revolted for 2 months as the regime of Napoleon III, the Second Empire, was collapsing. Ultimately, the revolt was eventually crushed, but it remained a source of inspiration for left wing revolutionaries across Europe as a model of what a popular insurrection could look like. At the time, Paris and its surroundings were very industrialized, and an industrial working class had appeared. So, this seemed to fit quite well into Marx's predictions and model of working class insurrection. But the sociology remained very different in the rest of France. There were small movements in big cities, but the rest of the country just didn't follow the insurrection. So the French army besieged and then crushed the Paris Commune. From then on, the red flag became the symbol of the social movement and was claimed by Marxist parties. It became the color of communist countries in the 20th century, from China to Eastern Europe. The notable exception to this trend was the United States. Around the world, red is traditionally associated with the left and blue with the right. In the US, however, blue is the color of the Democrats and red, the Republicans. This color switch is actually very recent, though. Until the 1980s, Democrats were often represented by red, while Republicans were associated with blue. However, in the 1980s and 90s, different newspapers and television networks began to use the colors differently, according to their own logic. It was only after the 2000 election that major media outlets began conforming to this same inverted color scheme. Now, this color scheme has become so widely recognized in political language that it is unlikely to change anytime soon. In this respect, the United States' use of these colors is an exception to their common global usage. Returning to dyes, cochineal and plants like madder for cheaper dyes had become industries of their own until the 19th century. Just like indigo, they fell victim to technical progress. An organic compound called alizarin was discovered and synthesized from coal tar, a very cheap raw material. This new synthetic red dye was not only cheaper, but also more long-lasting. In a matter of years, the import of cochineal from Latin America and the cultivation of madder in Europe completely disappeared. Red remains an ambivalent color. Nowadays, it's still politically charged, but beyond that, it is associated with intensity. It can represent courage and sacrifice, as seen in the red poppy flower worn on Remembrance Day in Commonwealth countries. It is also the color of love, of happiness, and celebration, most frequently associated with Christmas, Valentine's Day, red carpet events, and seats at opera houses. But at the same time, red can represent anger, aggression, or danger. It is the traditional color of warning signs, and this association with violence or danger is very ancient. I mentioned earlier that red flags could signal a state of emergency in the 18th century France, but even earlier, in the Middle Ages or on pirate ships, red flags indicated mortal warfare, wherein the losers would not be taken prisoner but would instead be executed. In Western countries, with a Christian tradition, there can be a religious dimension to the color. The Church adopted red as a symbol of authority, a practice it inherited from Rome. Cardinals are dressed in red during official ceremonies, continuing the tradition of Roman purple. But Christian theology also associates the color with sin, with sexual passion, and with the devil. In religious iconography and in popular culture, Satan or demons are often depicted as black or red. So, maybe more than any other color, Red is a source of conflicting interpretations, ranging from red light districts to red carpets, from red flags to red-blooded good health, and from red heart emojis to seeing red when angry. What these emotions and interpretations all have in common is their intensity. I think we can at least agree that for some people, red is not perceived as a relaxing color. Before we conclude our exploration, let's talk about one last favorite color, green. Despite its predominance in nature, green was not an easy color to reproduce in prehistoric times. It could have been obtained by mixing blue and yellow pigments, but as we have already discussed, blue pigments were also hard to find. Therefore, we have no known trace of green man-made pigments before antiquity. But green is very present in nature due to chlorophyll, and is therefore the color we effortlessly associate with plants and vegetation in general. Its positive perception probably stems from this association. The appeal of green was likely even stronger in the first agrarian societies. It literally meant life, growth, or rebirth. And this is the traditional association we find in ancient societies. The Egyptians found green pigments in malachite, a semi-precious stone that was ground up for paint. When it came to textiles, they would dye fabrics twice first with saffron, which gave a yellow color, and then with the woad plant, which produced a blue dye. The hieroglyph for green represented a growing papyrus, showing the rich association of color with generation and life to the Egyptians. As with blue, the Greeks showed little interest in green. It was almost absent from their art, and they didn't have the same categories of colors that we have. If you remember, blue and green were not always distinguished from one another and could be given the same name based on how light or dark they were. Democritus, a Greek philosopher, described pale and dark green as two completely different colors, which we would just call green nowadays, but which were entirely different to him. The Romans showed more appreciation for green in paintings, mosaics, or glassware, but like blue, it was a relatively secondary color in their production of arts and crafts. In the color code of the European Middle Ages, green occupied an intermediate position. As we have seen, red dominated for the nobility, while the peasants would wear blue, brown, or gray. Green was mostly the color of a small urban upper middle class. The gentry, that is, lesser aristocrats, merchants, and bankers, wore green as a sign of distinction. Green dyes were relatively weak and gave a brownish kind of green. So for fine clothes, the textile would be dyed twice, first in yellow and then in blue. For painters, there were more options for pigments. There was malachite and also an artificial pigment called verdigris, made by soaking copper in fermenting wine. The one culture in the world where green dominated was Islam. In Islamic countries, green is the traditional color of Islam, and it appears even nowadays on most flags of predominantly Muslim countries. According to tradition, the robe and the banner of the Prophet Muhammad were green. In Islam, having been born in desert regions of the world, where vegetation and vivid green indicated the presence of water and food, the color retained a very positive significance. Also by traditions, in Muslim countries, This Islamic green is said to be the color of paradise. Apart from Islam, green can have a religious significance in some Christian countries too. It may be used by Roman Catholic and part of the Protestant clergy during some periods of the year when there is no particular celebration approaching. These periods are called ordinary time, but it is also the color of Christmas together with red, and this is likely inherited from pre-Christian times when evergreens were worshipped because they had the ability to maintain their green color all year round, including through the winter season. The first affordable pigments for painting and the first green dyes that could give a good, vivid green color appeared quite recently in the 18th and 19th centuries, accompanying the rise of modern chemistry. Green nowadays is a fairly popular color and is widely embraced. There are colors like brown, yellow, orange, or even red that are polarizing, but green isn't. The association with nature, especially in urbanized society, where the daily contact with nature is limited, makes it appealing. In this sense, maybe green will be the new blue. As you know, it also started to become politicized as a color. Environmentalists and parties in favor of ecology have adopted it. They are generally considered to be on the left, and the color green for them is, at the same time, a way to represent their commitment to the environment and to distance themselves from the moral traditional left represented by the color red. There is so much more I could say about colors, but we have reached the end of this colorful journey. Having only really discussed 3 colors, I'm sure you can tell there's so much more to learn. So I hope tonight's story motivates you to be a little more curious about the colorful world all around you. Tonight we have another long exploration of space and time ahead. This is going to be an overview of medicine and healing across history and civilizations, from prehistory to present. I will tell you about the techniques and biology. But beyond that, it is also interesting to explore how different cultures have looked at the link between the body and mind, the origins of illness, and what healing actually is. But before we begin, assume a comfortable position and take a long, deep, relaxing breath. And when you exhale, release the tension in your shoulders and your neck. Release the tension in your facial muscles too. And allow the sound of my voice to guide you through this journey. There is very little record of prehistoric medicine and the concepts around it. The first records begin with early civilizations, but there is no doubt that healing practices existed. They are revealed by archaeology and what we know of prehistoric societies. Actually, taking care of the wounded is the old and distinctive characteristic of human beings. At most, a limited number of social mammals, including humans. It is hard to make comparisons with animals, but some social animals do take care of each other, and not only instinctively with their young. For example, adult wolves may lick each other's wounds as part of their social behavior. They don't have medicine, of course, but they form bonds that make them care for each other inside their society. Sometimes the opportunity to recover for an individual, thanks to the help of others, makes the difference between life and death. However, for any kind of medical knowledge to develop, the other important thing is the transmission from one generation to the next. That's actually the big difference between humans and other social animals. In our lifetime, previous generations pass on their knowledge to our generation. We learn languages to communicate. We learn plenty of techniques and behaviors that have been proven for generations, and we transmit them to our children, incrementing them with new ones. This is the engine of human technical progress in comparison with all other species. You can have hundreds of generations of wolves, of apes, or ants, but they will not progress technically. Because even though individuals may learn things during their lives, they don't transmit them to their offspring. There is no accumulation of knowledge, generation after generation, upon which future generations could build. In contrast, humans pass on their discoveries and they constantly add more. The fact that we have cars or cell phones today is the product of an extraordinary accumulation of discoveries and knowledge. From fire and metallurgy to mathematics, electricity, chemistry, the generation that produced cell phones combined many different previous inventions or processes that actually began to appear hundreds of generations ago. I'm telling you all this because medical knowledge, whatever its form or efficacy, works in a similar way. Generations after generations, in a society or a civilization, practices are passed on because they have been observed and they are believed to work. And yet, another characteristic of human society is that they attribute meaning and interpretation to their practices and what happens in their world. In the case of illness, animals don't ask themselves why they are sick or what causes their state. Humans do. They need causes and reasons. This is why a common point seen in all the cultures we will talk about tonight is that they find an explanation for illness. It can be spirits, imbalances in the body or the mind, magic, or more technical explanations like poison or viruses. Some of these can be believed or not. But in any case, there is this drive to understand and find cures. This is what has always guided the development of medicine. There are signs that this happened long before the first writing systems. On prehistoric sites, remains were found that indicate not just the making of treatments with herbs or clays, but also attempts at dentistry or surgery. The first known dentistry, for example, dates back to about 9,000 years ago, during the Neolithic period. We know this because flint-tipped drills and bowstrings used on teeth were found in the Middle East. The first known trepanation, which refers to the act of making a hole in the skull, possibly to relieve pressure inside the skull or extract fragments, occurred around 7,000 years ago at a prehistoric site in France, possibly even earlier. This is just the oldest archaeological evidence of trepanation. What we also know with a good degree of certainty about prehistoric medicine and societies, at least during the Neolithic period, is that individuals had different social roles, and one of them was the healer. This role was occupied by shamans, who were individuals interacting with spirits, or by apothecaries, who oversaw the making and providing remedies using plants. It is unclear to what extent these societies distinguished between magical or religious practices and the practice of medicine or the production of medicine and medicinal treatments. In any case, the very blurred line between the two is something characteristic of early civilizations. In ancient Mesopotamia, for example, when a person became ill, doctors would prescribe both magical formulas to be recited as well as medical treatments. The oldest written medical prescription we know of was from Mesopotamia, specifically Sumer, and it was dated to 4,000 years ago. In the following centuries, the first text on medicine, with this mix of magical formulas and medication that were recommended for all kinds of diseases, appeared. Also in Mesopotamia, the Babylonians were the first, along with the Egyptians, which we will discuss shortly, to introduce in the second millennium BC, that is, 3,000 to 4,000 years ago, the principles of physical examination, diagnosis, prognosis, that is to say, the forecast about the patient's evolution, and recipes for remedies. This is important because it shows the conception that illness is not just a state. There are different illnesses, different pathologies, and it was the doctor's role to determine which one it was and what treatment it called for. There is a text called the Diagnostic Handbook, which is also the most extensive Babylonian medical text. It presented a list of medical symptoms together with empirical observations about how they can manifest in the patient's body. These symptoms, or combination of symptoms, pointed to certain illnesses in a very logical, systematic way. We may find the treatments offered not very credible magical formulas, but there were already concepts here that still exist in modern medicine, such as the observation of symptoms, the elaboration of specific treatments for specific illnesses, as well as a search for efficient therapies that actually worked, led to the development of various remedies. For instance, there were recipes for herbal treatments and creams with precise proportions that had to be respected. The ancient Mesopotamians also observed that certain sets of conditions favored the spread of certain contagious diseases. Although they did not know why or how this occurred, of course, they pragmatically implemented measures to separate patients from healthy individuals to prevent the spread of diseases. Regarding the attribution of specific illnesses by the Mesopotamians, it is not well documented. It is unclear whether they attributed the appearance of a particular illness to spirits, psychological problems, or curses even. But in the case of mental illnesses, they believed these disorders were caused by specific deities. Hallucinations or erratic behavior were thought to be brought on by the influence of a god or goddess. Additionally, because hands symbolized control over a person in their culture, they named various mental disorders after specific deities such as the hand of Ishtar or the hand of Shamash, and so on. We don't know which illnesses corresponded to these deities. The modern terminology for such conditions, if there was any, but here again, they made distinctions, and the role of the doctor was to utilize systematic knowledge of symptoms and perform examinations to diagnose the patient, provide a prognosis, and recommend a suitable treatment. In ancient Egypt, medicine shared similarities with Mesopotamia, particularly in the combination of magical practices and the use of plant, mineral, or animal-based recipes that were offered as treatments. The approach based on observation and diagnosis, referred to as treatment, was further developed by the Egyptians, who delved into detailed studies of pathologies. They produced numerous documents outlining cures and ailments and anatomical observations. The oldest document we know of is called the Edwin Smith Papyrus, dating back to the mid-2nd millennium BC. However, it was likely a copy of several earlier works that were as ancient as Mesopotamian documents. Imhotep, an important figure in Egyptian medicine, served as the chancellor to Pharaoh Djoser of the Third Dynasty. He might have also been the architect of Djoser's pyramid, which is renowned for being a large step pyramid, a precursor to the more familiar smooth pyramids constructed during the Fourth Dynasty. The most famous of these pyramids are located in Giza. Djoser lived a few generations earlier, during the Third Dynasty in the 27th century BC, almost 5,000 years ago. Little is known about the life of Imhotep, the historical character, but over the 3,000 years following his death, he gradually attained a glorified and even deified status as a wise man, and later as a kind of father of medicine. But was he really? It is hard to tell. Determining the accuracy of these claims is challenging since there are no known texts mentioning his name in the first 1,200 years after his death. We know he existed, thanks to contemporary inscriptions that mention his name and establish him as the chancellor to the pharaoh. So it is believed that he was largely forgotten for a considerable period. Imhotep lived during a time when Egypt's most spectacular monuments had yet to be constructed, but the country had already achieved unity between the North and South and possessed an ancient culture. But the Egyptian civilization had not yet acquired the brilliance that centuries and centuries of cultural refinement in art and architecture would give it. It was more than 1,000 years after his death that the name of Imhotep began to resurface in texts from the 14th century. Subsequently, statues of him were also created. This recognition occurred during the New Kingdom, and Imhotep's fame continued to rise to the extent that he was ultimately venerated as a demigod by the end of the New Kingdom, though not primarily as a healer yet, but rather as an extraordinary ancestor and a source of wisdom. The first references to his healing abilities occurred even later, from the 4th century BC, 1,200 years after his death. At this point, he had become a patron of physicians, so it is not impossible that Imhotep did indeed conduct research or compile texts in the field of medicine, and maybe this memory would have been passed on over centuries. However, to Egyptologists, the more likely explanation is that his figure was adopted much later by priests and medical doctors to turn his name, which they knew was a name of a real person who had existed and a prominent man of this time, into their divine holy patron. He was also later credited for inventing the mummification rituals, which were so important to the Egyptians. This is unproven. But what is proven is that the Egyptians were the first to create what we would call a public health service. There were institutions called houses of life, where people could go to be examined and offered treatment by physicians, the kind of equivalent for the living of the house of the dead, where bodies were prepared for their burial. Overall, in antiquity, especially in the late antiquity, it seems that Egyptians were renowned for their good health relative to other peoples. There are Greek authors such as Herodotus who mention that Egypt's health system and medical knowledge may have contributed to its advanced medical practices. Or should it be attributed to the climate of Egypt, which is predominantly dry? Or the fact that people were generally well nourished, which are important factors? It is hard to know. It is difficult to determine the exact cause. But considering the era in which they lived, the Egyptians were likely quite advanced in the field of medicine. They even performed surgeries and trepanation, which were considered risky and were at last resort. But the existence of ancient texts and preserved remains of individuals buried during that time indicate that some patients survived these procedures and continued living. Moreover, the Egyptians possessed a few highly effective drugs, particularly potent painkillers. They knew about preparing basic opioids, for instance. Now, in the 2nd millennium BC, as the figure of Imhotep was rising in Egypt, another region of the world where complex medical practices were developed was India. Several texts containing prescriptions of herbs for ailments and dealing with medicine in general appeared in the 2nd millennium. There are parts of the Vedas. I told you about the Vedas recently in a story about the history of Buddhism. You can locate it in my library. that were ancient Indian texts that still serve as a reference, especially in Hinduism in the 7th and 6th centuries BC. The syntheses of traditional herbal practices with a lot of theoretical elaboration about the human mind and supernatural forces gave birth to a new medicine system called Ayurveda. Veda means knowledge in Sanskrit, and Ayurveda means complete knowledge for long life. It has become famous, including outside of India, as the traditional Indian medicine. Actually, there were other schools in the past. For example, in medieval times, another form of medicine called Unani was introduced by Muslim sovereigns to India. It had Persian and Arab influences, but Ayurveda and Unani had similarities in their approach to health and its preservation or restoration. Illness or any kind of health problem, according to them, is not the product of malevolent spirits or divine influence, as we saw for mental illness in Mesopotamia. They came from imbalances between elements in someone's body. Ancient Ayurveda considered that the traditional elements of earth, fire, air, and water were present in all bodies. But the elements that cause imbalances are not these. They are called doshas. These doshas are 3 different categories of substances that are believed to be present in any person's system. These 3 elements are called wind, bile, and phlegm. They would fluctuate in the body according to the seasons, the time of the day, the process of digestion, and other factors, thereby determining changing conditions of growth, aging, health, or disease. Now, the balance of these 3 categories would be different for each person depending on one's constitution. And the constitution of a person derives from factors like the parents and the time of conception. Someone's constitution is not just physical, it also includes the mind. A comparison between this 3 dosha theory and a European theory of the past called humorism can be made. We will talk about humorism extensively later. The 2 systems have different assumptions and a completely different history, but they have in common the conception that health, good or bad, results from the presence of different principles in the body, and that the cause of illness is an imbalance between these principles or elements. In this approach, the goal of medicine, whether as a prevention or a cure for an existing disorder, is to preserve or restore the balance between doshas according to a particular person's needs. Modern medicine considers the basis of Ayurveda to be pseudoscientific because the doshas are not quantifiable. It is not possible to observe or measure them or explain a logical interaction between them and the health situation of a person. However, despite this, it would be restrictive to limit Ayurveda or traditional Indian medicine to a set of improbable hypotheses that were formulated more than 2,000 years ago, because the texts they are based on also defend a lot of principles and categories that are relevant to modern medicine. Ancient Ayurveda texts also taught surgical techniques based on a quite pertinent knowledge of anatomy, including, for example, how to extract kidney stones or foreign objects from someone's body. Ayurvedic therapies, which typically include herbal medicines, diets, massage, or yoga, also seem to emphasize the connection between body and mind. And this is not just magical thinking. It is a known fact that, at the very least, one can affect the other. These are not completely separate entities. The placebo effect, that is, the possibility that a substance or a treatment that has no measurable impact on people's bodies can help improve their health when they think it is an effective medicine, is a strong clue that the state of mind and the kind of faith can have physical biochemical consequences. This is why, in a clinical study, the efficiency of a treatment is always measured against a placebo, because if it doesn't do better than the placebo, then the molecule or the treatment is probably not having any positive impact. Now, continuing with these ancient traditional medicines, another famous one is the Chinese tradition. But a bit like saying that Ayurveda is the one Indian traditional medicine, saying that there is one traditional Chinese medicine is a bit misleading. For a very long time, there were a variety of healing practices, herbal remedies, and beliefs that sometimes competed against each other in China. In the early 20th century, there was a cultural war in Chinese medical circles. Cultural and political modernizers worked to eliminate traditional practices based on the grounds that they were backward or unscientific. It didn't make them disappear, but it led to a reaction from traditional practitioners who selected elements of philosophy and practice and organized them into a system that they called Chinese medicine. And it is this system that is usually called traditional Chinese medicine. It is traditional in the sense that it is based on much more ancient practices and approaches, but it doesn't mean that there was a unified system before. That being said, what these many regional or local healing practices had in common was a philosophy derived from empirical observation and principles of Taoist physicians starting more than 2,000 years ago. A fundamental belief in this system is that of causality. It is believed that there is a natural order of the universe, a balance, and everything that happens to humans, including health problems, is the product of causes and effects that stem from the perturbation of this natural order. So, in this system, a physical or mental disorder has causes. It can be physical or spiritual, and what we call disease is a manifestation, not the problem itself. So, treatments are attempts at restoring balance. In that sense, there is something in common with Indian traditions, even though the nature of this imbalance is looked at differently, from a different angle. Chinese practitioners developed, like other traditions, a range of herbal and animal recipes for preparations, diet and exercise recommendations, but also types of therapies that are very particular, like moxibustion and acupuncture. Moxibustion is not as famous as acupuncture. It consists of burning dried mugwort on particular points of the body. Mugwort is a kind of flowering plant. The belief behind it, which is similar to the starting point of ancient acupuncture, is that every living person possesses vital force or qi. This qi circulates through the body on invisible paths called meridians, and to ensure good health, this energy has to circulate freely. Moxibustion was believed to facilitate or unblock the circulation of vital force, the blockages being the cause of various conditions. It is on the same theoretical basis that acupuncture was invented, and it is a very old practice that we have traces of in the 2nd century BC. But here, instead of burning dried plants, needles were used to stimulate certain specific points of the body. Now, acupuncture is not a unified discipline. Like many Chinese concepts and practices of all sorts, it was exported to its Asian neighbors, so there is a variety of theoretical justifications for them at this point. The original concept of circulation of the vital force through meridians is no longer necessarily the basis of all these different practices of acupuncture, but after centuries and centuries, it is still widely used in China with needles, and generally, but more rarely through massage or pressures, applied to certain points. It has also had some success in Western countries as well, where it is often used to attempt pain relief. There is so much to say about Chinese medicine, but to continue with our review, let's return to ancient Greece and Rome. In the 2nd half of the 1st millennium BC, important evolutions took place. The Greeks from the classical period and before practiced a mix of magic or faith-based rituals and herbal, mineral, or animal treatments. They had a healer god named Asclepius, the son of the god Apollo. But he was not the only health-related god in Greek mythology and religion. He had several daughters, including Hygiea, the goddess of cleanliness. Her name evolved into the word hygiene. Another daughter was Acesso, the goddess of well-being and healing process. Additionally, they had Panacea, the goddess of supposed universal remedy. There were more daughters and sons. Asclepius may not be the most famous of Greek gods. He doesn't play a significant role in mythological stories. However, his symbol, the rod of Asclepius, a snake entwined around a twin staff, has become a symbol of medicine today. Temples of Asclepius were the closest thing the Greeks had to hospitals or the Egyptian houses of life. People visited them for medical advice and healing. But as in other fields, the Greeks went a bit further in their endeavors. More than other civilizations, they not only practiced medicine but also categorized, theorized, and searched for logical explanations with the freedom of thought and expression that other cultures did not necessarily have. As a result, their culture produced a number of physicians who sought not only to practice, but to develop and advance medicine. The most prominent of these physicians is, undoubtedly, Hippocrates. His name remains attached to the Hippocratic Oath that physicians in the Western countries take. The modern text of the Hippocratic Oath is not an exact translation of the ancient Greek text. Modern physicians are not going to swear to ancient gods. That would be absurd. But the spirit of respecting one's office, of respecting the patient, and avoiding harm, these are principles that were put in writing many centuries ago. Apart from the oath, why is Hippocrates so important? Because with his followers, his students, he was the first to describe many diseases and medical conditions. They categorized illnesses in a way that is still very relevant today, using terms like acute, chronic, endemic, and epidemic. He introduced terms to describe the stages of pathology's evolution, such as crisis, peak, and convalescence. Hippocrates also emphasized the need to gather as much information as possible from the patient, not just about how they felt or where it hurt, but also about their activities, where they had gone, what they had eaten, because all of this could provide valuable clues for a diagnosis or certain useful information that would connect to certain condition with pathologies. In his thought process, there was a sense of curiosity and questioning of past certainties or established theories, a mindset shared by various Greek thinkers. They believed that the pursuit of improvement was a never-ending process and that things were not necessarily good just because they were ancient. This type of mindset was much less prevalent in ancient Egypt, for example. But Hippocrates, who lived between the 5th and the 4th centuries BC, also had other important Greek successors. Two of them were Herophilus of Chalcedon and Erasistratus of Chios. They lived in Alexandria in the 3rd century BC, that is, in Greek-ruled Egypt after Alexander the Great. The two of them led the foundations for the scientific study of anatomy and physiology in the 3rd century BC, and they did so by systematically performing dissections of bodies. In antiquity, be it for the Greeks or the Romans, this procedure was taboo and socially unacceptable, including for medical reasons. But punctually, there was a temporary lifting of the ban in Alexandria, and they took advantage of this to further their research. The inside of a human body was not that mysterious at the time. Thousands of years before them, the Egyptians were already masters at mummifying bodies, and this meant opening them and taking out their organs. so they knew what was inside of a body. But the Egyptians never actually mapped the human body in its details, like the vascular system or the connections between organs. And they had little interest in discovering how they worked when people were alive. Their physicians had empirical knowledge of how it worked, but never studied it like a kind of living machine, the way the Greek scholars did. And this opened an entire set of new questions. What is the difference between life and death? Are there parts of the body that control others? What is the nature of the connection between the material, the mind, or the soul, and this flesh and bone organism? Yet another major Greek figure is Galen, who lived in the 2nd century AD under the Roman Empire. He researched more anatomy and practiced dissection on dead animals with the goal of later understanding the human body. He also traveled a lot around the Mediterranean Sea within the empire to be exposed to a wide variety of medical theories and discoveries. Afterward, he settled in Rome, so his work provided a synthesis of medical knowledge in the Roman and Greek worlds in the 2nd century AD. It was very influential for more than 1,000 years in Western European, Islamic, and Byzantine universities. He became the reference for medieval physicians. Like most Greek and Roman physicians since Hippocrates, he believed in the theory of humorism, which was highly influential for a long time. It began to fall out of favor only in the 19th century due to several new discoveries that we will talk about later. But before that, even 2,000 years after Hippocrates, humorism was still the system that medical students learned in European universities. So, what was humorism? It was the belief that human behavior and health were regulated by humors, chemical elements present in various proportions in our bodies. This intuition is probably more ancient than the Greek classical era. It could have roots in ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia. Initially, these different humors were the fundamental elements: air, earth, fire, water, and sometimes others like metal. Hippocrates is credited with applying these concepts, this idea, to medicine. We are not 100% sure it was him, but at least it emerged at the time of his life among Greek physicians. Except Hippocrates dropped the fundamental elements when it came to health and replaced them with bodily fluids. He distinguished 4 of them: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Together with other physicians, he theorized that an excess or deficiency of any of these 4 humors could be the cause of illness. This theory spread to many scholars and was almost universally accepted in the Greek and then the Roman world. At the time of Galen, centuries after Hippocrates, it was considered solid. He also believed in it, and he was very influential on medical teachings for centuries, as I said before. So this theory remained almost unquestioned until modern times. Humorism went even beyond illness. Some European scholars in the 17th and 18th centuries believed, for example, that humors determined the temperament, the personality of people, depending on the proportions of these humors in their system. There were different archetypal temperaments: phlegmatic, sanguine, choleric, and melancholic, depending on the dominant humor in a person. And this could have even influenced the way they looked, with different body types and bone structure of their face. It may make us smile nowadays, but it was very serious back then. Some medical practices, like bloodletting, were based on humorism. There was a belief that reducing the quantity of blood in someone's system was a way of rebalancing humors. Some physicians had observed that bloodletting could make the temperature drop, and so fever could drop for all the wrong reasons because it weakened the body. But from that, they concluded that bloodletting helped rebalance and improve the health of someone. Humorism was quickly abandoned in the 19th century when the germ theory and other medical discoveries made it unsustainable. But before that, for more than 2,000 years, it remained the dominant medical theory in European medicine. Now, returning to the end of antiquity, the dislocation of the Western Roman Empire and, after that, the shrinking of the Eastern Empire, Byzantine, led to relative decline in the study and practice of medicine north of the Mediterranean Sea. It would be exaggerated to say that no progress was made at all, but the practice of research was almost abandoned for centuries. There were no centers of teaching until medieval universities appeared. So healing returned to being a very decentralized kind of practice, and a lot of antique theories of anatomical knowledge and the practice of complex surgery were almost entirely lost to medieval Europe until the end of the Middle Ages, when research resumed in universities, especially in Italy. As I said before, the Romans and the Greeks generally banned the dissection of human bodies, and it was taboo to them. Apart from a few exceptions and a temporary lifting of the ban in Alexandria, for example, and obviously there were people discreetly and illegally engaging in it, which made research in anatomy complicated. This ban continued during medieval times, but was lifted in Italy during the late Middle Ages. Additionally, contacts with Byzantium intensified, particularly via Venice, and slowly medicine regained the scholarly dimension it had lost. In medieval Europe, especially in villages and hamlets where 90% of the people lived, the central figures when it came to health were herbalists and midwives, sometimes the same person. They had knowledge of plant remedies transmitted orally and empirically, and they helped women give birth. In larger towns and cities, there were health institutions, most of the time paid for and run by the church. In the early Middle Ages, the one area where ancient medicine was preserved and perfected was the Islamic world. Islam had spread rapidly from Arabia and came into contact with a variety of different cultures that all had long medical traditions. Greece, Rome, Persia, and soon after the north of India. Muslim physicians adopted all these different legacies. The theory of humorism of Hippocrates and Galen was embraced, and in the relatively liberal atmosphere of the 8th to the 11th centuries in the Muslim world, they contributed to bettering this legacy to complement it, partly with research. For example, in optics, the human eye was studied in detail, and for the first time, the reactions of the eye to light were systematically studied. At the time, the most complicated types of surgeries took place in Muslim institutions. Another aspect was more empirical, and they made a significant contribution to the expansion of hospitals. They observed, without knowing exactly why at the time, that cleanliness, hygiene, and the separation of patients greatly improved survival or recovery rates. This knowledge was applied to the most developed hospital system in the world. The hospital became a typical institution of Muslim cities. Like in Christendom, hospitals were generally attached to religious institutions, but there were many more of them, and in general they separated the practice of religious activity from the practice of medicine. And so the physician became a renowned position in Muslim societies, from Spain to India, at a time when trained physicians were quite rare in Europe. Both north and south of the Mediterranean, medical remedies used all kinds of herbs and minerals. But during the Middle Ages, the importance of exotic spices in these recipes rose quite a lot. This is one of the reasons why spices were so sought after and expensive. They were attributed with all sorts of virtues that made people less sensitive to the prices. They kept buying, whatever the cost. Now that we have provided a quick overview of some ancient medical traditions, a question arises: did they work or not? They certainly saved people by giving them a chance to receive care and could alleviate pain. Additionally, there was always the placebo effect mentioned earlier, so yes, these traditions improved people's quality of life, at least to some extent. However, when looking at the world's life expectancy, it is difficult to observe significant progress over time. Of course, we do not have precise statistics that historians and demographers agree on, but life expectancy appears to have remained relatively stable in every region of the world from prehistory to the 18th century. Depending on the region, life expectancy at birth ranged between 26 and 35 years, which is not very high. Moreover, there was a significant amount of infant mortality. For those who survived their early years, life expectancy was probably closer to 40 or 45 years. It is worth noting that this could have been even lower without any medical interventions. But it seems that despite progress in knowledge, such as anatomy, remedies, and health policies, these advances did not translate into significant gains in life expectancy. The dramatic increase in life expectancy worldwide occurred in the 19th century, likely attributable to various factors such as improved hygiene, access to better food, and advancements in general material conditions. Additionally, the introduction of vaccines, surgery, and antibiotics played a crucial role in this improvement. Many of these aspects are related to medicine or closely connected to medical advancements, and they can be attributed to the introduction of modern science into the field of medicine. But before it bore tangible fruits, it is essential to note that the revolution and progress in medicine began earlier, in the 16th century, in the wake of the Renaissance. So let's look at this. As you know, the Renaissance brought an intense focus on scholarship to Europe. Scholarship rather than science in the modern sense. The initial appetite of Renaissance scholars was more to discover or rediscover ancient knowledge texts and viewpoints. So there was a major effort to translate texts into Latin from Greek or Arabic, which provided a foundation on which scholars could systematically investigate on a scale that might never have existed before in human history. This questioning extended to distrusting or trying to validate traditional practices, and this was very important because some established medical practices were actually harmful. For example, there were a few effective drugs, but also a lot of folklore cures or metal-based compounds used at treatments that were actually poisonous. For several generations, this still did not provide much improvement in life expectancy, but several groundbreaking discoveries were made. They include the discovery of nerves and a new discipline, neurology, by Italian and French scholars of the 16th century. In England, in the 17th century, the correct circulation of blood was described for the first time. It was something that antique anatomy had not figured out. Also in the 17th century, the first microscopes permitted the discovery of bacteria. The first observation was made in the Netherlands, and it initiated the field of microbiology. Like in other fields of science, there was a growing separation between scientific research, scientific teaching, and religion. It didn't go without conflicts, but it was achieved. And from the 18th century, and even more so in the 19th century, scientific research became fully autonomous and independent from churches and religious precepts. Things were changing in societies. Science became held in high esteem socially, especially from the 18th century at the time of enlightenment. For physicians, becoming more scientific was a way of upgrading their social status, because at that time, discoveries did not necessarily spread instantly. They did circulate within elite circles in each country, but there were barely any public health policies. And the health field was also very crowded with all sorts of practitioners. There were self-trained barbers practicing surgery. The two professions often came together. There were many apothecaries, some of whom were just charlatans selling miracle drugs. Still, plenty of midwives, who were the only health workers in villages, had no training. They learned from their mothers and from experience. The long process of Professionalization began in cities of Italy, Germany, France, England, and all over Europe, basically. The oldest functioning hospitals often date back from the 16th to the 18th centuries, when this process began. The first modern hospitals were generally also centers of education for health workers, from physicians to nurses. The main discovery that emerged from the 18th century is probably the realization that hygiene was crucial. This is something that had intuitively been guessed in various parts of the world, dating back to antiquity. I told you earlier about the Greek goddess of hygiene, who was identified with good health, or Islamic hospitals of the Middle Ages, but it was discovered that it could extend to food preparation and conservation, and to surgery. Some of the most powerful and effective new techniques of the 19th century were actually the development of aseptic operating theaters, antiseptics, bacteriology, and germ theory. Anesthesia was also developed in the 19th century. But let's take things in order, beginning with maybe the most life-changing discovery: bacteriology and germ theory. I mentioned before that the discovery of the existence of living microorganisms is dated to the 17th century with the first microscopes. 19th century scientists pushed this much further with a series of discoveries. First, in the 1830s, they found that microorganisms were responsible for alcoholic fermentation, which had been known and used for millennia but never explained before. Around 1850, the humorous theory began to lose ground because it had been observed that basic hygiene measures could dramatically improve death rates. For example, physicians or midwives attending childbirth never washed their hands with soap until then. It sounds dreadful, but nobody even thought about it. The major factor of mortality for mothers back then was infections caused by giving birth. This is called childbed fever. But it was believed that infections were caused by so-called miasmas, like odors that travel in the air. No one believed that infections could be transmitted by dirty hands of health professionals. In 1987, an Australian physician realized that the death rate of mothers could be dramatically reduced just by this simple measure of cleaning one's hands. However, it took several years before the measure spread because people would just not believe this. But the germ theory was about to revolutionize medicine, and it started with a French scientist, Louis Pasteur. He met the hypotheses that these microorganisms responsible for alcoholic fermentation, which were now well known, may also be the cause of contagious diseases. A few years later, a British surgeon, Joseph Lister, took this hypothesis seriously and introduced antisepsis. Antisepsis, which is the elimination of microorganisms, revealed that alcohol was an effective antiseptic for wound treatment. Lister realized that this dramatic reduction in the occurrence and intensity of infections could be attributed to the use of alcohol as an antiseptic. Elaborating on Pasteur's discoveries, the German physician Robert Koch laid the foundation of the germ theory of disease by cultivating bacteria and inoculating them to test animals. This experimentation proved that a living organism could be contaminated by bacteria and develop a disease. This launched a race to isolate and discover the bacteria, the germs, responsible for different diseases. In 1881, Koch discovered that bacterium responsible for tuberculosis, which cemented the germ theory. Another innovation derived from bacteriology and the discovery of the role of microorganisms was vaccination. This effort was also led by Pasteur, who introduced a rabies vaccine. Now, vaccination had an ancestor, inoculation. It was not known why, but it had been observed generations earlier that people could be infected with a small quantity of germs from a sick person, resulting in the development of a mild version of the disease, recover, and would no longer be at risk of developing it again. They had gained immunity. Although it was risky, it generally improved life expectancy. In some royal families of the 18th century, smallpox inoculation was practiced. The reasons behind its effectiveness were unknown, since contagious diseases like smallpox were attributed to miasmas. But what vaccination did was make the process of gaining immunity more systematic and less risky, because a weakened pathogen was injected, which dramatically reduced the risk of contracting a serious form of the disease. These examples of Koch and Pasteur reflect the increasing role of science in medicine and the huge benefits of finding applications for fundamental research. It continued in the 20th century with many more groundbreaking innovations that we don't have time to deal with tonight, but they include antibiotics, antivirals, blood transfusions, and medical imaging. Thanks to research in physics on X-rays and waves, we have made significant advancement in these areas. Furthermore, the discovery of active molecules from chemical research has given birth to new families of drugs. However, the evolution of medicine is not solely based on discoveries. It also entails infrastructure and social change, especially regarding professionalization. This applies not only to physicians, but also to all medical personnel. Another important figure from the 19th century in this context is Florence Nightingale, who can be considered the founder of modern nursing. Until the 19th century, personnel in European hospitals were primarily composed of nuns and helpers, with the majority of them being women, but they lacked medical training and instead learned on the job from their colleagues and personal experiences. Their training primarily encompassed methods of physical care, while they received no education on actual medicine. For women, becoming physicians was exceedingly difficult until relatively recently, even until the 20th century. It was socially unacceptable, and paradoxically, women had been providing medical support as midwives and healers for centuries. Nonetheless, with the advent of professionalization in health professions during the 19th century, women were sidelined. They were denied the opportunity to study medicine and instead were channeled into roles as medical housekeepers, lacking formal training and legitimacy to make decisions. Florence Nightingale was born into a wealthy, well-connected British family, which meant she received a good education. She also became a statistician, but she came to prominence while serving as a manager and trainer of nurses during the Crimean War. The war opposed Russia to a coalition led by Great Britain and France, with the intention of blocking Russian expansionists' views against the Ottoman Empire. Most of the fighting took place between an Anglo-French expedition and the Russian army in Crimea. That's how a British nurse participated in this war. Casualties in this war were horrendous. It was one of the first industrial wars, occurring a few years before the American Civil War. Apart from the fighting, another cause of mortality was disease, due to the high concentration of men in poor hygiene conditions. During this conflict, Florence Nightingale organized care for soldiers, and her image of dedication gave nursing a favorable reputation. As a result, she became very popular in Victorian society and was regarded as a consensual and positive figure. But Nightingale went beyond her nursing efforts during the war. She used her image and connections to professionalize nursing. In 1860, she established a nursing school, which was the first secular institution of its kind in the world. This not only inspired the creation of many more nursing schools worldwide, but also elevated the status of nurses as medical professionals able to actively contribute to patient treatment and take initiative. Additionally, it expanded the acceptable form of female participation in the workforce. Nonetheless, barriers still existed for women in the medical world. It is now commonplace to find women among physicians, and no one is surprised by that. However, until the 1970s in Europe and North America, it was very rare for women to have a prominent role in the medical field. Only in the past few decades have women been able to fully integrate into all professions within the medical world. Apart from her role in the professionalization of nurses, Florence Nightingale is also a multifaceted character. She was an activist who worked for hunger relief in India. She advocated social reforms to improve health care for all sections of the British society, and she was a gifted mathematician. She developed the use of pie charts to present statistics, for example, something that was not done before. The first pie charts appeared at the beginning of the 19th century, but she adapted them to make them easily readable. The spectacular development of modern medicine was just beginning at the dawn of the 20th century, and there would be much more to say about this, from surgery to drugs, transplants, and new forms of therapies or vaccines. Tonight, I invite you to explore with me another series of historical stories. A few months ago, we explored a story about gemstones in general. In it, I told you two stories about famous gems like the Kohinoor diamond. Tonight, we're going to explore the stories of other famous diamonds, such as the Hope diamond and the Cullinan diamond, also known as the Star of Africa, which is a fragment of the Cullinan. And even though it is not a gem, I'll tell you the story of the affair of the diamond necklace, or the affair of the Queen's necklace. a scandal that happened in France a few years before the Revolution. This scandal contributed to ruining the reputation of Queen Marie Antoinette. Let's begin our exploration with the story of the Hope Diamond. This tale will take us from India to France, to the United Kingdom, and finally to the United States. If one day you visit the National Museum of Natural History in Washington, D.C., one of the most famous pieces in its collection that you will be able to see is the Hope Diamond. It's not the largest diamond in the world. It is the size of a walnut and weighs 45 carats, or a bit more than 9 grams. 1 carat is a fifth of a gram. We will discover much bigger diamonds later. However, the Hope Diamond is one of the most famous, if not the most famous, diamond in the entire world. And why is that? First, because of its color. It's a blue diamond. It's made of carbon like all diamonds, but it contains traces of boron, which gives it its particular color. Its clarity and purity are exceptional. However, there are other, almost perfect blue diamonds. What makes it particularly famous is its legacy and history. It changed hands multiple times, and these hands were famous. To explore all this, we need to go back in time, more than 300 years. Our story begins in India. The Hope Diamond is a Golconda diamond, meaning that it comes from a mine that was in the territory of the Golconda Kingdom in modern India. This is in the state of Andhra Pradesh in the southeast of India. The mines of Golconda produced some of the biggest, purest, and most famous diamonds in the world. As soon as Europeans established contact with India by sea, they opened direct trade between the Indian states and Western Europe. The extraordinary gemstones that existed there excited the appetite of kings, aristocrats, and collectors. Together with spices and precious fabrics, Indian diamonds began to reach Europe. Not just extraordinary diamonds, but stones of all sizes and qualities that European gem merchants sought. Sometimes these merchants were also thieves, because many diamonds were extorted or looted in military expeditions over the centuries. The Hope Diamond first appeared in the hands of a French merchant who had made several trips to India. His name was Jean-Baptiste Tavernier. The exact origins of the stone are unclear. Perhaps it had been found long before, but it was acquired by him in 1666. He went to India, bought or obtained diamonds, and brought them back to France to sell to his clients, very wealthy individuals or jewelers. Throughout his journeys, he brought back dozens, possibly hundreds, of stones that would be cut in Paris. In 1669, 3 years later, he sold the diamond along with dozens more to the most prestigious client possible in France, and one of the heaviest buyers of gems at the time, Louis XIV, the Sun King. In 1669, Louis XIV was still young and on the rise. His influence was growing, his wealth was immense, and he had begun to spend it on building the Palace of Versailles. He accumulated collections of art and commissioned expensive furniture, paintings, jewelry. Extraordinary gems were like trophies that kings would add to their crown jewels, scepters, crowns, and jewelry in general. They did this for pleasure, for their taste for luxury, and beyond that, to display their wealth and power. Louis XIV bought the future Hope Diamond and many smaller stones for the equivalent of 147 kilograms of pure gold. That is to say, more than 300 pounds. I say the future Hope Diamond because at the time it was very crudely cut, in just a triangle shape, and it weighed more than 100 carats, more than 20 grams. That is to say, more than twice its current size. 10 years later, Louis XIV commissioned the court jeweler to recut the diamond, a necessary process to make diamonds symmetrical and give them facets that reflect light, making them much shinier. The stone was cut once again to a weight of 67 carats, only about half of its original size, but still 50% bigger than today's. It was mounted on a cravat pin that Louis XIV wore during ceremonies. The diamond was now the size of a pigeon egg, still quite big for a diamond, and the consensus was that the recutting was a success. It was described in accounts of ceremonies as breathtaking, reflecting light in bluish-gray rays. It became known as the blue diamond of the crown of France, or simply the French blue. It stayed in the royal collection of crown jewels for a century. In the decades following the recutting of the diamond, Louis XIV's situation became less favorable. His early wars had been successful, but they were succeeded by longer conflicts against large coalitions of enemies. These wars became more deadly and expensive, but inconclusive, to the point that some of the king's treasures had to be sold to support the war effort, or at least to show that he was participating in it. For example, an entire set of furniture made of silver for the Palace of Versailles was sold, but not the French blue, which symbolically had to stay in his property for reasons of prestige, because it was already famous. When Louis XIV died in 1715, the diamond remained part of the crown's jewels. Decades passed without affecting its fame as one of the biggest and most perfectly cut diamonds in the world. In 1747, the diamond was remounted on an extravagant pendant by Louis XIV's successor, Louis XV, and the new king had it placed on his Order of the Golden Fleece pendant. The Order of the Golden Fleece is an order of chivalry that was founded in the late Middle Ages. It became purely honorific with time, and it actually still exists today. It has split into two branches, an Austrian branch and a Spanish branch. Membership was and still is awarded to aristocrats associated with the Habsburgs and the Bourbon families, and to other sovereigns. The Emperor of Japan or the Queen of England are knights of the order. At the time, in the 18th century, Louis XV had been made a Knight of the Order because of the King of Spain, who was Grand Master of the Order, was his relative. So Louis XV had the diamond remounted to be the centerpiece of the pendant, showing his belonging to the order for ceremonies. Apart from the French blue, it contained a big red spinel, a semi-precious stone shaped like a dragon, and dozens of smaller diamonds. After the death of Louis XV, the diamond became the property of his grandson and successor, Louis XVI. However, there were other crown jewels, and the piece fell into disuse. The new queen, Marie Antoinette, often had crown jewels reset in new combinations for her personal adornment, But the French blue was not one of them. It remained with other gemstones in the vault. Then the French Revolution happened. The crown jewels were kept with precious furniture in a royal storehouse in the center of Paris. At the beginning of the Revolution, there was an attempt to maintain the monarchy as a constitutional monarchy. So the sovereigns were brought back from Versailles to Paris. However, then, war began with neighboring countries. Louis XVI tried to escape to reconquer his kingdom from the outside, but was captured and imprisoned. The country was falling deep into civil war and facing wars on its frontiers as well. A new government took critical measures that would later be called the Reign of Terror. In this chaos, thefts and looting multiplied. In 1792, a group of thieves broke into the royal storehouse, and over several days they stole most of the crown jewels. Many of them were recovered later, but not the French blue. It disappeared from history for 20 years. 20 years after this theft, as the Napoleonic Wars were still raging, a blue diamond appeared in the hands of a London diamond merchant. We are now in 1812. The diamond was smaller than the French blue, at 45 carats versus 67 carats for the French blue. However, blue diamonds of that size in Europe were very rare at the time. The French blue had disappeared, and the odds were that this was the same stone with a new cut. There was always some doubt, which was lifted only much later in the 2000s, when precise sketches of the French blue were discovered in archives. The diamond, as it was in the 18th century, was reconstructed in 3D computers. It was proven that this diamond, which would soon be called the Hope Diamond, was indeed the French blue, because it fit very tightly around the whole diamond, too tightly to allow for the existence of a sister stone of that size. What happened to the diamond between the theft in Paris and the year 1830 is unclear. It was obviously recut, but we don't know when or by whom. We don't know whether it was smuggled into the UK immediately or whether it traveled across Europe first. However, it is entirely possible that it was acquired by King George IV of the United Kingdom when it arrived in London. Not as a crown jewel, because there would be records of that, but personally. Later, it could have been stolen or sold discreetly, cover the many debts that the king left when he died. In any case, except for this merchant who owned it in 1812, there are very few traces of what happened to the diamond between 1792 and the 1830s. If the British royal family owned it at some point, it did not retain it, and the stone ended up in the hands of a London banker named Thomas Hope, who paid for it. After 1839, the diamond can be traced much more closely, thanks to various records and sources. In 1839, it appeared in a catalogue of the gem collection of Thomas Hope's brother, Henry Philip Hope. The diamond was now set in a simple medallion, surrounded by many smaller white diamonds. That same year, in 1839, Henry Philip Hope died without children, and his 3 nephews fought in court for over 10 years over his inheritance, which was finally split into 3 parts. One of them got the Hope diamond. Its fame rose again in 1840s and beyond, even though at the time it was unclear whether this was a French blue or an entirely different diamond. Nonetheless, it was an object of scientific curiosity, and crowds were excited to see it. Most of the time it stayed in a bank vault, but it was displayed in 1851 in London at the Great Exhibition. The Great Exhibition was the first international exhibition, also known as the Crystal Palace Exhibition, which started the tradition of World's Fairs. It also appeared in 1855, 4 years later, at the following World's Fair in Paris. The diamond stayed in the Hope family for another 50 years, but the family's fortune was declining. In the 1890s, the owner was Francis Hope, and he met and married an American musical theater actress and singer named May Yohe. She had an international career at the turn of the century, having begun her career on stages in New York City and Chicago. However, she gained fame on the London stage, and she wore the diamond, or maybe a replica for safety. It's not exactly known, on several occasions. The story might make one think that she was financially supported by a millionaire husband, but it was actually the other way around. Francis Hope, who owned the diamond, was ruined and had accumulated debts that he could not repay. The will of his ancestors prevented him from selling the stone. It was years before he could obtain permission to sell it, and in the meantime, he was supported by his wife. When he could finally put the Hope diamond up for sale in 1901, she had run off with another gentleman. So Francis Hope sold the diamond to a London merchant, who then sold it to another dealer based in New York City. This is how the Hope diamond crossed the Atlantic to America. It had spent the 17th century in India, the 18th in France, and the 19th in Great Britain. Since the 20th century, it has been in the United States. However, in 1908, it returned to Paris for a short time because, after it arrived in New York City, the diamond was sold again to a Turkish collector, possibly on behalf of the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, but this is uncertain. What is documented is that the diamond briefly returned to Paris, where it was bought by a famous jeweler, Pierre Cartier, a member of the Cartier family, whose grandfather had founded the Cartier jeweler house. 2 years later, Cartier sold it to a wealthy American couple from Washington, D.C., the McLeans. The McLeans were as elite as one could be in America at the time. They both had personal fortunes, and the husband, Edward McLean, became the owner of the Washington Post a few years later. The wife, Evelyn McLean, was a mining heiress and a socialite. They acquired the gem in 1911, and it was during this period that the Hope diamond began to acquire its reputation of being cursed, supposedly because many of its previous owners had met tragic fates. It is not entirely impossible that the McLeans themselves fabricated this supposed curse for publicity, and maybe to increase the value of their investment. And in any case, for 36 years, the Hope diamond remained in the hands of Evelyn McLean. She wore it on many social occasions, surrounded by elaborate security precautions, because it was one of the most valuable gemstones in the world. However, the stone was not stolen during her ownership. Evelyn McLean died in 1947, The diamond was then sold to settle her debts in 1949 to another famous jeweler, Harry Winston. He was both a good businessman and an artist jeweler who redesigned a lot of old jewelry and set large gemstones into more contemporary styles. Almost 10 years later, Harry Winston donated it to the National Museum of Natural History in Washington, D.C., in the hope that it would help the United States establish a gem collection. He also donated another major diamond, the Portuguese diamond, which is a huge white or clear diamond of 127 carats, more than twice the size of the Hope diamond. And this is how the Hope diamond ended up in Washington, D.C., after centuries of travels and tribulations. And maybe even more than what I just told you, because we have no trace of it before its appearance in India in 1666. But maybe it was found earlier. Now, I also told you that at the beginning of the 20th century, the diamond began to be surrounded by mythology, a curse. It was said to bring misfortune or tragedy to people who owned it or wore it. A claim appeared in the press that it had been stolen from the eye of a statue of the Hindu goddess Sita. These were mere rumors, actually. They were, and still are, entirely baseless. And from this theft in India, the curse would have been born. This type of legend was very popular in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. You have probably also heard of the curse of Tutankhamun, and what they have in common is that they use a few facts, which could actually just be coincidences, or they are twisted to fit the narrative. They add more facts that are just fabricated, and this ends up building a catchy story. If we take a look at the owners of the diamond, the first one was Jean-Baptiste de Vernier, the merchant who bought it from India. This trade actually made his fortune, and he died at 84, a very old age at the time. Then there was Louis XIV, the Sun King. After acquiring the stone from Tavernier, he had 47 more years of reign, with a few lows but also many highs, and he died at 76. The next wearer was Louis XV, who died at 64, long after wearing the diamond. Then we have the first individuals who ended in tragedy, Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette. They were guillotined, beheaded, aged 38 and 37 respectively. But interestingly, at the time, the diamond stayed in a vault. There is no record of any of them ever wearing it. They probably saw it at some point, once or twice, but might not even have touched it. After them, the diamond might have belonged to King George. It is not entirely sure. But he died in 1830, age 67, and his reign was not bad at all for the United Kingdom. Thomas Hope acquired it and died at 62, shortly after buying the diamond. So maybe here we have the beginning of something. The diamond stayed in the family until Francis Hope, who became the owner in 1884, and it's true that he went through bankruptcy and was forced to sell it. But he survived this and died 40 years later, in 1941. When Francis Hope was the owner, it was worn multiple times by Mae Yohe, the musical actress. She also survived long after and died at 72, even though she fell into poverty in her later years. Then the Ottoman Sultan may have owned it indirectly via the Turkish merchant, but this is not proven. Indeed, the Sultan lost his throne in 1909 and died 9 years later. The Hope diamond passed to Pierre Cartier, who made a profit reselling it and died 54 years later in 1964, aged 86. The ownership did not seem to affect the McLeans much either. They divorced in 1932, 21 years after the purchase. Evelyn McLean kept it, and she died in 1947, after 36 years of ownership. Then Harry Winston had it. He continued to prosper, and since he donated it to the Smithsonian Institute, which manages the Natural History Museum, the institution has only prospered, and the museum has gained attendance in part thanks to the diamond. So, of course, some of the owners had problems. Statistically, it has to happen. But it is hard to see a pattern here. If there was a curse, it seemed that it only worked for a few decades, at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. I would be tempted to say that this scarce narrative was fabricated, with the unhappy fates of other figures vaguely linked to the ownership of the diamond. For example, it was argued that one of Louis XIV's mistresses, Madame Montespan, would have worn the diamond, and she ended up in disgrace. But there is no mention anywhere that she ever wore it. That would actually be impossible in public because she was a mistress, and at the time it was part of the crown jewels. She certainly saw it when the king wore the diamond, like hundreds of other people, and that's a very loose connection. Disgrace was the fate of every single royal mistress, so that's hardly exceptional. Another disgraced figure during the reign of Louis XIV was the finance minister, Nicolas Fouquet, who was arrested and jailed for basically irritating the king because he showed off his wealth too much and mixed his own finances with the kingdom's. Not an unusual practice at the time, but as far as we know, Nicolas Fouquet never owned or wore the diamond. Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette were beheaded during the Revolution, more than a century later. But of all the owners, they were probably the least interested in the diamond and probably never thought about it. So, unless the diamond would have taken revenge for their lack of interest in it, it is also hard to see a curse at play here. So why did this curse legend emerge and remains famous to this day? Probably because it was encouraged by owners and former wearers of the diamond. I told you about the actress May Yohe. She tried to capitalize on her identity as the former wife of the last hope to own the diamond. She had misfortunes in her life, financial, sentimental, and professional, and sometimes she blamed the stone for it. In the 1920s, she starred in a forgotten movie called The Mystery of the Hope Diamond. The film added more characters who would have fallen victim to the curse throughout history during the French Revolution and the 19th century, but it was all fictional. Newspapers helped spread the story. It was exciting and it sold, but it was all rumors and insinuations. There was never any hard evidence to it. And then Evelyn McLean also added her own narrative, adding more names to the list of past owners like Catherine the Great of Russia, but it was entirely baseless. Now that the diamond has been with the Natural History Museum for decades and nothing has happened, the curse story tends to slowly be forgotten. But from time to time, it resurfaces in articles that examine the story to see what there is to it, and the conclusion is generally that there is not much, but it remains exciting. There is no doubt that the Hope Diamond is not just a remarkable gem. It has crossed centuries and has become a historical piece of great importance, which makes it priceless. Now let's talk about another mythical diamond. This time, our story will begin in South Africa. This is the largest gem quality rough diamond ever found, the Cullinan diamond. Historically, India was a major purveyor of diamonds, but in the 19th century, and even more in the 20th century, it was eclipsed by South Africa, where extremely rich deposits were found. In the last decades of the 20th century, mines popped up and great fortunes were built, sometimes from scratch, thanks to a combination of luck, smarts, and opportunism. This was the case of Thomas Cullinan, who was born in 1862 in the Cape Colony. He was not the heir of a mining empire at all. He worked as a bricklayer in Johannesburg. Like many others, when he could accumulate some money, he turned to prospecting. He was lucky to find diamonds at the time when there were places where they could be found on the surface, transported with soil that had been washed from a diamond-bearing place. One day he found a diamond near a farm fence and detected that it must have come from a particular rock hill that existed nearby. He managed to buy the land, and this acquisition turned out to be a jackpot, a very rich diamond mine on which he built his fortune. It is there that the biggest known diamond find ever happened. In January 1905, a rough diamond wearing 3,106 carats, that is 620 grams or 22 ounces, was found 18 feet below the surface. This diamond was 3 times bigger than the previous South African record, the Excelsior diamond, which weighed only 972 carats. There was no doubt that this stone had extraordinary value. It was so big and also of such good quality that it would be hard to sell. Many diamonds that are found are insufficiently perfect. They contain impurities, but this one was good enough to be considered gem quality. Shortly after the discovery, it went on public display at a bank in Johannesburg, where a few thousand visitors came to see it. Then it was deposited with a sales agent who would take it to London, where it could be sold. The trip from South Africa to England was long, and the diamond could have attracted thieves because it had become instantly famous. So a steamboat was staffed with detectives, and a parcel that officially contained the stone was locked in the captain's safe and guarded throughout the entire journey. But it was just a decoy. The steamboat carried a fake, and the real diamond was sent to London in a plain box by mail. On arrival in London, it was carried to Buckingham Palace for inspection by King Edward VII. Initially, the diamond drew a lot of interest from potential buyers, and it was put on sale on the London market. But then nothing happened. The diamond was just too big for jewelers. Buying it meant that it would have to be split into different pieces. That was frightening because the cost of buying the rough diamond was huge, and at the time, no one was willing to take the risk. So it remained for sale for 2 years until the Transvaal Prime Minister from South Africa suggested that the colony should buy the diamond as a gift for Edward VII as a token of loyalty and attachment, and so it was done. The king accepted the gift, and the Cullinan diamond joined the British crown jewels. At this point, it was still rough and not much more impressive than a block of glass visually. It had to be cut, and a gem cutter from Amsterdam, where it was a specialty, was appointed. Again, the ship carried an empty box across the North Sea to Amsterdam to throw off potential thieves. The diamond traveled by ferry and train in the pocket of the gem cutter, who had discreetly traveled to London to receive it. Splitting a rough diamond of that size was very hard and challenging. For something of such high value, the size and shapes of different cuts must be anticipated to make the most out of it. The final cut and polished gems need to be symmetrical and look perfect. So before even starting to split it, sketches are made and the stone is studied from every single angle. Any bad move and millions in value could vanish. The splitting of the stone was planned for weeks, until it was decided to make 9 large stones out of it, plus almost 100 minor brilliants and smaller diamonds. These 9 stones have the numbers Cullinan 1, 2, 3, and so on. Each of them became a remarkable stone in its own right. The largest one is Cullinan 1, also known as the Star of Africa. It weighs 530 carats, which is more than 10 times the weight of the Hope diamond, and it has 74 facets. It was set at the top of the sovereign's scepter. To this day, it remains the largest clear-cut diamond in the world. Among cut diamonds, it was surpassed only by a brown diamond, the Golden Jubilee diamond, in 1990, which was actually discovered in the same mine as the Cullinan. The Great Star of Africa is not completely perfect. It has very minor flaws, but they are invisible to the naked eye. For a diamond of that size, you cannot be too picky. The Cullinan II, sometimes called the Second Star of Africa, is a cushion-cut diamond. It is like a wide oval or rectangle with curved sides, and it was set in the front of the imperial state crown. It weighs 317 carats and is also one of the largest cut diamonds in the world. The Cullinan III is pear-shaped like a drop, and it weighs 94 carats. It was sometimes worn by Queen Elizabeth II as a brooch, together with the Cullinan IV, which is square and weighs 64 carats. And then there are 5 more. In all, splitting and cutting these diamonds took 8 months, with 3 people working full-time on them to complete the task. The Cullinans are part of the British Crown jewels. However, the 7 following ones, which are less impressive but still of very high value, were inherited by Elizabeth II from her grandmother, Queen Mary, in 1953. The Cullinan diamond also produced almost 100 smaller diamonds and a set of fragments that remained unpolished. Some of them were also owned by Elizabeth II, while others have been dispersed and set into other jewels. Now, our third and last story of the night is not exactly about a gemstone, but it is an adjacent topic that you often request, so let's do it. Let's explore the affair of the diamond necklace, which will take us back to France in the 18th century. Buckle up because it sounds like a mix of crime thriller, farce, and soap opera, but it is real. It happened, and it was a huge scandal that sank the popularity of Queen Marie Antoinette a few years before the French Revolution. But the story actually begins before she became queen in 1772 at the court of Louis XV. We already talked about him as one of the owners of the French blue, the predecessor of the Hope diamond. Louis XV always had mistresses. The most influential one during his reign was Madame de Pompadour, who was not born into the aristocracy, but acquired all the etiquette and codes of the court and became very influential, not just in politics. She also became a patron of the arts and protected philosophers. Her peak as the official chief mistress of weekends was when she was in her late 20s, from 1745 to 1751. But even after, she remained a friend of the king and an influential figure. As Louis XV advanced in his reign, he kept picking very young mistresses, typically in their 20s, who stood out increasingly for their looks and not necessarily anything else. In the last years of the reign, the mistress in chief was Madame du Barry. She was not well liked, but even her detractors had to agree that she was extraordinarily attractive and beautiful. She had natural blonde hair and shaped blue eyes, and a very bubbly, funny personality. When Louis XV noticed her, she was 25, and he was 53. At this point in his life, old and disenchanted enough to disregard her past, he did not mind that she was a courtesan, which is to say, a high-class prostitute. Her origins were very modest. She was the daughter of a seamstress and an unknown father. She moved to Paris and came to the attention of her high-class pimp, Du Barry, who established her career as a courtesan in Parisian society. She built up her large aristocratic clientele, and occasionally she went to the court in Versailles, which is how Louis XV noticed her at first. She was charming and funny. She didn't have much culture at all, but her looks and her skill in bed apparently made up for it, and the king completely fell for her. By the beginning of the 1770s, she had had a very impressive social rise. Louis XV could not get enough of her, and even though a large part of the court despised her due to contempt for her origins, behavior, and jealousy, probably especially Marie Antoinette, who was not the queen yet, the king continued to shower her with expensive gifts. In 1772, Louis XV decided to make her a very special gift, a diamond necklace that would surpass all others in cost, size, and splendor. The estimated cost was 2,000,000 livres, which was a fortune, enough to build a palace or buy dozens of large houses, just for a necklace. But jewelers would need several years to amass the appropriate set of diamonds. 2 years after ordering the necklace in 1774, Louis XV died of smallpox, and Madame du Barry instantly lost her status at the court. Her sugar daddy was dead, basically, and she was immediately banished, never to be seen again at Versailles. When Louis XV died, he was very unpopular. But the new sovereigns, Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette, were very popular at the start. They represented change. They were young, they were good looking. At least she was. After the very long reign of Louis XV, their ascension was seen as a new start. But the death of Louis XV was bad news for the jewelers. They had been working on this necklace since 1772 and had already spent a fortune on diamonds, but now their client was gone. So they approached Louis XV and Marie Antoinette in 1778, trying to convince the king to buy the necklace as a gift for his wife. But the sale did not happen. The reasons are unclear. It could be that Marie Antoinette was asked to keep her spending in check. France had just entered the American War of Independence. Money was tight, and spending on over the top jewelry was not a good idea politically. Or it could also be that Marie Antoinette knew that the necklace had been created for Du Barry, whom she very strongly disliked. But in any case, the jewelers were left with their necklace. So they tried to place it outside France for 3 years. However, it was just too expensive. Again, in 1781, they tried with the Queen, but she refused to buy it. Her early popularity had declined, and people now blamed her and her spending for the financial issues the kingdom was facing. This was quite unfair because it is true that she spent a lot and lived in a bubble, completely disconnected from the reality of France. But on the scale of the state budget, her spending was not that significant, and clearly not the main reason for financial troubles. In any case, it was in this context, in the 1780s, that what would become the affair of the necklace began to fall into place. And it happened entirely because of two characters. The first was a woman, a confidence trickster, known as Jeanne de la Motte, who gravitated to aristocratic circles. She lived on a small pension but had an appetite for money and recognition that made her try to gain wealth and approach the royals by any means possible. Jeanne de la Motte became the lover of our second character, the Cardinal de Rohan. Now mistress of a cardinal. Something sounds off because cardinals are not supposed to have romantic and sexual relationships. But it was not uncommon in the 18th century for members of the church to live in the aristocracy. They didn't marry and were not supposed to have relationships, of course, but they could work as ambassadors or ministers. Some lived as courtiers. They were a very small minority within the clergy, but they were a part of social life in Versailles and Paris. Their Rohan name was very prestigious. It was high in ancient nobility, and the Cardinal of de Rohan had been an ambassador to the court of Vienna, the capital of Austria. But the cardinal was in a state of disgrace, especially in the eyes of Marie Antoinette, because he had contributed to the spreading of rumors about her in Vienna. She was originally Austrian, and he had spoken ill of her mother. So the cardinal was desperate to regain the queen's trust and favor. His new mistress made him believe that she had access to the inner circle of the queen, which was a lie. Marie Antoinette barely knew her, but she managed to convince him that she could help him regain the queen's goodwill. An elaborate scheme began to form in Jeanne de la Motte's mind. She was going to use the cardinal to execute it. She persuaded him that he could write to the queen and that she would pass the letters both ways. This was not true. She had no access to the queen, and when Rohan wrote letters, she began to reply herself. The tone of the fake letters became warmer and warmer, to the point that the cardinal ended up suspecting that the queen was falling in love with him. He begged Jean de la Motte to organize a secret meeting, which was tricky, but she solved it by hiring a prostitute who looked a bit like Marie Antoinette. De Rohan had never approached the queen up close, and Jean de la Motte organized the meeting at night in a discreet part of the gardens at Versailles. The meeting took place. De Rohan totally believed that he had spoken to the queen, and Jean de la Motte now had him where she wanted. So she started plucking the chicken. First, she borrowed a large sum of money from him, pretending they were for the queen's charity work. Of course, she never delivered the money. She lived comfortably with it. One day, she saw the possibility of an even bigger operation. She contacted the jewelers, who were still trying to sell their diamond necklace in 1785. She told the cardinal that Marie Antoinette wanted to buy this necklace, but she needed to do it discreetly because buying such an expensive item in times of need would be politically clumsy. So she needed an intermediary and asked him to be this person on behalf of the queen. Jean de la Motte forged letters to make the claim believable, and de Rohan completely fell for it. He negotiated the purchase for the sum of 2,000,000 livres, the price agreed upon by Louis XV more than 10 years earlier. She didn't have the money, but the necklace was to be paid for in installments. He showed the jewelers the fake letters made by Jean de la Motte as proof that the queen was behind the purchase. The jewelers also believed it. Jean de la Motte convinced him that she would deliver the necklace to the queen. Fully trusting her, de Rohan gave it to her, more exactly to a man at Jean de la Motte's house, who was made to believe was a valet for the queen. Of course, Jean de la Motte never delivered the necklace to Marie Antoinette. She just picked it apart and sold the gems on the black market. That story could not end there because the jewelers had not been paid and had made to believe that the queen was now the one who needed to pay. So when no payment materialized, they complained to her, who had no idea all of this had been happening behind her back. This is how the scandal began to unfold. An investigation was launched, and the Cardinal de Rohan was arrested to his surprise. It took him time to realize he had been tricked from the start. Jean de la Motte was arrested shortly after, as well as the prostitute who had played the role of Marie Antoinette and an expert in forgeries. Jean de la Motte had hired this expert, who had written the fake Marie Antoinette letters for her. At this point, the scandal was already too big to be hidden and settled privately. So, to the king and the queen's dismay, a trial had to take place, which would expose all the events publicly. Public opinion in 1786 had turned against the queen, even though she was objectively blameless in this scandal. People were ready to believe that she really had tried to acquire the expensive necklace. They suspected that the blame would be put on lesser people in a parody of a trial, despite findings to the contrary. The myth that the queen had used Jean de la Motte as an intermediary to purchase the necklace became very widespread. Marie Antoinette, who was already unpopular, saw her reputation buried for good due to this affair. The Cardinal de Rohan was acquitted. He had been foolish, but not dishonest. He didn't go to jail, but he was still exiled from the court, and his name was stained. Jeanne de la Motte actually managed to escape from her prison and took refuge in London. Her life remained adventurous, and she continued her tricks. She died 5 years later in London at the age of 35. She died as she had lived, trying to escape debt collectors by hiding inside her hotel. She fell from a window, injured herself, and died from these injuries. 2 years later, Marie Antoinette was beheaded. This affair contributed in no small part to the popular hatred against her. Cardinal de Rohan fared better. He was completely disgraced and ridiculed. But 3 years after the scandal, the revolution began, resetting everything. He was an aristocrat and a cardinal, through reasons to escape France when the revolution turned more radical. So he went into exile abroad in Germany, where he died in 1803 at the age of 68. This is how the affair of the diamond necklace ended, with the necklace destroyed and its gems dispersed. But we know what it looked like thanks to sketches and drawings made when it was designed and when the jewelers who made it were desperately trying to sell it. It was one of the most expensive and unique pieces of jewelry ever created. We've come to the end of our story tonight. I hope you enjoyed this exploration, and I invite you to discover and learn more. Tonight's talk is going to be a new historical journey, spanning centuries and continents, exploring the history of cosmetics and perfume, from prehistory to present day. I'll tell you about techniques, ingredients, discoveries, beauty standards, and practices. Moreover, I will delve into what they tell us about the societies where they existed. Cosmetics and perfumes, although distinct topics, intertwine seamlessly in their development. They reflect the same aspiration of people to artificially modify their outward presentation to the world. Let's start our journey now. While we may be familiar with perfume fragrances, let's explore the definition of cosmetics. Cosmetics serve various purposes. They can be utilized for body protection and cleansing, similar to hygiene products. Alternatively, cosmetics can be employed to enhance one's appearance through makeup. What unifies all cosmetics is that they are a mixture of compounds, whether natural or synthetic, specifically formulated for these purposes. The practice of altering one's appearance with pigmented paint, which can be considered a form of cosmetic body art, dates back to ancient times, potentially even during prehistoric periods. The exact origins of this practice are uncertain, but it holds significant historical relevance. It is believed that cosmetic body art could have been one of the earliest forms of ritual in human culture, showcasing that humans have long been concerned with their appearance and sought ways to modify it. The desire to modify one's appearance extends beyond the realm of breeding, as seen in various animal species that engage in appearance modification and exhibit specific behaviors to attract sexual partners. However, early humans had additional motivations The practice of modifying one's appearance through cosmetic body art was tied to cultural and symbolic purposes. It served as a means of expressing cultural identity, communicating societal roles, or conveying symbolic messages. Prehistoric humans may have painted on cave walls for similar reasons, and they adorned their bodies with paint. This is evident from the discovery of mineral pigments, such as red, at various archaeological sites, including the existence of ancient crayons crafted tens of thousands of years ago by Homo sapiens in Africa. However, there is limited evidence regarding how or why and what body art meant to prehistoric humans. Nevertheless, body art stands as one of the earliest forms of artistic expression, deeply rooted in culture. As we dwell further, we will discover that the perception of makeup in different past societies was also highly influenced by culture. Aesthetical criteria were constantly present, and the use of makeup served as a reflection of one's social position. In ancient society, and even in more recent times, social status, gender, and occupation delineated strict boundaries that have become somewhat blurred in the modern era, although not completely erased. In the early 20th century in Western countries, there were societal expectations that had to be adhered to in order to be accepted and respected within one's social circle. These expectations extended to the use of cosmetics, particularly makeup. The lines that existed with regards to the use of cosmetics and makeup were not easily crossed if one desired social acceptance and respect. We will embark on an exploration from ancient Egypt, China, the Middle East, Greece, and Rome to Europe and America, examining how this cultural practice evolved into an industry over the past 2 centuries. Among the earliest recorded instances of cosmetic use, ancient Egypt stands out thanks to their carvings, painting, sculptures, and even writings. In Egypt, both men and women utilize makeup to enhance their appearance, albeit primarily those of certain wealth and social standing. The majority of the population occupied with outdoor work and survival didn't have time and resources to invest in their appearance, although they were not oblivious to its existence. Elaborate makeup and perfumes were predominantly associated with a select elite, often depicted abundantly in Egyptian art, while the general population tended to adhere to simpler dress styles. Ancient Egyptians made use of basic and affordable ingredients to produce cosmetics, including creams for scar healing. Medical professionals were accessible to provide such treatments. Kohl, spelled Kohl, an eyeliner and eyeshadow, emerged as one of the most popular cosmetic products in ancient Egypt. Its origins can be traced back to North Africa, and it continues to be widely used in Africa and India to this day. Kohl was traditionally created by grinding a mineral known as stibnite or antimony. However, charcoal served as a more accessible alternative for many. The belief was that coal offered protection against the sun's harmful rays, although the degree of this protection remains uncertain. In addition to its believed protective qualities, ancient Egyptians enhanced the properties of coal by incorporating other substances to make it more effective against infections and more appealing in terms of appearance and fragrance. For instance, during the New Kingdom in the 2nd millennium BC, the refinement of coal involved adding highly valued and expensive ingredients like frankincense or spices such as cinnamon. These materials were sourced from Asia and throughout Africa, reaching Egypt via the ancient spice road. Apart from the distinctive lines of coal around their eyes, the Egyptians utilized a range of eyeshadow colors derived from ground minerals. Some colors were easily attainable and inexpensive, like red ochre, while others were considerably pricier. An example of a costly pigment was green, obtained from malachite. Blue eyeshadow was achieved using another stone called azurite. Bromine, which naturally appears red in normal temperature, was also used as a dye in makeup. However, the ancient Egyptians were unaware of its long-term toxicity. Overextended periods of exposure to bromide could harm the central nervous system. The ancient Egyptians employed various ingenious techniques when creating cosmetics and skincare products. For instance, they utilized the iridescent substance found in fish scales to produce shimmering lipstick. They also developed skincare remedies, such as treatments for wrinkles using gum or frankincense, and ointments made from red ochre, coal, honey, wormwood to reduce scars and burns. Based on the discovery found in jars, it appears that they even concocted a setting lotion using beeswax and resin. Moreover, the ancient Egyptians chewed herbs and wore frankincense to enhance their breath. It is worth noting that while these cosmetics and drugs were used for centuries, some of them were toxic and ultimately caused more harm than good. So, as you see, the ancient Egyptians had a wide range of grooming and cosmetic products, showing their dedication to enhancing their appearance. This emphasis on self-care extended even to the afterlife, as many of these makeup products and recipes were buried with them in their tombs. They even used some of these products on mummies. Examples of such practices can be seen during the Egyptian New Kingdom, as well as in ancient China during the Shang Dynasty, both dating back to the 2nd millennium BC. In China, the first documented cosmetic product was a powder called rouge. Interestingly, across different cultures and regions, we observe a recurring practice, particularly among women, of using cosmetics to add a reddish hue to their lips and cheeks. This practice was found in ancient Egypt, China, Greece, Rome, and even mentioned in the Old Testament. It continued throughout the Middle Ages and persists to this day. So why red and not another color? The preference of the color red in cosmetics, specifically on the cheeks, can be attributed to several reasons. Firstly, red has particular advantages as it is relatively easy to obtain through natural red dyes like red ochre, which were readily available in many ancient cultures. Additionally, even as other colors became accessible, the use of red persisted. One possible explanation is that red complements various skin tones, making it a more universal choice. In the context of China, red has been associated with success and good fortune for a long time, adding cultural significance to its use. However, associated with success and good fortune for a long time, adding cultural significance to its use. However, the widespread adoption of red in cosmetics and its enduring presence may also invite sociological and psychological interpretations. The application of a red tint on the cheeks, simulating a blush, can elicit a range of responses and convey subtle social cues. That is to say, the artificial reproduction of the blush-like phenomenon on the cheeks through the use of red in cosmetics may convey something meaningful. Blushing is a natural bodily reaction associated with feelings of excitement or shame, maybe embarrassment or guilt. So maybe by recreating this phenomenon with cosmetics, it suggests a connection to these emotions. Emotions, being involuntary reactions, are considered reliable indicators of inner states. Unlike verbal communication, bodily reactions are more difficult to deceive or falsify, making them a potentially authentic expression of one's emotions. So, the act of reddening the face, either naturally or through the application of rouge and makeup, can convey an implicit message. It signals a person's commitment to social relationships and their willingness to express emotions openly. This visible expression of feeling suggests a certain level of authenticity and reliability in human interactions. When someone feels shame or embarrassment, it can be seen as a genuine reflection of their emotional state. Of course, it's important to note that individuals who apply rouge, particularly women, may not consciously think about these underlying reasons. Aesthetic practices can often detach themselves from their original purposes, although they still contribute to the widespread appeal of using rouge in makeup. The association of red makeup, particularly rouge, with sexual availability in many cultures can appear paradoxical at first. However, upon closer examination, this connection may not be entirely surprising when considering the broader cultural connotations and societal perceptions surrounding the color red. Red has long been associated with passion, desire, and sensuality. In the context of makeup, the use of red may serve as a nonverbal signal or a visual marker of sexual allure and readiness. This association does not necessarily imply prostitution, but rather suggests an implicit understanding of the connection between redness and sexuality. The application of red makeup is often linked both in our collective consciousness and cultural norms to notions of seduction and even provocation. This meaning, whether justified or not, has become ingrained in our social codes. The use of red makeup, when intentionally emphasized, is recognized as a deliberate statement that aligns these associations of seduction and provocation. It is important to note that interpretations of such symbols can vary across different cultures and contexts. In ancient China, the color that appeared early in makeup during the first millennium BC was white. White rice powder was used to whiten the face, serving as a precursor to foundation. This cosmetic practice aimed to create unified skin tone and conceal imperfections. However, the choice of white as a cosmetic color was not random. In various Asian cultures, white traditionally carried meanings associated with death, war, and even grief, differing from the symbolic associations in Western traditions. White in these cultures is often seen as a symbol of purity, carrying stronger social significance. In ancient societies, having fair skin compared to the rest of the population signaled someone could stay indoors and avoid manual work. The use of white makeup represented a desire for a paler complexion, reflecting ideas of beauty and societal standards prevalent at that time. In various societies, including China, Japan, India, ancient Egypt, and the Greco-Roman world, having fair and clear skin was associated with belonging to higher social classes. It was particularly emphasized for aristocratic women, who were expected to have younger-looking skin free from the effects of the sun. Tanning, on the other hand, was seen as a sign of lower social status. By whitening their skin with powder, women of higher classes made a visible statement of their social standing. This cultural taboo surrounding the skin tone of women from privileged backgrounds persisted across different regions and time periods. However, this societal norm began to diminish in the 20th century, particularly in industrialized countries. With the increasing availability of factory jobs, the once desirable pale complexion associated with wealthy, inactive women became attainable for the working class. An interesting shift occurred in the second half of the 20th century, where tanning started to gain desirability in mainstream culture. Tanned skin came to symbolize a lifestyle of leisure and leisurely sun exposure, signifying a reversal in societal perceptions. Sun exposure, which was once seen negatively, became viewed as something positive. This transformation reflects changing beauty standards and cultural shifts in attitudes towards leisure and the outdoors. In the present day, the extremely pale faces that were considered desirable for women in the 18th and 19th centuries are now associated with disease and are no longer widely desirable, at least in the Western cultures. However, in Asia and many other countries, traditional beauty standards, the influence of Western aesthetics, and the understanding that sun exposure accelerates skin aging contribute to the persistent of valuing fair skin. The majority of women in these regions still avoid excessive sun exposure and tanning, as darker skin resulting from sun exposure is generally considered less desirable. This contrast in beauty standards highlights the social and cultural nature of perceptions of skin color. In sub-Saharan Africa, where people naturally have darker skin, that does not significantly change color due to sun exposure. The societal expectations and ideals surrounding skin tone differ from those in other regions. These variations demonstrate the influence of social factors and cultural norms in shaping beauty ideals and preferences regarding skin color. Making their skin look paler to communicate their social position would have made no sense, and it illustrates how cultural use of makeup can be. Men in various cultures were also expected to engage in grooming and personal care practices. Shaving regularly and using ointments or methods to conceal visible imperfections were common practice for men. This indicates that appearance did indeed matter to them, and it continues to hold significance. However, the use of makeup specifically became predominantly associated with women. This association was not fixed throughout history. In the context of makeup becoming mostly feminine, it is important to acknowledge that societal norms and beauty standards evolve over time. There were periods, such as in the 17th and 18th century Europe, where the use of makeup by men experienced a notable shift. During this time, men in European society did engage in the use of cosmetics, challenging the notion that its usage was exclusively limited to women. The perception and acceptance of makeup as gendered practice can vary across different historical and cultural contexts. During certain historical periods, men also engaged in using makeup, such as applying copious amounts of powder and lipstick. However, there were social norms that dictated the appropriate use of cosmetics for both men and women. Crossing the boundaries of these norms, either by using too much or too little makeup, could invite disapproval from society. These norms were likely influenced by the social order, but also represented aesthetic ideals that determined what was considered beautiful or not in a particular society. Ancient Greece and Rome serve as notable examples of societies with distinct beauty standards. When compared to early periods in the ancient Egypt or ancient China, where applying heavy makeup, as we just discussed, and almost all natural-looking faces were prevalent, as no one in China had skin white as milk, or in Egypt, with the use of heavy, dark lines around their eyes, or blue or green eyelids. The Greek and Roman cultures embraced a different conception of beauty. They appreciated the natural beauty found in nature and believed in preserving or enhancing it to a certain extent. For them, unnatural and excessively forced embellishments went against their ideals of beauty. Indeed, throughout history, beauty standards and practices related to makeup have been influenced by a complex interplay of social norms, aesthetic preferences, and cultural values. Each culture has developed its own unique perspective on what is considered beautiful and the proper methods of enhancing or adorning one's appearance. These standards can vary significantly from one society to another, reflecting the values, beliefs, and ideals of that particular culture. The use of makeup and beauty practices are deeply rooted in the cultural context in which they emerge. From ancient civilization to modern times, different societies have embraced diverse notions of beauty, ranging from natural aesthetics to elaborate embellishments. The acceptable use of makeup has been guided by both explicit and implicit rules, with individuals navigating the boundaries set by their culture norms and expectations. By recognizing the multifaceted influences on beauty standards, we gain a deeper understanding of the diverse expressions of beauty across different cultures throughout history. It emphasizes the importance of cultural context in shaping perceptions of beauty and highlights that beauty ideals are not fixed, but rather evolve and adapt throughout time and across societies. Although the Romans, influenced by philosophical conceptions, moral ideals, and principles, tended to condemn the use of makeup, the actual practices within Roman society revealed a different reality. Despite the philosophical stance against cosmetic usage, historical evidence indicates that the use of cosmetics was widely spread in ancient Rome, particularly among women. The rhetoric of condemnation can be found in the works of various authors, illustrating the philosophical disapproval towards the adornment of the face. However, the existence of widespread cosmetic practices contradicting these condemnations sheds light on the societal dynamics and the interplay between ideals and everyday realities. These practices showcase the discrepancy between philosophical principles and the behavior of the society or a particular group within it. Analyzing the interplay between contrasting elements provides valuable insights into the culture, society, and various groups within ancient Rome. Despite the prevalent philosophical condemnation of using makeup, the fact is that it was widespread among women highlights the significant influence of cultural factors and individual choices in shaping beauty practices. It also signifies a resistance or even defiance of societal principles. This discrepancy between the philosophical ideals and the actual behavior of people in ancient Rome emphasizes the complexity of cultural dynamics. It suggests that beauty practices are not solely determined by philosophical or even moral principles, but they are deeply intertwined with cultural norms. personal preferences, and societal expectations. The prevalence of makeup usage among women in ancient Rome indicates the capacity of individuals to challenge or deviate from established norms and to shape their personal expressions of beauty. The examination of these contrasting elements allows for a more comprehensive comprehension of the intricacies within ancient Roman society. It unveils the complex interplay between cultural ideals and the practicalities of everyday life. Furthermore, it serves as a reminder that beauty standards and behaviors are not rigid or immutable, but rather subject to the diverse range of influences and choices made by individuals within their cultural context. The diverse influences that shape beauty standards encompass a multiple of factors, including philosophical beliefs, societal norms, historical context, and even individual agency. This acknowledgement prompts us to recognize the dynamic nature of beauty practices and their ever-changing landscape of society ideals. Consequently, our understanding of ancient Roman society becomes enriched as we comprehend the nuanced relationship between steadfast cultural norms and the individual expressions and adaptations of beauty standards. Compared to cultures like Egypt, there was generally more moderation in the use of makeup in ancient Rome. The prevailing beauty ideal in Rome was to appear natural. However, women from high society still invested significant effort and utilized various cosmetic products to achieve a seemingly effortless and beautiful natural look. The visible application of makeup could be perceived as deceitful or manipulative in Roman society. In the context of Rome, the excessive use of cosmetics was directly associated with prostitution, which was not a marginal phenomenon, but an established institution. Brothels existed in towns of a certain size, and their locations were well known to the public. Prostitution occupied a low position in the social hierarchy of Roman society, yet it was recognized and had an identifiable role. This context highlights the social stigma attached to the overuse of cosmetics in Rome and its association with the profession of prostitution. The perception of copious makeup application as deceptive or manipulative reflects the moral and social norms of the time. Understanding these social dynamics provides insight into the complexities of beauty ideals, societal judgments, and the associations formed between certain practices and specific social positions within ancient Roman society. In ancient Rome, men from all social classes frequented brothels, and most prostitutes had a meager income that was just enough for survival. As these prostitutes aged and became increasingly reliant on their income, they resorted to applying more makeup to maintain their appeal and continue working in the business. Consequently, for respectable women in higher society, the last image they desired to resemble was that of an aging prostitute. It was not only the amount of makeup used that carried negative connotations, but also the choice of exaggerated colors, further emphasizing the distinction between the desired appearance of good society women and the perceived appearance of old prostitutes. And something of that still exists in our cultural codes. Maybe it has started to change and will disappear eventually, but we still have this association between prostitution or sexual invite and ostentatious makeup in the back of our minds. So, no ostentatious makeup for Roman women of the good society, but still a lot of cosmetics were designed to preserve youth and look natural. They had countless beauty masks using all sorts of plants and animal ingredients like sweat from sheep's wool, fruit juice, seeds, honey, vinegar, eggs, animal excrement, yes, ground oyster shell, and various resins like frankincense or myrrh. In ancient Rome, in extreme cases for very wealthy women, there were practices such as bathing in milk, which served as a form of chemical peel. Notably, Cleopatra was renowned for doing this, as well as Poppaea Sabina, the second wife of Emperor Nero. Following these milk baths, Roman women would apply face whitener in moderate amounts to avoid an overly obvious appearance. This whitening substance could be chalk powder or white lead, was another one, and it was poisonous. Besides face whitener, Roman women also utilized rouge and kohl for their eyes. It is important to note that fashion and beauty preferences in Rome evolved over time, and no specific trend lasted for the entirety of Roman history. These variations in tastes and styles highlight the dynamic nature of beauty practices within ancient Rome. During a significant period, Roman beauty preferences included dark eyebrows that nearly met in the center. To achieve this look, individuals darkened their eyebrows and extended them inward. The use of perfume was also widespread during this time, a topic we will explore further when discussing perfumes. The trend for pale faces, which emerged in Rome, continued to dominate beauty standards in the European Middle Ages. By the late medieval period, some women went to extreme measures, even asking their physicians to bleed them in an attempt to attain paler skin. Voluntary bleeding was believed to have medical benefits despite being ineffective and potentially harmful. However, one advantage of this practice, if it can be called an advantage, was its temporary ability to make individuals appear paler for a few days. These historical accounts demonstrate the enduring significance placed on paleness in European beauty standards. From Roman times through the Middle Ages, societies expressed a strong preference for light or pale skin, highlighting the influence of cultural ideals and the lengths individuals would go to conform to these standards. During the late medieval period, Europe experienced fluctuations in attitude towards makeup. Sometimes makeup was viewed unfavorably and even disappeared from artistic representations, as seen during the time of the Reformation. However, there were also periods when the aristocratic class embraced makeup in a highly visible manner. One notable example is the English court of Queen Elizabeth I in the 16th century. However, perhaps no other time displayed as much interest in makeup as France in the 17th and 18th centuries. Historical portraits from this period depict a resurgence of heavy makeup in France, particularly by the mid-17th century. The court of Louis XIV, known as the Sun King, played a significant role in setting fashion standards for aristocratic circles throughout Europe. This included opulent clothing and the use of makeup for both men and women. But it was not customary for individuals to wear such elaborate makeup every day, as it became more associated with ceremonial dress. The use of heavy makeup was also common in theatrical performances, a world the Sun King was drawn to. Louis XIV desired his court to be a spectacle, and thus a style of unnatural makeup emerged, featuring very pale faces, red lips, and red cheeks. This specific style became socially acceptable and represented the prevailing beauty standards of the time. This emphasis on elaborate makeup and distinctive appearances reflected the grandeur and theatricality of the era, especially in the court of Louis XIV. By the 18th century, fashion trends underwent changes, but the use of makeup persisted. The attitudes towards makeup varied across countries, with some being stricter and more restrained than others. But in most of Europe, a significant backlash against makeup emerged in the 19th century. The prevailing aristocratic culture that characterized the period leading up to such events, such as American independence, the French Revolution, and the Napoleonic Wars, underwent transformation. The extravagant aspects of the 18th century aristocracy, including excessive spending on clothing, ostentatious makeup, and an indulgence in war, fell out of favor. These practices were increasingly seen as signs of moral decay, even vice. So the 19th century reflected a shift in cultural values and a reevaluation of the aristocratic lifestyle. The excessive use of makeup, once emblematic of extravagance, was now viewed unfavorably. The changing societal attitudes and the desire of moral rectitude contributed to the decline of makeup's popularity during this period. In the 19th century, there was a shift towards a more restrained use of cosmetics, although they did not disappear entirely. However, highly visible makeup became primarily associated with prostitutes and theatrical performances. This can be seen through the attitude of Queen Victoria, who publicly expressed that makeup was improper and vulgar. Despite this prevailing sentiment, two other phenomena were occurring during that time. The first was the increasing availability and use of mirrors. The diffusion of mirrors allowed for greater self-reflection and the ability to apply makeup more precisely. This accessibility may have contributed to the continued use of cosmetics, albeit in a more discreet fashion. The ability of mirrors in the 19th century provided individuals with the opportunity to manage their personal grooming and uphold their appearance in the privacy of their own spaces. Even the poor could afford them. Despite the disapproval of makeup openly displayed by Queen Victoria and societal norms, the use of mirrors enabled individuals to engage in self-care routines behind closed doors. Mirrors served as essential tools for individuals to refine their looks and maintain personal grooming habits away from the public eye, granting them a degree of privacy in the practice of grooming and cosmetics. Until the 1800s, mirrors were luxury items that only a few people had access due to their expensive nature. However, with the advent of new industrial processes, mirrors became more affordable and accessible. As a result, self-awareness and the act of daily self-reflection on one's appearance began to trickle down from the upper classes to the broader society. By the end of the 19th century, mirrors were present in more households, allowing individuals from various social strata to have a clear image of their own appearance. This newfound ability to see oneself reflected in a mirror was a relatively new phenomenon in human history. Additional photography played a role in expanding visual self-awareness to a lesser extent during this period. The advancement of photography technology made it possible for individuals to capture and preserve visual representations of themselves, further contributing to the concept of self-perception and visual self-awareness. The growing self-awareness among individuals, coupled with the Industrial Revolution, brought about significant changes in the ability and accessibility of consumer goods. The expansion of the population that had means to spend on such goods played a crucial role in this transformation. Consequently, there was a rising demand for various products, including cosmetics and perfumes, which promised to enhance one's image, or at the very least, create the illusion of improvement. Traditionally, cosmetics had been produced at home by artisans who catered to a small number of wealthy clients. But with the changing landscape of consumer habits and the rise of a larger market, cosmetics transitioned into the hands of businesses and companies. This shift allowed for the wider production and distribution of cosmetics, making them available to a broader range of clients. The industrialization of cosmetics brought about increased convenience, standardization, and access to a variety of products that could help individuals improve their appearance. During the 19th century, the first cosmetics and perfume businesses emerged, with multiple outlets and a wide customer base. Some of these businesses continue to be renowned brand names to this day. For instance, Guerlain was founded in Paris in 1828, and Rimmel, originating in London, was established in 1834. Similar to other industries during that time, these businesses implemented new production methods to reduce costs and actively advertised their products to the public. Advertising played a significant role in the expansion of the cosmetics industry. In the 1850s, some of the earliest billboards and magazine ads promoting cosmetics were created for the American brand Pond's. European cosmetic makers quickly adopted and copied this form of communication. The advent of advertisements helped popularize cosmetic brands, reach a wider audience, and fuel the public's desire for cosmetic products. This marked a significant shift in the marketing and promotion of cosmetics as the industry increasingly embraced contemporary advertising techniques to attract customers. At the beginning of the 20th century, the cosmetics industry had already established itself as a small but growing sector. Beauty products were becoming increasingly accessible to a wider consumer base, primarily through department stores and specialized retail stores. But makeup was not as prevalent during this period, as the prevailing taste of high society favored pale skins without visible makeup. This preference influenced the rest of society to emulate this natural style. Despite the minimal use of makeup, various beauty creams, hair products, and skincare items were readily available. The attitude towards makeup underwent a change starting around 1910 and intensified in the 1920s. This shift was largely influenced by the film industry, including Hollywood movies and the development of magazines. Media representations played a significant role in shaping beauty standards and popularizing makeup. Technological innovations also contributed to the changing perception of makeup. These innovations improved the quality, affordability, and safety of cosmetic products. Additionally, the reputation of makeup suffered due to the potential toxicity of homemade products. As a result, consumers began to rely more on commercially manufactured cosmetics, which offered standardized and regulated formulas. Overall, the combination of media influence, technological advancements, and a growing market for beauty products led to a transformation in the attitude towards makeup during the early 20th century. By the early 20th century, public awareness had grown regarding the dangerous nature of various cosmetics used in previous centuries, such as the use of white lead. These historical cosmetic recipes relied on natural ingredients rather than synthetic ones, highlighting the potential dangers of utilizing nature, who is ready to kill you if you don't understand its effects. However, a notable invention emerged in the 1920s, known as the eyebrow pencil. This invention quickly gained popularity due to its affordability, fashion-forward appeal, and safety. The eyebrow pencil utilized a new ingredient called hydrogenated cottonseed oil, which was developed by the chemical industry. The 1920s and 1930s marked the emergence of many present-day mass-market makeup manufacturers. These companies capitalized on the growing demand for cosmetics and took advantage of advancements in production and distribution. The chemical innovations of this era played a significant role in expanding the range of safe and commercially produced makeup products available to consumers. The combination of scientific advancements and changing fashion trends during this period contributed to the rise of the modern cosmetics industry. In the history of cosmetics, notable figures such as Helena Rubinstein, Elizabeth Arden, Maybelline in America, and L'Oreal in Europe made significant contributions. These individuals and companies introduced new products that created new beauty needs among consumers. This range of products extended from hair dyes to fake tan products, which is ironic considering the historical focus on making people appear paler. Presently, cosmetics can assist individuals in achieving an artificially tanned look. But beauty standards can be rigid and at times lamentably so. For a considerable duration, placing great importance on conforming to these standards was primarily limited to a small segment of society, the privileged few. The influence of these beauty moguls and their products played a role in shaping societal perceptions of beauty and establishing certain ideals to aspire to. Despite the expansion of the cosmetics industry and its availability to a broader range of consumers, beauty standards have persisted and have often been imposed by societal expectations. The increased mass awareness of appearance, along with improvements in living standards, resulted in greater accessibility to beauty products. But this accessibility also brought forth a new health hazard. One significant example, particularly prevalent in America from the 1920s on, was the phenomenon of Black women bleaching their skin to achieve a lighter complexion. This practice stemmed from the desire to be better accepted and conform to imposed beauty standards. It is important to note the social pressures and discriminatory beauty ideals that influenced such decisions. Additionally, during the 1920s, the practice of hair straightening also became more widespread. This technique aimed to alter the natural texture of hair, often to align with prevailing standards of beauty. The increased popularity of hair straightening can be seen as another manifestation of the societal pressures and beauty norms of that time. These examples highlight how beauty standards and societal expectations can lead individuals to pursue potentially harmful practices in their quest to conform or to be accepted according to prevailing norms. It is crucial to recognize and challenge such harmful beauty ideals in order to promote inclusivity and self-acceptance. The dangerous nature of skin bleaching illustrates the extent to which individuals are willing to endure risks and pain in order to conform or alter their appearance to what they perceive as desirable in order to be accepted. This tells you a lot about the social importance placed on physical appearance. In many social interactions, you are what you look like and you are what you smell like. This highlights how both visual and olfactory aspects contribute to the overall image and impression one portrays in social contexts. The emphasis on appearance and scent underscores the societal expectations and judgments that can influence individuals' self-perception and interaction with others. So now let's take a look at the history of perfume. Perfume and scent differ in that perfume is a deliberately created blend of scents. The word perfume originates from the Latin word perfumes, which means through smoke. Therefore, perfume has a purposeful and intricate formulation. It is a product designed to capture one or more natural or synthetic aromas. Fragrance is often incorporated into many cosmetic products. Perfume, as a distinct category of scents, encompasses carefully crafted compositions that evoke specific olfactory experiences. These perfumes can be made using a combination of natural extracts and synthetic compounds. The intention behind the creation of perfumes is to provide a sensory experience that is pleasing and can contribute to personal grooming or even self-expression. Additionally, fragrance is commonly found in various cosmetic products beyond dedicated perfumes. Many cosmetic items such as lotions and creams, body care products, they all incorporate fragrance as an added sensory element. The inclusion of fragrance in these products enhances the overall sensory experience and contributes to the overall aesthetic and appeal of the cosmetic items. The practice of enhancing cosmetics with pleasant fragrances is not a recent phenomenon. It has been observed throughout history. The ancient Egyptians, for example, incorporated incense or spices into their cosmetics to impart a pleasant scent. But the process of creating perfumes is more complicated because it involves extracting a particular scent and preserving it in a different medium. How is it done? How did perfumes develop? This is what we're going to explore next. The oldest known perfume maker whose existence has been recorded dates back to ancient Mesopotamia. The perfume maker was a woman named Taputi. While her precise techniques and creations may not be fully known, her significance lies in being documented as an early figure in the world of perfumery. This information sheds light on the ancient origins of perfume making and the prominent role that women like Taputi played in the industry's early history. Around 1200 BC, more than 3,000 years ago, a tablet records the existence of a woman who holds the distinction of being the world's first recorded chemist. While specific details about her are scarce, it is mentioned that she served as the overseer of the royal palace, indicating her important role in ancient Mesopotamian government. This woman developed methods for extracting scents, showcasing her expertise in scent extraction techniques. Despite limited information, the tablet provides valuable insights into the historical development of the perfume making process and highlights this ancient chemist's pioneering role in ancient Mesopotamia. In her work, she utilized various materials such as flowers, oil, and different plants, subjecting them to multiple filtration processes. However, her most groundbreaking technique was the use of solvents. The use of solvents allowed for more efficient extraction of aromatic compounds, which are the basis of scents. Different methods exist for extracting these compounds. The four methods that have been discovered and continue to be in use in perfume making are distillation, solvent extraction, expression, and enfleurage. What do these terms mean? The aromatic compounds, which are key components of essential oil, the concentrated oily liquids that can be obtained from plants. The term essential is used because these oils contain the essence or the true fragrance of the plant. The first method, distillation, is a method that involves passing steam through fresh plant materials, such as flowers, and collecting the condensed vapor, which contains the aromatic compounds. Solvent extraction, on the other hand, utilizes solvents to dissolve the aromatic components from the plants, creating a fragrant solution. Enfleurage is another technique where flowers, such as jasmine or tuberose, are placed on a greasy substance, often animal fat, to absorb their aromatic compounds. The process is repeated with fresh flowers until the fat is saturated with the desired fragrance. These methods, developed over centuries, are still utilized today in the creation of perfumes. Each technique offers its unique approach to extracting and preserving the aromatic compounds, contributing to the diversity and complexity of scents found in the world of perfumery. The first method of extracting essential oils, distillation, involves passing steam through fresh plant material, as I mentioned, for an extended period of time, usually exceeding 1 hour. During this process, the aromatic volatile oils present in the plant are carried away by the steam. Once the steam and oils are cooled, they naturally separate, allowing the essential oil, which has a high concentration of aromatic compounds, to be collected. Dry distillation serves as an alternative to steam distillation. In this method, no water is added to the process. Instead, the plant materials are subjected to heat, resulting in a slightly toasted or burned scent in the obtained essential oil. This toasted fragrance is considered desirable when distilling certain types of foods, for example. Both steam distillation and dry distillation are valuable techniques for extracting essential oils and capturing the aromatic essence of various plants. These methods have been employed for centuries and continue to be utilized in the production of perfumes, as well as in culinary and other applications where capturing the aromatic compounds is desired. Apart from distillation, another method used in extracting aromatic compounds is solvent extraction. This technique is employed when certain blends or plant materials are too delicate or sensitive to undergo the heat involved in distillation. In solvent extraction, the plant material is immersed in a solvent that separates the aromatic lipids from the plant without the need for heating. The immersed materials are left to macerate for a period, allowing the aromatic molecules to infuse into the solvent thoroughly. After maceration, the solvent is removed and filtered, resulting in a waxy substance that contains the trapped aromatic molecules. The third method of extraction is expression, which is likely the oldest method and simplest. Expression involves physically pressing or squeezing plant materials, such as citrus peels, to release their essential oils. This direct mechanical process extracts the essential oils from the plant materials, capturing the aromatic compounds without the need for additional solvents or heat. The fourth method, known as enfleurage, is employed, where the material is placed in a fatty substance, such as animal fat or vegetable oil. The material remains in contact with the fat for several days, allowing the essential oils to transfer into the fat. This process typically requires multiple repetitions. For instance, when extracting essential oils from flower petals, the petals are replaced with fresh ones after 3 or 4 days until the fat has absorbed a sufficient amount of the aromatic compounds. Enfleurage is a traditional method that facilitates the extraction of delicate fragrances from flowers or other fragile plant parts by allowing the essential oils to infuse into the fat or oil medium. The enfleurage process captures and preserves the desired aromatic molecules. This technique provides an alternate approach to obtaining essential oils and is particularly suited for materials that may not be suitable for other extraction methods. But this method is lengthy and labor-intensive. These various extraction methods provide flexibility in capturing the aromatic essence of different plants and blends. Each technique is employed based on the specific characteristics of the materials being utilized and the desired result. The 4 perfume-making methods we just discussed were developed and perfected over thousands of years and remain the primary means of producing concentrated fragrances until the 19th century. However, the discovery of synthesizing aromatic compounds by the chemical industry revolutionized perfume production, making these compounds abundant and relatively inexpensive. So, returning to ancient Mesopotamia, it is unclear whether Taputi invented solvent extraction or inherited the technique from previous generations. Nevertheless, she was at the forefront of perfume-making techniques during her time. It's important to note that the perfumes made in antiquity were not necessarily created in the same way as the modern perfumes found in bottles diluted with alcohol, and there is no indication that this technique ever existed in antiquity. Instead, fragrances were added to creams, waxes, candles, and cosmetic pastes, serving as vehicles for transportation and sale. Evidence suggests that what appears to be terracotta equipment that was found in the Indus Valley, east of India, dated 3000 BC, 5,000 years ago, was used for distillation. This system consisted of a terracotta container for boiling plant material with a cover featuring orifices and woven materials, supposedly fabric, would have been placed on top. The vapors would impregnate the fabric, which could then be wrung out to separate the oil. So, as you see, the ancient world was already knowledgeable about and engaged in the production of perfumes, potentially on a large scale. The oldest perfumery discovered, located on the island of Cyprus, operated approximately 4,000 years ago and encompassed a vast area of around 4,000 square meters. This suggests that perfume production occurred on a substantial, possibly industrial scale, likely exceeding the demands of Cyprus alone. So the perfumes would have been exported to the Middle East, Mesopotamia, Egypt, to archaic Greece. That was long before the rise of the Greek cities of the classical period, and possibly further west to North Africa, Italy, Iberia. Early on, there was a wide variety of ingredients for use: flowers, herbs, fruits, or scented woods. They can be found almost everywhere, but as early as the Egyptians, a taste for exotic, different scents appeared, things that were not familiar. This was one of the pillars of long-distance trade in the ancient world. Frankincense, myrrh, cinnamon were brought from Africa or Asia, and the Greeks, and later the Romans, had the same appetite for exotic rare fragrances. But near the end of the antiquity, liquid perfumes were still mixes of oils used as a solvent with crushed herbs or petals. The oil was filtered and smelled good. There were many different scents. Perfumes in ancient times did not retain the exact scent of their original ingredients and tended to lose their fragrance rather quickly. But a significant advancement in perfume production occurred during the Middle Ages in the Islamic world, spanning from Spain to Persia. Muslim perfume makers inherited the knowledge of their predecessors, but also garnered the interest and support of scholars who aimed to enhance perfume production. This was facilitated by the abundant availability of raw materials in the Muslim world, being at the center of trade routes. Perfumers in this era were enthusiastic in their experimentation and discovery, importing new plants from Asia, including bitter orange and various citrus trees, to the Middle East and Persia. Additionally, the Islamic world embraced the use of animal-based fragrance materials, such as ambergris or musk. Ambergris specifically has always been challenging to find, as it forms in the intestines of sperm whales. It is believed to develop around hard, sharp objects consumed by the whale and then expelled, and floats in the sea or washes up on beaches. That sounds a bit disgusting, so why use it in the perfumery? Ambergris was utilized in perfumery due to its chemical properties as a fixative, allowing fragrances to last longer. In modern times, synthetic fixatives have replaced natural ambergris. Nevertheless, for a significant period, ambergris was highly valued and prized. It was also attributed various properties, often without a factual basis, such as protecting against the plague. This belief arose from the notion that the fragrance of ambergris would mask the unpleasant smell of the air, which was believed to be the cause of the plague. Additionally, ambergris was utilized to flavor coffee or hot chocolate in the 18th century. In addition to ambergris, the ancient Egyptians also used certain materials, such as musk, in their perfumery, often burning them as incense. Musk derived from the secretions of glands in animals like the musk deer. It possessed fixative properties and continues to be employed in perfumery. However, modern perfumes now utilize synthetic substitutes known as base notes. That is to say, that last longer when other scents have vanished. Muslim scholars in the perfumery field not only focused on ingredients, but also developed and refined techniques and recipes. One of the most significant advancements was the utilization of steam distillation in an alembic to extract oils from flowers. Previous extraction methods had the drawback of partially compromising or damage the scent of the materials due to the heat and the interaction between the scent and the receiving medium. Nonetheless, the distillation of flowers allowed for the extraction of highly intense and faithful scents closely resembling the original fragrance. Avicenna, a Persian doctor renowned for his contributions to various fields such as astronomy and philosophy, was among the pioneers who experimented with distillation, specifically focusing on roses. He succeeded in obtaining rose water that exhibited a more delicate and authentic aroma compared to any other flower perfume of that time. This development marked an important milestone in the history of perfume production and contributed to the advancement of extracting and preserving the scents of flowers. The influence of Islamic perfumery techniques and ingredients spread to Europe, primarily through Italy and the trade routes established during that time. European perfumery was greatly shaped by this Islamic heritage, and many of the base ingredients used today, whether natural or synthetic replicas, have been in use for several centuries. While new ingredients have emerged, of course, the foundational elements have remained largely consistent, being combined and recombined in different ways. To achieve the transition to modern perfumery, one crucial step was taken: mixing blended essential oils with an alcoholic solution. This technique was first recorded in the 14th century in Hungary, resulting in a perfume that gained fame throughout Europe as Hungary water. But during the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, the center of European perfumery shifted to Italy. Italy's advantageous positioning provided the best access to exotic ingredients through cities like Venice and Genoa. Being relatively affluent, there was a demand for perfumes from aristocrats and merchants, as perfumes were considered highly expensive. So perfume makers relied on the patronage of wealthy individuals to thrive. In the 16th century, the center of European perfumery, as well as cosmetic production, moved to France, where the tradition continues to the present day. France became a hub for perfumery, attracting skilled craftsmen and maintaining a rich heritage in the industry. The shift to France further solidified its position as a leading force in the world of perfumery, building upon the foundations laid by Islamic influence and the advancements made in Italy. During the 17th and 18th centuries, the flourishing aristocracy and opulent royal courts played a significant role in supporting the perfume industry. This trend was particularly evident in France, where the Versailles world and Paris set the fashion standards that other European aristocracies sought to emulate. The demand for luxury products, including perfumes, soared among the wealthy clientele of the time. Unlike today's usage, where a few drops of perfume are applied, these affluent individuals would perfume everything, from clothing to furniture and fans. Consequently, they often placed orders for multiple bottles of perfume each month, resulting in exorbitant perfume budgets. This period, spanning the 16th to the 18th centuries, marked the birth of the French and Italian luxury industries. These regions became renowned purveyors of high-end products, not limited to perfumes and cosmetics alone. They also excelled in creating decorative ornaments, clothing, furniture, luggage, and various accessories. With the support of the royal courts and the aristocratic class, these industries developed a distinct image and acquired valuable expertise, which they carried into the industrial era of the 19th and 20th centuries. This evolution is paralleled in the cosmetic industry as well. The perfume industry underwent a significant transition from catering to a niche clientele to reaching the mass market. While luxury fragrances may still be relatively expensive for consumers, there are perfumes available at various price points, including affordable options. The production cost of perfumes is comparatively low, with only a fraction of the price paid by consumers actually covering the product itself. The remaining costs are attributed to marketing efforts, retail expenses, and profit margins. This drop in production costs was made possible by the substitution of numerous natural ingredients with synthetic counterparts, a development that began in the 19th century. In some cases, the synthetic molecules perfectly mimic their natural counterparts, making it challenging even for the experts to distinguish between them. As a result, perfumes have permeated various aspects of our lives beyond what one might initially consider. They are present in an extensive range of everyday products, including not just shampoos, soaps, and scented candles, but also laundry detergents, household cleaning products, toothpaste, cosmetics, and even the larger market of artificial aromas and perfumes used in industrial food. While there is much more to delve into regarding cosmetics and perfume, this was just an introduction, and as always, I hope it makes you curious to discover more. I have prepared a new batch of mystery stories for you that we're going to enjoy once again. We will travel in time and space and discover different chapters of history. Our first story of the night will be about the Voynich manuscript, a handwritten and illustrated codex that appeared in the 20th century, but was written in the 15th century, possibly in Italy. This manuscript is an unknown language that has never been deciphered. Along with the story of the manuscript, we will dive into the world of book handwriting in the Middle Ages, a practice mainly executed by monks at a time when printing was not yet in use. Our second story will take us to ancient Crete and the Minoan civilization. In 1908, a strange clay disc was discovered in the ruins of a palace in Phaistos, Crete. It is believed to date from the 2nd millennium BC, a time when an advanced culture flourished on the island of Crete, centuries before the rise of Greek cities. The disc is covered in symbols on each side that form spirals. We will discuss the continued attempts at deciphering it. I will tell you about this artifact and what we know of this ancient Minoan civilization. To conclude our stories, we will make a stop in California and Nevada to examine the mystery of sailing stones. Not a hoax nor supernatural, but heavy rocks that move on a perfectly flat surface and leave a trail behind them. We will see how this is possible. In 1912, a branch of the Society of Jesus in Rome decided to sell a large library of ancient books due to a shortage of money. Precious manuscripts copied centuries earlier were put up for sale, and the majority were purchased by the Vatican Library. However, not all of them found their way there. The Polish antiquarian and bibliophile specializing in rare books, Wilfrid Voynich, bought a group of 30 manuscripts from the sale. 29 of these manuscripts were rare and precious, but they were not particularly intriguing. Their origins and styles could be traced back to known places and periods, and their content was easily identifiable to the expert that he was. But there was one manuscript that appeared very different. It looked like a regular manuscript on parchment from the late Middle Ages. Its age was suggested by evidence indicating it was certainly not recent. However, the language and illustrations were undecipherable. The manuscript contained what looked like sentences composed of unknown words written in an unidentified alphabet. The work also included drawings and paintings using colors such as blue, white, green, and a reddish brown. The illustrations featured plants, diagrams suggestive of astronomy or astrology, and images of women bathing in pools or tubs, seemingly connected by a network of pipes. This document was so particular that Voynich spent a considerable amount of time trying to make sense of it and determine its origins, but without success. When he died, the manuscript passed to his widow, and in 1969, the document, now known as the Voynich Manuscript, was donated to the Beinecke Rare Book and Manuscript Library of Yale University, where it remains. Since then, numerous attempts have been made to study the manuscript, to decipher it, date it, and determine if it was a coded document. The work of an unknown, perhaps eccentric, copyist, or possibly the only remaining piece of a larger body of work that has since disappeared. Or perhaps it is just an elaborate hoax. More than a century after it was purchased by Voynich, the manuscript has revealed few of its secrets, and there are hypotheses, but it is still shrouded in mystery. Before we come back to it, let's take a look at what medieval manuscripts actually are, and the generations of copyists that made them. For more than 1,000 years, books in Europe were rare and hard to access, until the diffusing of printing, which really took off in the 16th century. It is hard to find reliable information on the literacy rate several centuries or even millennia ago. There are only estimates that point to about 10 or 20% of the population being able to read and write in Western Europe in the 16th century. Before that, in the Middle Ages, it would have been around 5%, with a rising trend by the end of the period. The main centers of knowledge in written form in medieval times became monasteries for several reasons. First, by default, because in the decades following the disaggregation of the Western Roman Empire, cities shrank. There was a literal urban collapse, and cities used to be the place where schools, libraries, and administrations were located. Monasteries replaced them by default, offering relative safety for collections of books, and literacy among monks was higher than in general population. Access to sacred texts did not only require the knowledge of reading, they also had to know Latin and, to a lesser extent, Greek. So many monks were educated, and bit by bit, they started not only preserving books, but also creating and copying them. Another reason that turned monasteries into centers for the preservation of writings was the rule of Saint Benedict, which organized these communities. I will come back to that in a minute. This rule called for a library in every monastery because education and knowledge were seen as desirable. However, this job of centralizing and replicating writings was not one of the primary functions of monasticism originally in Christianity. This way of life appeared in the east of the Roman Empire, especially in Egypt, where a few Christians embraced a more seclusive form of living, isolated from human communities. These individuals couldn't be called monks yet, as they were rather hermits And in the 4th century, communities began to form to share this secluded lifestyle. The first Christian monasteries were founded in the East. It took several centuries before this practice reached Western Europe, where it appeared in a more organized and theorized way. Several principles and rules were established for the success of monasteries, both practically and spiritually, especially the rule of Saint Benedict in the 6th century. Then, over time, the Middle Ages, other rules and different dutiful compliances appeared as monasticism developed across Europe. The order of Saint Benedict, the Benedictines, remained, but there was a flurry of other successful orders with different rules and approaches to monasticism for men and women, like Franciscan, Dominican, Carmelite, and Augustinian. Some opted to live in city convents to directly dedicate time to helping people. Others chose extreme poverty and live as ascetics. In the Middle and Late Middle Ages, there were a variety of situations and monastic institutions that played a big role in European societies. They administered land, they produced crafts, and they doubled as hospitals and charities. Some had looser social rules that allowed members to go out regularly and mix with the general population, while others stuck to those of seclusion and sometimes complete silence. Monasticism formed the multifaceted reality of medieval society, where the copying of books was just one aspect of it. Now, as you know, Christianity is not the only religion that inspired monastic life. Buddhism and Hinduism also have monks. The traditions are very different, but what they have in common is the choice to renounce to worldly pursuits to devote themselves to spiritual work and, sometimes in addition, to caring for other communities. Other religions are more critical of this way of life. It is not practiced in Islam, also very marginal in modern Judaism. When it comes to Christianity, it has remained important only in Catholicism and Orthodoxy, as Protestantism, in all its branches, doesn't really have an established monastic tradition. When the Reformation began, it was in part a reaction against greed and corruption in Roman Catholicism. Martin Luther, a monk himself, lived for several years in St. Augustine's monastery in Erfurt, Germany, which many theologians and historians consider the cradle of the Reformation. When Protestantism condemned the excesses of Roman Catholicism in the 16th century, it was not just about the popes and high-ranking dignitaries of the church. Many abbeys and convents had accumulated considerable fortunes, and this was seen as a mockery of their original calling. Living in poverty or simplicity to dedicate their existence to spiritual work and the care of those in need. Also, there is nothing in the scriptures about monasticism. It is an ancient tradition that was adopted by the Catholic Church, and it came to play a major role, especially in the Middle Ages. However, for Protestants who wanted to return to the roots of Christianity, to the texts, there was not much there to support monasticism. Thus, from the start of Protestantism, monasticism was regarded suspiciously or not given much consideration in Protestant traditions. But this was a tangent, so let's return to the production of book copyists in the 6th century. That is, still at the beginning of the Middle Ages. sometimes referred to as the Dark Ages. These were the centuries that followed the fall of the Western Roman Empire, characterized by a decrease in the population, increased insecurity, particularly in urban centers, and the loss of many techniques and know-how that were prevalent in late antiquity. During this period, the first European monasteries that followed the rule of Saint Benedict began to open rooms dedicated to books and their reading, the first medieval libraries. A specialized librarian was assigned the responsibility of caring for them, supervising who could access them, and increasingly who could copy them. This activity of copyists soon had a dedicated room known as the scriptorium. In the early Middle Ages, this was the safest possible location for books. Monasteries, often built of stone, at a time when most constructions were of wood or adobe, provided relatively safety from fires. In the 8th and 9th centuries, many monasteries were raided by Vikings, in particular, and their libraries were lost. However, at the time, castles were still small and made of wood, and were even more susceptible to destruction. Therefore, the loss of manuscripts would have certainly been worse without these monasteries. As the Middle Ages progressed, kings and aristocrats began to create their personal libraries, often commissioning books from monasteries. Yet it was not until the 15th and 16th centuries, so at the very end of the Middle Ages, after a millennium, that religious communities were overtaken by universities and private collections in their role as keepers of knowledge. To ensure traceability, each manuscript, or more precisely, the material it was written on, was dated from the early 15th century, that is, toward the end of the Middle Ages, when handwriting was still very much the primary method of book production. I also told you it was written on parchment, not paper. And what is this? The material of choice throughout the Middle Ages for copying books was not paper, but animal skin, a tradition that dated back to antiquity. The Greeks and the Romans used essentially two materials to write on flexible surfaces: parchment and papyrus. Papyrus was an Egyptian invention, and in the Mediterranean antiquity, Egypt was the main producing center for papyrus. It was exported all across the Roman Empire. There were different qualities of papyrus. It could be very expensive, but it was still cheaper and easier to produce than parchment. Paper was invented in China, and the invention traveled outside China, but very slowly. It was invented about 100 years before Christ and spread to the Muslim world in the 7th century. Much later, Europeans knew of the existence of the material, but it was not adopted before the 11th century. Until then, the Catholic Church had a tradition of rejecting paper and papyrus too, because parchment was seen as more durable, and also because paper and papyrus were considered unworthy of receiving sacred texts. These were materials used by the pagans in antiquity and the Muslims during the Middle Ages. Hence, there was a reluctance to accept them. This prohibition was relaxed from the 11th century, and the use of paper grew considerably across Europe, although parchment remained the support of choice for precious books. Apart from all the work and the know-how involved in copying a book, this explained later their price. For example, One manuscript the size of the Voynich manuscript required the skin of about 15 cows. The skin had to be cut, washed, dried, tanned, and whitened. So before a single word or decoration could be added to the book, it was already very pricey. A library of a few hundred books was already remarkable until the last centuries of the Middle Ages. And this actually illustrates the relative poverty of written culture in Europe at the time. During the same period, libraries in the Byzantine Empire and the Muslim world could contain thousands of books. One Byzantine monastery in Greece at the beginning of the Middle Ages was renowned for its 10,000 books. At the same time, the most comprehensive book collection in Western Europe, to be found in Italy, had 10 to 20 times fewer volumes. The predominant types of books in monastic libraries were religious. One or several Bibles were always present, and then there were many more theological works, and increasingly along the medieval times, philosophy inspired by religion. Also, treatises of medicine, chronicles, and various scientific works. But with our modern vision, we would place them somewhere between science and magic. Astronomy and astrology were not fully separated, just as chemistry and alchemy were not distinct. Apart from Latin, which was the main language, Greek was also important, especially in scientific treatises that dated back to classical Greece, or even the times of the Roman Republic and Empire. Even after Rome annexed Greece, Greek remained the language of choice for scientific writing. And in the east of the Roman Empire, it was more prevalent than Latin. Typically, a well-educated scholar of the Middle Ages would learn Greek on top of Latin to understand the documents in Greek that were present in libraries. The way books were copied was not just by resident monks dedicating hours to copy in the scriptorium of their monastery. Sometimes books were copied by traveling monks and scholars. They would travel from monastery to monastery for particular research and ask for the right to stay and study the books, which would typically be granted. Obviously, they couldn't take the books away, so at times they would make a copy that they could bring back to their own monastery. It took a long time. Not more than a few pages were copied in a day at most. Therefore, it took weeks or months to complete a copy, and even more to make the most precious kinds of books, illuminated manuscripts. The term illuminated comes from the use of gold and silver to illuminate texts and accompanying illustrations. The term has stayed mainly for European manuscripts of the Middle Ages, even though this practice existed in pre-Christian times and was also used by Muslim artisans to decorate their manuscripts. For most of the Middle Ages, these extraordinary precious books were produced exclusively by monks. Sometimes it was for their monastery's library, but increasingly there were orders from kings and archbishops for the treasure of their cathedrals, or from very wealthy individuals. By the end of medieval times, the popularity of illuminated manuscripts, those who could afford them, turned into a commercial product, and secular bookmakers began to enter this trade. The most popular type was the Book of Hours, which was a religious book containing prayers to be said at certain times throughout the day. Many of these Book of Hours have survived because Many were made in the last 2 centuries of the Middle Ages. A famous example is literally called Very Rich Hours of the Duke of Berry, which was created at the beginning of the 15th century. It is a luxurious work with texts and vivid illustrations painted in gold, silver, and lapis lazuli. It was made by secular artisans from the Low Countries, and because it was an expensive work, it was handwritten and painted on parchment paper, specifically vellum, which is parchment made of calfskin, the most precious kind. And this brings us back to the Voynich manuscript, which is written on vellum. The material was dated with carbon-14, revealing that it was from the early 15th century, prairie to the Very Rich Hours of the Duke of Berry book I just mentioned. The age of the pages themselves does not entirely eliminate the possibility that the manuscript could be a forgery made after the Middle Ages, possibly by Voynich himself, but it significantly reduces the probability. As I said before, a book the size of this manuscript required a lot of vellum. There are 240 pages, and given the format of the book, this is equivalent to the skin of 15 cows. Furthermore, the pages look very similar, indicating that they come from the same batch. It seems implausible that such a quantity of vellum would have remained unused for centuries, only to be employed for a hoax. Various hypotheses throughout the 20th century have pondered the authorship of the manuscript. It can be traced back from its purchase by Voynich in 1912 to the 17th century when it was in Prague. There it changed hands several times until it traveled to Italy, to Rome, and entered the collection of the Society of Jesus. But before the 17th century, there is nothing substantial, and only suppositions have been made. One of them attributed the manuscript to Roger Bacon, a famous English philosopher and Franciscan friar from the 13th century. However, the dating of the parchment invalidated this hypothesis. Obviously, he couldn't have written on pages made 200 years later. A few names of scholars from the 15th century were proposed on the grounds that their illustrations resemble those from the manuscript, but without further evidence. These suggestions are not very convincing. At this point, the author remains completely unknown. What has attracted more effort is the attempt to decipher the manuscript. A lot has been tried, such as finding a code for known letters in the characters, but no method has worked satisfactorily. Even assuming that there are 2 or 3 layers of encoding, it could not be deciphered in this manner by any of the many experts who studied it. Many claimed they had understood the system. The language was, in fact, Latin or Hebrew, but none provided a full translation. Most of these claims were severely criticized by their peers, especially by experts in medieval manuscripts. Yet the groupings of characters that seem to form words do not seem random. The same 24 or 25 characters keep recurring, and, like in a real language, some characters never follow others. Some can be doubled or tripled, but others never are. At the same time, a notable peculiarity is that certain signs only appear at the beginning or the end of what resemble words in the manuscript, which is a characteristic no European language has. The study of the distribution of signs and their correlation was that the language of the manuscript, if there is one, would be closer to Mandarin Chinese than any European language. However, attempts at deciphering it in any known language have failed so far. So the core of the mystery remains intact, and we are left with only hypotheses that all look unlikely. A lost language would be hard to imagine. There is a wealth of written documents, chronicles, testimonies from the 15th century. Imagining that a language could have mysteriously existed without leaving any other trace than this particular book is very hard. Another possibility is that it has never been deciphered because the approach to coding is so unusual and never heard of that no one could figure it out yet. This is technically possible, but the fact that it resisted decades of attempts, including by experts who were able to crack sophisticated codes created by machines, like during the Second World War or the Cold War, is hard to swallow. And if it's not any of these options, then we must consider the possibility that it was indeed nonsensical. For unknown reasons, someone in the 15th century, or a bit later, would have covered more than 200 pages with drawings resembling writings, probably after inventing a kind of alphabet and random rules that determine the positioning of signs to make them look systematic, like a language. But this is odd too, and why bother? Why use the pricey support to do that? Possibly to trick someone into buying it in the 15th, 16th, 17th century? To sell as a mysterious object? After more than a century since Voynich found and bought this manuscript, we still lack answers and any kind of certainty. Maybe answers will be revealed later. The manuscript keeps attracting interest, and every few years someone claims they have cracked the code. Until now, the reality of what they had achieved was quite underwhelming, and those who pretend they understood it generally say it's a medicinal treaty, which can be easily guessed by looking at the illustrations of plants. At least it gave us an occasion to explore a chapter in the history of books. Now, let's move on to our second story of the night, or actually move back in time, because this one will take us to much more ancient times with the discovery of the Minoan civilization in Crete in 1908, 4 years before Voynich bought his manuscript. Archaeological digs were taking place in the island of Crete at the site of an ancient palace called Phaistos. One day, an Italian archaeologist found a strange disk of clay in the basement of a room that belonged to the formal entry of the palace complex. The disk had the dimensions of a small plate, 6 inches in diameter. But what caught his attention was that on both sides of the disk there were stamped symbols forming spirals. Apparently, the symbols had been made by pressing some sort of seals or print blocks onto a disk of soft clay, in a clockwise sequence spiraling towards the center, and after that, the clay disk had been fired. Given the age of the ruins, the disk would have been left there and waited more than 3,000 years before its discovery. Archaeologists of the 20th century were just discovering that on the island of Crete, especially on this site at Phaistos, one of the most ancient Mediterranean civilizations had flourished, one that was distinct from the better-known ancient Greece and existed long before Greece cities or Rome emerged as models, the time when the Egyptians built their pyramids. In the late 19th century and early 20th century, there was no shortage of European archaeologists around the Middle East. British, German, French, Italian, they were everywhere from Turkey to Egypt and Greece to Persia, looking for the remains of ancient civilizations. The timeline of the past, especially of early antiquity, seemed to become clearer and clearer. There was a sense of wonder at all these discoveries: Egyptian tombs and temples, early Greek ruins, the site of Troy in Turkey, the Venetian, Assyrian, Babylonian, and Persian remains in archives. It was a fruitful period for archaeology, but a reckless one too. Many sites were damaged or reconstructed hastily, sometimes beyond repair. We will see that Crete, with its Minoan civilization, was not spared, and at times archaeology was not entirely distinguishable from looting. Many artifacts disappeared and ended up in the hands of private collectors who were not too cautious about the origins of what they bought. So many fast and impressive discoveries certainly benefited our understanding of the past, but at a cost scientifically, because there was destruction too. Now let's go back to Crete and what we know of the Minoan civilization. Its name first. It was discovered at the beginning of the 20th century by a British archaeologist, Arthur Evans. He coined the name Minoan after Greek mythology because he identified the most important site in Crete, Knossos, with the palace of the legendary king Minos from Greek and Athenian mythology. In Athenian mythology, Minos was a sort of Zeus. He governed Crete. He was the king of Crete, and regularly the Athenians had to send 12 youths to Crete to be sacrificed to his cursor son, the Minotaur, who lived at the center of the labyrinth. Evans was perfectly aware that Minos may not have existed at all, or that he may be a generic name put on a character inspired by various kings. But because Crete had belonged to the Greek world and is still a part of modern Greece, it made sense, and the name Minoan civilization stayed. The most notable remains of this civilization are large and elaborate palaces. They could be up to 4 stories high, decorated with frescoes, and their design appears very ingenious, featuring elaborate plumbing systems, for example. The largest and most famous of these palaces is that of Knossos, followed by Phaistos, where the disc was discovered. However, the Minoans were not limited to Crete. Their influence spread to other islands in the Aegean Sea and to lands east and west of Crete. They had at least trade connections to ancient Egypt during the Old Kingdom and the Levant. Nowadays, Crete looks rather rocky and dry, but it seems it was not always like that. Several thousand years ago, a large part of it was covered by a primal forest, and over time, the island was deforested, especially to build ships. By the end of the Middle Ages, thousands of years after the Minoan civilization was gone, the island was a possession of Venice. At that time, it seems there were still residual forests on it, but they were cut to the last tree several centuries ago. Between forests, the nearby sea, and resources in metal, especially Crete, offered a favorable environment for the development of human communities and technical progress. The Bronze Age began very early in Crete, in the 4th millennium BC. This is one of the places around the world where it first started. Maybe shortly after Sumer in Mesopotamia, but long before all of Europe or even China. In the late 3rd millennium BC, based on archaeological discoveries, several centers of handiwork or trade existed, and there were probably different clans or entities that coexisted on the island, sharing a similar culture and possibly a similar language. It is believed that this evolved into monarchies, and the sovereigns of these small but probably prosperous states began to build their political entities. However, around 1700 BC, after what looks like a millennium of gradual progress, a large disturbance occurred, probably a major earthquake given the zone's seismic activity. But it could also have been an invasion. We don't exactly know. Several palaces across the island, including those at Knossos and Phaistos, were destroyed. The Minoans recovered and reached the height of their civilization based on their artistic, architectural, and material production in the 17th and 16th centuries BC. At that time, they heavily influenced mainland Greece, where crafts and decorative patterns coming from Crete, inspired by Crete, were abundant. Palaces were rebuilt, showing how the Cretans had recovered. And natural disasters did not spare them. Another catastrophe, possibly an eruption, damaged their palaces again around 16 BC, and yet again in 1450 BC. This last one apparently destroyed most palaces, but the one in Knossos was spared. In the following decades, the masters of Knossos may have extended their domination to all of Crete or large part of it. But the advance of Crete over its neighbors from the Greek mainland had vanished at this point. It had become weaker, and the dynasty that reigned from Knossos was overrun by Greek invaders. After that, the Minoan civilization declined. The remains of its past splendor were abandoned, and its traces in Crete get lost by the end of the 2nd millennium BC. Further north in Greece, it was now the turn of the Greek cities to flourish, develop, and expand their culture with the influence that we know. But Greek civilization owes a debt to the Minoans, and even though Crete was absorbed into the Greek world, like all islands in the Aegean Sea, it was still considered a little bit alien, a little bit foreign by the Greeks. It was part of their world, but also on the margin of it, at least to the other authors from Athens that form a big part of the body of ancient Greek writings that we know of. It is possible that the natural disasters that struck Crete contributed to its decline and partly inspired the myth of Atlantis, as told by Plato. However, the manner in which the civilization was not wiped out overnight. It had a long period of steady decline. The destruction it suffered likely contributed to its downfall, and this may have left an impression on the Greeks, leaving traces in their oral tradition until it was recorded in a mythological form centuries later. These palaces, probably the centers of political life in Crete, were monumental buildings with administrative purposes. We know this because large rooms for the storage of archives were discovered in their ruins. The Minoans also built many other things, including houses, but these palaces stand out for their size and complexity. They were multi-story buildings with numerous staircases inside and outside, light wells and courtyards, sometimes lined with massive columns. They had astute systems to collect rainwater and store it, as well as sewers. The Knossos Palace, which was the largest, covered an area of about 20,000 square meters, which is about 215,000 square feet. And between its different floors, it could have had around 1,000 rooms. Some frescoes have been well preserved, revealing a colorful and refined aesthetic reminiscent of later Greek art, unique to the Minoan culture. So, these remains have provided a lot of insight into this lost civilization over the past century. But many questions remain unanswered. We don't exactly know what their states were like, how they were governed, and much of their religion and society are also little known. Even their language brings us back to the Phaistos disc. Minoan is an unclassified language. They seem to have had several scripts for their language, or maybe several languages, on the island. But as of today, most of their writings are still undeciphered. An unclassified language means that it could not be associated with a broader family of languages. Crete is where two large linguistic groups meet: Indo-European languages and Semitic languages. The main languages spoken today are Arabic, Amharic, the language used in Ethiopia, and Hebrew. However, at the time when the Minoans emerged, the ancestors of modern Semitic languages like Sumerian or Elamites were spoken in Mesopotamia, while ancient Egyptian was spoken closer to Crete. However, comparisons with Minoan writings with Semitic and Indo-European languages were inconclusive, meaning that they couldn't be integrated into either family. This suggests that Minoan may have been a unique language developed in Crete or spoken by people who occupied the island. So, why is the Phaistos disc interesting, given that many other documents have also remained undeciphered? Because it is the only find of its kind. The script on the disc has not been seen anywhere else, which is puzzling. One possibility is that the disc was merely decorative and not a medium for writing. However, this notion has been largely dismissed because the same signs or hieroglyphs recur on it. There are 242 tokens on the disc, but only 45 different signs. Some appear frequently, like a human head with a crest, a bell-shaped symbol that looks like a helmet, or what looks like a boomerang. Others appear only once or twice, as if they correspond to less frequent words or concepts. These signs also resemble hieroglyphs from Egypt and Anatolia, which further suggests that they correspond to a text. Additionally, every 2 to 7 symbols there is a separation bar, which seems to indicate different words or sentences. All scholarly attempts at deciphering the disc have failed because there is a lack of material to compare it with, making it challenging to make sense of the signs. Typically, lost written languages have been rediscovered and understood again because they appeared alongside known languages, or because a variety of documents allowed for comparison and the understanding of context. There is nothing like that here because the disc is the one and only artifact with this script ever found. This means that there are no external clues, but it also means that claims to have deciphered the disc are likely inconclusive. It is a relatively short script, so you can come up with an explanation of what it could mean that internally makes sense. But without any other sample of this writing, it will never be possible to apply it to another text and confirm that the code has been broken. However, because it was mysterious and challenging, the disc immediately attracted a lot of attention, including from amateur archaeologists. Numerous hypotheses have been brought forward. It could be prayers, a narrative, or an advent calendar, or a geometric theorem. It could also be music. Maybe the symbols correspond to a different key or strings of an unknown instrument. Or why not a board game? At this point, with the limited information on the two sides of the disc, it is impossible to be certain. Since its discovery, there have been more than 20 claims of decipherment, some quite erudite from linguistics and other experts, others probably more based on imagination. The Phaistos disc is sometimes cited as an example of pseudo-archaeology. That is to say, when people with no connection, and sometimes no regard for discipline, as it has been practiced in universities and research institutions with its protocols and evidence-based approach, come forward. Such individuals have claimed it was from Atlantis or that it would prove connections with advanced ancient civilizations or even extraterrestrial influence. What could really be a game changer would be the discovery of more of that script, if there is one. It would provide material to compare it with, and who knows? Because the known palaces of Crete have already been thoroughly searched, but Crete is a large island. The Minoans exported artifacts around the eastern Mediterranean, and it is not impossible that other artifacts could appear one day. A tablet, an engraved stone, another disc. That would open new possibilities. And now for our third story. Let's return to modern times and cross the Atlantic Ocean for another mystery. This one of geological and scientific nature, and one that is satisfying because it was recently explained. Imagine rocks that can travel without any human, animal, or even vegetal intervention, leaving tracks behind them. This occurrence is rare but real, and it caught the attention of prospectors and travelers at the beginning of the 20th century at a place called Racetrack Playa in California. Racetrack Playa is a dry lake in the mountains east of California, near the frontier with Nevada. One particularity of this dry lake is how flat it is. It is of respectable size, about 3 miles long and 1 mile wide. But the difference in level between the two ends of the lake is only 1 to 2 inches. This is remarkable given that there are mountains all around. The dry lake is located in a valley, And when there are heavy rains, water washes down from the surrounding mountains and drains into the lake, which, for a short time, leaves a thin layer of water. But the region is deserted and the water quickly evaporates, leaving only mud that dries and shrinks. Cracks appear and form a kind of earth mosaic that is often seen in desertic areas. So, the observation that large stones were apparently traveling alone on this dry lake, leaving trails in the dry mud, finally sparked interest from geologists who mapped the site in 1948 and confirmed that the stones would slide with apparently no external intervention. A search for a similar phenomenon elsewhere started, and another site in Nevada was discovered. Suddenly, a variety of possible explanations arose, including various supernatural ones and also the possibility of a magnetic phenomenon or an effect of the wind when the surface was muddy. But this last explanation didn't work because some of the stones were quite large, the weight of a person, and there was no way even a powerful wind could have pushed them through the mud. The mystery remained unexplained with certainty. In the 1970s, a systematic study of the stones was made. 30 stones with fresh tracks were labeled, and their locations were precisely noted. Their changes in position were recorded over a 7-year period. Some of the stones stayed still for entire years, sometimes several years in a row, and then suddenly they started to move again. The hypothesis that ice sheets formed on the surface and helped the stones slide was tested inconclusively. But this 7-year study confirmed that the stones moved without human intervention, and that it couldn't be a hoax. In the 1990s, a new study at the site confirmed that ice and wind played a role, but it was not entirely understood how. Finally, a few years ago, the movement of rocks was tracked using GPS and time-lapse photography, which helped grasp what happens when the surface is humid. The water drains from the nearby mountains. This thin layer of water may turn into ice by night due to low temperatures. Then in the morning, the sunlight hits and breaks this thin layer of ice. The stones end up on these ephemeral rafts of ice, which strongly reduces the friction with the ground. And if, at the same time, the wind blows strongly enough, it pushes the stones on their ice rafts. This explains why the phenomenon never happens in the summer. The temperature doesn't drop enough at night to freeze the water. The floating ice panels show rocks traveling at up to 5 meters per minute. This is relatively slow, but still visible. Therefore, in these very particular conditions, it is possible to see a rock traveling on its own across the surface and leaving a track behind. We're going to visit castles worthy of fairy tales tonight, if you wish to join me. This will take us to the green landscapes of Berkshire in England, to Windsor Castle, to the Loire Valley in France, and the Chateau of Chambord, with its distinctive Renaissance architecture. And we will begin with the extravagant Neuschwanstein Castle in Bavaria, in the south of Germany, near the frontier with Austria. As always, you do not need to watch the video to follow along. If you wish to, you may close your eyes and only focus on the sound of my voice as we embark on this adventure together. If you happen to fall asleep and just wish to resume the video later, or to jump directly to a particular part of the story, timestamps are listed below. Also below you will find links to different streaming options like Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music. If you are so kind, please subscribe to my channel and click the like button. This helps support the channel and limits ads as much as possible. Please also follow us on Facebook for announcements. So let's begin our discovery of Neuschwanstein and its no less eccentric creator, King Ludwig II of Bavaria. Neuschwanstein is probably the closest building to the idea of a European fairy tale castle. It dominates a hilly landscape, being located just at the foothills of the Alps, where the transition to the mountain chain begins. Its position on top of a rugged hill makes it visible from afar, with its multiple stories and sloped roofs, and with slender towers that evoke a kind of romantic and magical vision of the Middle Ages. The real story of this castle has really more to do with the dreams of an eccentric king. It was built entirely long after the Middle Ages and contributed to King Ludwig II's loss of his kingship. Let's explore the story and visit Neuschwanstein's exteriors and interiors, which are no less extravagant. Ludwig II was born in 1845 in the House of Wittelsbach. The family can be traced back to the 11th century, and they played a significant role in the history of Europe. They owned lands and titles in Germany, such as Bavaria, Palatinate, and Cologne, as well as the Netherlands. Through marriages, different branches of the family ruled over Sweden, Denmark, and Norway, Bohemia, Hungary, and Greece at various times. In 1805, during the Napoleonic Wars, the Kingdom of Bavaria was created with the support of Napoleonic France against its rivals Austria and Prussia. But before the end of the Napoleonic Wars, Bavaria switched sides and declared war on France when the winds changed direction in 1813. The new Kingdom of Bavaria survived the Napoleonic era as an independent state, functioning as a constitutional monarchy with the Wittelsbach on its throne. They managed to keep their position and their ancestral lands in the south and west of Germany. With peace restored, Bavaria became the second largest state in a still fragmented Germany, which would later become unified. During the 19th century, Russia extended its influence in the German world, while Bavaria tried to preserve its independence. In a war between Prussia and Austria in 1866, Bavaria sided with Austria and lost. But in the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, Bavaria supported Prussia and emerged on the winning side. Following this war, Prussia proclaimed the German Empire, a federation led by Prussia in which Bavaria remained a federated state, maintaining a degree of independence. The ruling dynasty retained their title of Kings of Bavaria, and this lasted until the end of the First World War. The Kingdom of Bavaria disappeared in 1918 when Germany became a republic after losing the war to the Allies. King Ludwig II was born and lived his entire life during this period when Bavaria was independent and then semi-independent. He succeeded to the throne at the age of 18 in 1864, following an unusual childhood experienced by heirs and royal families of the time. He was often reminded of his royal status and the burdens that awaited him. They were tightly controlled at the time and subjected to a mix of distance and deference, not much attention, and this odd, stressful childhood may have contributed to his behavior as an adult, and this resulted in a lack of affection and just social skills. As a child, Ludwig was painfully shy and lived in his dreams. He struggled to interact with relatives and servants. He would switch between friendliness, authoritarianism, and coldness unexpectedly. Ludwig had difficulty focusing on things that did not interest him, and upon becoming king, he quickly stopped pretending he had any interest in state matters. He resided at Castle Hohenschwangau, a fantasy castle built by his grandfather, which probably fueled his imagination of adventures and fairy tales and medieval chivalry. The castle's Gothic revival style, which was popular in the 19th century, inspired his future vision for Neuschwanstein Castle. The walls of Hohenschwangau Castle featured frescoes depicting heroic German legends, particularly by Lohengrin Knight of the Swans from German medieval literature, influenced by Arthurian legends. Lohengrin was the son of Parzival, the Knight of the Holy Grail, and he was sent on a boat pulled by swans to rescue a maiden. During his adolescence, Ludwig enjoyed reading poetry and staging scenes from operas by Richard Wagner, who glorified German mythology and medieval tales. He was also close friends with his cousin, Duchess Elizabeth, who later became the wife of the Emperor of Austria-Hungary, better known as CC. When Ludwig ascended the throne after his father's death, he initially enjoyed popularity. He was young and handsome, but his eccentricity became a concern for the state. He disliked Munich, the capital of Bavaria, and avoided social events, preferring a secluded life of daydreaming and pursuing creative projects, like drawing fantasy castles or reading or redecorating rooms. This didn't cost him his popularity, as most citizens didn't know these things. And the new king also enjoyed traveling to the Bavarian countryside, where he would be happy to talk with small groups of people and reward them with lavish gifts. Tensions in Ludwig's government arose as he refused to communicate with his ministers. One of his earliest acts as a king was summoning Richard Wagner to his court and becoming his prominent patron, and made Wagner's fortune. Ludwig developed a fascination with romantic architecture and had the means and the power to bring his visions to life. Influenced by his travels to France, visiting castles such as Perfume, an ancient medieval forest near Paris, and Versailles that had been recently built in the so-called style historicist, that is to say, the imitation of past styles, but with a romantic and slightly exuberant twist. Pierrefonds is not really, or not only, a medieval castle, but it is also the romantic version of it that some people dreamt of in the 19th century. He also visited Versailles and explored medieval castles in Germany. Ludwig's taste and ideas for the grandiose buildings with cultural heritage flourished. Neuschwanstein Castle was not the only palace, not the most expensive one Ludwig commissioned during this time either. He also built Linderhof, a palace inspired by Versailles, in the new French Baroque style, with spectacular gardens. The ground contained an artificial grotto, where Ludwig could ride on a boat shaped like a shell. And even bigger and more expensive was Hegeringkemsee, a smaller-scale replica of the Palace of Versailles. However, Neuschwanstein Castle became the most notorious. Ludwig envisioned it as a dramatic medieval or Romanesque fortress with soaring fairy tale-like towers. Rumors suggest that Ludwig had seen the location as a child and desired to make it his private retreat in honor of Wagner and his dreams of fairy tales and an idealized past. Construction of Neuschwanstein began in 1869, when Ludwig was in his 20s. The palace reflects the architectural trends of the time. As romantic castles that reimagined the past were fashionable across Europe. Today, there are still many castles in Britain, France, and in Germany. The castle's design, influenced by this historicist movement, received criticism for being kitschy and wasteful entertainment. However, Ludwig disregarded such opinions and continued to live in seclusion, unaffected by the outside world. The architecture of Neuschwanstein Castle blends elements of Romanesque and Gothic styles. It incorporates the thick walls, columns, and Roman-inspired shapes of Romanesque architecture, along with the upward-pointing lines of Gothic roofs, slender towers, and delicate embellishments. The interior follows an eclectic style, featuring elements of Byzantine architecture, art, Germanic legends, and references to Wagner's operas. The construction process of Neuschwanstein Castle progressed slowly. The foundation stone was laid in 1870, and by 1876, only the first floor was completed. It wasn't until 1882, which is 13 years after the start of construction, that the gatehouse was finished and furnished. allowing Ludwig to begin residing and spending time at the castle. Overall, the palace is primarily constructed of brick and later encased in various types of rock. Neuschwanstein Castle was designed to evoke a romanticized version of the past, rather than meticulously recreate it. The construction incorporated a steel framework in certain parts, indicating the nature of the building process. The plans included modern comforts and amenities of the post-industrial revolution era, such as running hot water and central heating. There were telephone lines. However, the place was meant to serve only King Ludwig's dreams and had no space for the royal court. It housed only the king's private lodgings and servants' rooms, resembling more of a theatrical setting for his personal use and occasional gatherings with relatives or friends. There is a sense of sadness and detachment from reality in this project. Ludwig II never married and did not express a desire to do so, although he was briefly engaged. He called it off, blaming his fiancée's father. Whether he had different romantic inclinations or simply lacked interest in love or sexuality is unknown. If he ever had such feelings or leanings, he repressed them entirely. Remaining a bachelor in the conservative and traditional environment of the 19th century Bavaria, and this was considered unusual for a king. But Ludwig refused to conform to societal pressure. It appears that he maintained platonic friendships with both men and women. Despite the personal aspects of Ludwig's life, construction on Neuschwanstein Castle continued to progress. By the early 1800s, the palace began to resemble its current form. The entrance to the palace is through a symmetrical gatehouse with 2 towers leading to a courtyard. The southern part of the courtyard offers a view of the mountain scenery, while the northern side features an elevated platform and gallery as a decorative element, providing a view of the Bavarian countryside. On the opposite side of the courtyard is the palace hall, which serves as the true residential building, containing the king's staterooms and servants' rooms. This 5-story structure exhibits Romanesque windows, smaller towers, and embellishments following the curve of the ridge, suggesting a defensive aspect similar to a medieval castle. While the palace interior features impressive rooms, it was never completed. The reasons behind this will be explored later when we delve into the fate of Ludwig II. More than 200 interior rooms were planned for Neuschwanstein Castle, including spaces for guests and servants, along with all the necessary logistics. The first 2 stories were dedicated to administrative and servants' rooms, while the upper stories housed the king's apartments and staterooms, where the most impressive and ornate rooms were decorated and furnished. Among these rooms, the throne hall stood out with its impressive height of 13 meters, which is over 40 feet, and lavish decorations of gardens, mosaics, and frescoes reminiscent of Byzantine art. The decorations symbolized the divine right of kings and featured portraits of kings turned saints, such as St. Louis of France, St. Edward the Confessor of England, or St. Olaf of Norway. The interior design created a fantastical atmosphere, even though Ludwig II, as the king of a constitutional monarchy, did not possess unrestricted sovereign power in reality. Another notable room was the Hall of the Singers, a large rectangular ballroom adorned with themes from medieval chivalry and courtly love, drawn particularly from Wagner's operas like Lohengrin and Parsifal. Similar to the throne hall, this room was conceived as a walkable monument, a theatrical setting, rather than serving a specific purpose. There were also additional rooms furnished and decorated in the neo-Gothic style, such as Ludwig's private apartments, dining room, bedroom, study room, and drawing room. These rooms were completed towards the end of Ludwig's reign, and his eccentric dreams and extravagant spending became increasingly unsustainable. He funded the construction of projects even with his own money, accumulating massive amounts of debt that he could not repay. His refusal to fulfill the role of a traditional head of state caused friction with his government over the years, leading them to eventually depose him on grounds of insanity. It is difficult to determine if Ludwig II was truly mentally ill in a clinical sense. He displayed eccentric behavior and defied social expectations, but he retained rationality in everyday life without apparent memory loss or other obvious signs of mental pathology. Rejecting reality and sacrificing everything for one's own fantasy dreams can be interpreted as selfish behavior, rather than an illness by today's standards. Regardless, he was deposed, and shortly after, in 1886, he died. His death remains somewhat mysterious, as he was found floating dead near the shore of a lake. It was officially ruled as a suicide by drowning, although the autopsy report indicated no water was found in his lungs. So the possibility of murder exists, and speculation that he was eliminated as he tried to escape, or just to get rid of him. These speculations have existed since then. The Kingdom of Bavaria went on until 1918 as a federated state of the German Empire, until it was abolished when Germany became a republic. Since then, Neuschwanstein has turned into a symbol of the era of Romanticism. It has appeared in movies and become a very famous landmark. It served as an inspiration for Sleeping Beauty Castle at Disneyland and has been visited by millions. Ironically, the ruinous and useless castle has turned into a very profitable tourist attraction for Bavaria, along with other palaces built by Ludwig. But Neuschwanstein was just our first stop. We have much more to discover tonight. And our next story will be about Windsor Castle. But before we continue, make sure you are very comfortable, and if not, make yourself as comfortable as possible. Take a long, deep, relaxing breath, and as you exhale, Let your shoulders drop to release all the tension you carry there. Release your jaw as well. Allow me to continue guiding you through tonight's exploration of castles. Windsor Castle, our next destination, stands as the longest continuously inhabited palace in Europe, spanning nearly 1,000 years of history from the Middle Ages to the present day. When viewed from above, Windsor Castle shows its architectural diversity, comprising walls, towers, gates, gardens, and courtyards that offer varying perspectives. This complex is the result of centuries of transformative history, evolving from a small medieval fortress into an iconic residence for the kings of England, and later the United Kingdom. Let us delve into the origins and journey through the centuries. The story begins in the 11th century, before the Norman invasion of England in 1066. At that time, the Kingdom of England was under the rule of Anglo-Saxon kings. The Anglo-Saxons were a cultural group that inhabited England during the early Middle Ages, having migrated from mainland Europe. Their name derives from two Germanic tribes of peoples who contributed to their heritage, the Angles and the Saxons. In 1066, following the death of King Edward the Confessor of England, who was mentioned earlier, there was a succession crisis as he passed away without a clear heir. This led to competing claims for the English throne. One claimant was William, the Duke of Normandy in France, anglicized as William the Conqueror, who sought the throne based on his familiar relationship with King Edward. However, he faced opposition from others with their own aspirations. Edward's brother-in-law, Harold, took advantage of his presence in England and seized the throne for himself. Additionally, the Norwegian king, Harold, also planned an invasion of England. After Edward's death in January, Harold landed in northern England the following month, but his invasion was halted by Harold's army. In September, Harold, the invader king, was killed at the Battle of Stamford Bridge in the north of England. Meanwhile, Duke William of Normandy was preparing his own invasion and gathered forces from Normandy, Britain, Flanders, and other French provinces. He crossed the English Channel with his army, and the decisive clash between the two claimants occurred in October 1066 at the Battle of Hastings, which the Normans emerged victorious from. By December of the same year, William had consolidated his power and was crowned the new King of England. However, the process of pacifying the kingdom and securing Norman rule over England continued for several years. Despite the ongoing war, the Normans firmly established themselves in England, and William became known as William the Conqueror. The successful Norman invasion of England had various consequences for the country, including aspects such as language, the replacement of elites, and a complex relationship with France. As the Dukes of Normandy became vassals to the King of France for their continental possessions, they also held the position of peers and rivals as kings of England. The architectural impact was significant as well, with the new king commissioning the construction of numerous castles to exert control over his kingdom. A particular focus was placed on fortifying London by establishing a ring of fortifications, each within a day's march from the capital. This strategic placement allowed for quick reinforcement in the event of a revolt. Windsor Castle was part of this defensive ring and initially began as a motte and bailey castle, consisting of a fortified tower atop an artificial hill or mound. As this was still the early 11th century, and medieval castles were relatively simple compared to later periods, the initial structure at Windsor Castle, which can still be seen today, was more basic and primarily made of wood. Originally functioning purely as a fortress, Windsor Castle did not serve as a royal residence initially. However, it held some significance within the ring of fortifications due to its strategic position overlooking the Thames River. Over time, Windsor Castle underwent reconstruction and expansion to become the grand structure we know today, featuring multiple towers and defensive structures. An important route into London was the former palace of Edward the Confessor, which the first Norman king preferred to use because it was closer to London and slightly to the east of Windsor Castle. In the 12th century, the castle began its expansion until King Henry I, the fourth son of William the Conqueror. He was the first to use Windsor as a royal residence, followed by his successor Henry II. The keep was almost entirely rebuilt with stronger foundations and thick stone walls in the 13th and 14th centuries. As the castle grew exponentially, it transformed into a large medieval castle that the kings used both as a defensive structure and as a residence. Given the troubled times in England during the early 13th century, during the First Baron's Wall, a civil war initiated by a group of major landowners against King John of England, Windsor was besieged but managed to resist. It was further expanded and became the most important royal residence. An upper ward consisting of private apartments and a lower ward dedicated to the public face of the monarchy were established. However, the kings did not always stay at Windsor. In the 14th century, King Edward III undertook extensive remodeling of Windsor Castle in a style that maintained medieval elements but incorporated larger windows, unified roof lines, and an intention to transform Windsor into a symbol of monarchy. The castle became a monumental structure that embodied and projected royal power, while also offering luxurious accommodations for the court. Windsor Castle witnessed technological advancements as well. In 1354, the first weight-driven mechanical clock in England, a marvel of technology at the time, was installed at Windsor. Alongside the evolution of architectural styles and tastes, Gothic architecture made its way to the castle. St. George's Chapel, an example of late medieval English Gothic architecture, was built in the 15th century. This architectural style, also known as Perpendicular Gothic, is reflected in the chapel's design. In the 19th century, St. George's Chapel became the preferred burial place for the British royal family, surpassing the significance of Westminster Abbey, which had long held importance for the English monarchs. However, following the Middle Ages, the overall importance of Windsor Castle gradually declined. By the end of the 15th century, it entered a troubled period marked by the aftermath of the 100 Years' War and the approaching conflict of the War of the Roses, a protracted civil war for the throne. Strategically, the age of medieval castles had waned with advancements in artillery. Although Windsor remained a royal residence, it did not witness any fighting during the War of the Roses. The focus of the war shifted from prolonged sieges to decisive battles, leaving castles like Windsor frozen in time. However, in the 16th century, Henry VIII and later Queen Elizabeth I initiated remodeling projects at Windsor Castle. The castle served as a venue for diplomatic engagements with visiting dignitaries, and Queen Elizabeth spent a significant amount of time there. Should a crisis arise, Windsor could still function as a safe haven, but its medieval appearance and outdated features made it increasingly unsuitable as a royal palace. The changing tastes and the needs of the monarchs aligned with the Renaissance and the Baroque eras, calling for spectacular palaces that showcased wealth and provided an ideal setting for entertaining the growing royal court. Medieval castles with their thick walls and defensive structures did not align with the desired aesthetics and functionality. They were deemed too cold and dark for the evolving requirements. The challenge was how to modernize Windsor Castle without compromising its existing structure. After Queen Elizabeth's reign, the castle lost significance and primarily served as a hunting lodge on rare occasions. Despite its size, the needs of the monarchy had outgrown it. The outbreak of the English Civil War in 1642 pitted the royalist supporters of King Charles I against the parliamentarians who backed the Parliament of England. Parliament grew concerned that Windsor Castle could become a base for the king's advancement on London and subsequently seized control of the castle. During the English Civil War, Windsor Castle endured partial looting and served as a temporary prison for King Charles I while he was under the custody of Parliament in 1647. The castle faced the risk of abandonment or conversion into a prison or a military warehouse during this time. However, it survived and regained importance with the restoration of the monarchy in 1660 under the reign of King Charles II. Windsor Castle underwent further expansion due to its insufficient space to accommodate the large court. The interior was remodeled to modernize it and cater to the needs of a 17th century monarchy. Influenced by the style of Louis XIV, particularly that of Versailles, Charles II commissioned the creation of spectacular Baroque interiors and additional space at Windsor. These improvements revitalized the castle as a royal residence for a period of time. Subsequent monarchs showed less enthusiasm for Windsor, preferring other residences. However, in the late 18th and 19th centuries, the castle experienced another period of rejuvenation. Its antiquity and association with the English monarchy drew increased interest and care. When King George IV ascended to the throne in 1820, he desired a palace large enough for grand court events, making Windsor an obvious choice. During the 19th century, considering such a historical significance and nation building held greater importance. Although Buckingham Palace, the current residence of the British royal family in London, was smaller and unfinished at the time, Windsor had the prestige of a palace that had witnessed the reigns of successive kings since William the Conqueror. In the 1820s and 1830s, Windsor underwent further renovations to meet the changing needs of the monarchy and uphold its historical significance. Windsor Castle underwent a significant remodeling in the 19th century, marking its most important transformation since the Middle Ages. The round tower was heightened to create a more imposing and dramatic appearance. The exterior of the upper ward was completely remodeled in a neo-medieval style, emphasizing Gothic elements. The interiors were also refurbished to reflect the taste of the 19th century. During the Victorian era, after the death of King George IV, Windsor Castle regained its status as a principal royal residence. However, Buckingham Palace became more prominently used in the 20th century and is now the most famous and symbolic residence of the British monarchy. Windsor Castle was favored by Queen Victoria and Prince Albert. It reached its social peak during this time, hosting numerous social events, receptions, and balls for court entertainment as well as diplomatic and political purposes. The gardens and many apartments were redesigned, adding another layer of history to the complex. After the death of Prince Albert, the atmosphere at Windsor Castle became somber as Queen Victoria mourned her husband. Only toward the end of her reign, at the close of the 19th century, did entertainment return to the castle, with the staging of plays, operas, and other festivities. However, the vibrant years of the mid-19th century had passed, and following Queen Victoria's demise, the castle never regained its central role. Successive monarchs still resided at Windsor, but they preferred other homes, relegating Windsor to occasional use on weekends or for receiving foreign guests. Today, Windsor Castle serves as both a working royal palace and a tourist attraction. Visitors can explore not only the castle's immense size, but also its rich layers of history, ranging from medieval foundations and walls to Gothic and Neo-Gothic features, Baroque elements, classical influences, and historicist interiors. For our third visit of the night, we are heading to France and a Renaissance chateau, which is also a famous landmark, Chambord. Chambord and many other chateaux were built along the lower valley in the 19th century when Renaissance architecture and art spread in France, arriving from Italy. At first glance, this building appears symmetrical, with its large round towers, windows, and turrets. However, closer inspection reveals that it is not perfectly symmetrical, as a number of windows and arcs vary between the wings. The construction of the Chambord took 28 years, with significant alterations made throughout nearly 3 decades. Its unique features, including chimneys, lanterns, and soaring turrets, contribute to its distinctive style. To understand the origins of this shape and style, we need to delve into some history. As previously mentioned in the story about Windsor Castle, during the War of the Roses, the castle experienced neglect. However, in contrast, the second half of the 15th century and the beginning of the 16th century were prosperous times in France. The crown had reclaimed all the land previously lost to the English and Burgundian alliance in the north and west of France, leaving only the English with the city of Calais on the continent. The successor to Charles VII, the king aided by Joan of Arc during the 100 Years' War, was Louis XI. He rid himself of the main rival of the kings of France, the Dukes of Burgundy. The Duchy of Burgundy was a powerful entity in the 15th century, possessing lands and vessels in the eastern part of France, as well as present-day Belgium and the Netherlands. The duchy became so wealthy and influential that it became an independent state, no longer honoring its former allegiance to the kings of France. This led to war between Burgundy and France. Although peace with England did not eliminate the threat posed by the Burgundy, it took another king and numerous battles to resolve the situation. By the end of the 15th century, France finally achieved peace and found itself in a favorable position. Its neighboring countries were no longer significant threats, as they were either too small or dealing with their own issues. The return of peace revitalized architecture and the economy. Medieval trade with Italy, Germany, and the Low Countries was once again flourishing. As a result, the Kingdom of France regained its preeminence and prosperity, reminiscent of its status in Western Europe during the 12th and 13th centuries. France, with its newfound resources and influence, began looking outward for expansion opportunities after the successful events of the 15th century. Italy emerged as an attractive region for several reasons, including its wealth and prosperous city-states that had thrived in the previous century. Italy served as a gateway for trade with the Mediterranean and offered access to the riches of the Middle East and Asia, which passed through Venice and Genoa. The rivalries between these Italian states made it a perfect playground for foreign powers to intervene. French kings such as Charles VIII, Louis XII, and Francis I took an interest in Italian affairs and launched expeditions to Italy. Another appealing aspect of Italy was its cultural significance, as the Renaissance had originated there in the 15th century. Italy became a hub for innovation in various fields, including the arts and architecture, literature and science, and even warfare. In contrast, medieval countries appeared technologically and culturally backward. Although France intervened in Italy to expand its influence, the endeavors proved to be costly and ultimately ineffective in establishing a lasting presence. France gained a reputation as a bully in Europe diplomacy. However, culturally, this period brought the French elite in close contact with the Italian Renaissance and led to a transformative change in France. The aristocracy embraced new ways of living, building, dressing, and pursuing scientific and philosophical discoveries. This marked the end of the medieval era and heralded the decline of medieval castles. The nobles no longer wished to inhabit cold and dark fortresses, but desired elegant palaces with ample light and fine furnishings, libraries, and art collections that had already been embraced in Italy. France invited many Italian architects, artists, and thinkers to contribute their expertise, including renowned figures like Leonardo da Vinci. During the early 16th century, numerous chateaux, the new residences of wealthy aristocrats, and royals were built along the River Loire in the central western region of France. This region offered a pleasant climate and lush green landscapes, while being peaceful and no longer requiring fortresses for defense. It was also in proximity to Paris, but distant from the frontier. Chambord, commissioned by King Francis I, stands as the largest among these chateaux and exemplifies the influence of the French Renaissance. Francis I, the most prominent of the French Renaissance kings, played a pivotal role in modernizing the Kingdom of France by importing Italian ideas and adapting them to the country's context. Although he sought prestige and influence politically and militarily, his efforts faced challenges due to the rise of Charles V, who inherited the thrones of Spain, Austria, and the remnants of Burgundy, and was elected as the head of the Holy Roman Empire. France found itself encircled and paralyzed by these developments. Nevertheless, Francis I also sought prestige through the construction of spectacular buildings, with Chambord being the prime example of his endeavors. The Chateau of Chambord, a renowned example of French Renaissance architecture, retains elements of medieval castles in its design. The square keep with 4 towers at each angle, and the lower wings resembling castle walls create a courtyard. While lacking defensive structures, the chateau's shape and surrounding moat show its connection to medieval castles. The chateau's unique features include a roofscape with small towers, chimneys, and lanterns, giving it the appearance of a small town. Other innovation is a double spiral staircase that ascends to the third floor without meeting, illuminated from above. Despite its cost, King Francis I primarily used Chambord for diplomacy and hunting trips rather than as a royal residence. After his death, the chateau fell into decay for almost a century before being restored by Louis XIII. The chateau changed hands multiple times and suffered damage during the French Revolution. It underwent partial restoration and was eventually acquired by the French state in 1930. Today, it can be visited along with many other chateaux in the Loire Valley. Imagine yourself sitting on grass by a river, under the leaves by an old bayan tree, and everything is calm and quiet except for the sweet sound of the babbling river and the light breeze that brings us the scent of lotus flowers as we dive into another chapter of human history. So now it's time to get comfortable. Allow yourself to relax. Take a deep breath and release slowly and begin our new adventure. If you are so kind, I ask that you subscribe to my channel and click on the like button. This helps me keep the stories from being interrupted by ads. Tonight, I will tell you about the history of Buddhism and what this religion or spiritual tradition is about, how it appeared, and how it spread and diversified. Buddhism also questions the Western concept of religion that we are quick to attribute to every spiritual belief, traditions, or rites. So we will also discuss the word religion and its history at the end. With so much more to explore, so please adopt a comfortable position and try to release the tension in your shoulders. We carry so much tension in our shoulders that we are unaware of. Make a conscious effort to let it go as you exhale and feel how your body relaxes with this single release. As usual, you don't need to watch this video to understand our stories or to follow along. You can close your eyes if you wish to at any time and just focus on the sound of my voice. If you feel sleepy, let it go. You can always come back to resume the video later or to jump directly to a particular part of the story. Timestamps are listed in the first comment under the video. And now let's begin our journey. At the origin of Buddhism, there are the original teachings attributed to a man, a religious teacher, who lived sometime between the 6th and the 5th century BC in ancient India. This man, Siddhartha Gautama, is not mere legend, but did exist. It can be hard to distinguish what is historical fact and what is legend in his life because, to the Buddhists, he became the historical Buddha, a being that, in our world, reached a state of enlightenment that liberated him from suffering, from ignorance, craving, and from never-ending cycle of rebirth. He achieved this by dedicating his life to finding and following a path that culminated in nirvana, the ultimate state of liberation. Siddhartha Gautama was not really a prophet, someone who would have announced or revealed divine truth. He was even less so a messiah. In the Buddhist tradition, he is a guide and a model of what human beings can aspire to become, a pioneer of sorts, a spiritual explorer. We will come back to his life, but his teachings do not arise from nowhere. They were deeply rooted in an intense spiritual activity that existed in India in the first millennium BC. It was a time of intense questioning or speculation about the order of the cosmos, self-knowledge, and what beings became after their biological death. To understand all this, we have to look at what India was in terms of civilization, society, and beliefs at the time of the Buddha. India already had a long history before the 6th century BC. It had seen several cultures and civilizations rise and fall, especially in the Indus Valley, where about at the same time in Mesopotamia, early cities and complex societies had appeared. The Indus Valley is located in the northwest of India and in Pakistan. Little is known about how these societies worked, their political life, or their beliefs. But what we do know, or at least what we are able to discern backed by archaeology, languages, and genetics, among other factors, is that by the middle of the 2nd millennium BC, 1,000 years before the time of the Buddha, Indian societies and religions were strongly influenced by the arrival of a migration wave coming from Central Asia, the Indo-Aryan migration. It happened over several centuries, starting around 4,000 years ago. The Indo-Aryan peoples were an ethno-linguistic group, meaning that they were ethnically and culturally related. They shared cultural norms and languages, and it left a strong mark on India. The languages spoken today, from Pakistan to Bangladesh, from North India to Sri Lanka, all have Indo-Aryan origins. The Indo-Aryans are parented to the larger Indo-European migration wave, thought to have originated from the steppes north of the Caucasus Mountains 6,000 to 7,000 years ago, and over many centuries had a strong influence from the west of Europe to India, including all Eastern Europe and the Middle East. Now, the Indo-Aryan wave was a late one in the 2nd millennium BC, and it involved a movement toward the south of people from the Indo-European linguistic group who had settled and stayed in Central Asia for centuries before moving south. It seems that in India, like in other parts of the world where they arrived, these Indo-European migration waves had a strong influence on the regions where they were settled. We do not know the numbers exactly, and it is well possible that they were only a minority in these new lands. It is believed that their social norms and organization, their beliefs, or maybe their military capabilities were persuasive or powerful, because in the north of India, as in Europe or Persia, they prevailed over more ancient cultures. In the case of India, it is possible that Indo-Aryan chiefs provided protection to non-Aryan populations living from agriculture, establishing a hierarchy in which the Indo-Aryans became a kind of elite class. These elites made alliances and mixed with the old elites, and after generations, Indo-Aryans converted the dominant class to their culture and language, which then trickled down to the rest of the population. These are all hypotheses, but in any case, the Indo-Aryan migrations reshaped Indian societies. They mixed with local elements, giving birth to new cultures. For example, Sanskrit, the language that is also the sacred language of Hinduism and many historical texts of Buddhism, is one of the numerous Indo-Aryan languages. It served as a link language in ancient and medieval South Asia, somewhat like Latin in Roman and medieval Europe. By the middle of the second millennium, the new Indo-Aryan kingdoms that had appeared in India, especially in the northwest, had a culture with new traits. The society was organized into castes. There were priests, the Brahmins, warriors and nobles, common people, and servants. This system that places individuals in a caste, depending essentially on their birth, has very old roots in India. This first appeared in the second millennium BC, and though it was officially abolished in 1949, you cannot eliminate such a deep-rooted phenomenon, so it still influences in modern Indian society. Religious beliefs and practices that dominated among the Indo-Aryan peoples were based on a collection of texts called the Vedas. The Vedas are today the most ancient scriptures of Hinduism, the dominant religion in India by the number of believers. But in the beginning, this Vedic religion, based on the Vedas, was only one of the major traditions that shaped Hinduism into what it became over time. It was believed, and is still believed, in Hinduism that the Vedas were revealed texts, meaning they had no authors, but that their lines, their verses, had been heard by sages after intense meditation. During the first millennium BC, this historical Vedic religion evolved into another religious tradition called Brahmanism. Brahmanism included other texts than the original Vedas and gave a central role to the priestly class of society, the caste of the Brahmins. In the West, historically, Brahmanism became a name for Hinduism in the 18th and 19th centuries. The two words were used interchangeably. The religion that historians call Brahmanism has marked differences with modern Hinduism. It is only one of its main inspirations. Now, over a millennium from the mid-second millennium to the mid-first millennium BC, the time of the Buddha, this historical Vedic religion went through a lot of changes and the introduction of new concepts. The earliest texts, the earliest Vedas, mention a belief in an afterlife, a place or another dimension where people, rather their spirits or their souls, went after their earthly life, but with time and the likely influence of local beliefs, this evolved into a belief in the doctrine of karma and rebirth, the idea of reincarnation. The term karma is a popular one, but what is karma exactly? Karma is a Sanskrit word that means action, work, or deed. Good actions and good deeds contribute to good karma. The concept of karma is closely associated with the idea of rebirth in many Indian religions, including Buddhism, Hinduism, or Sikhism. Good or bad karma in the present will affect one's future, not only in this life, but will also affect the nature and quality of future lives. It is less known than karma, but maybe you have heard the term samsara, another Sanskrit word which means world. Samsara names the belief in the cyclicality of all life, of all existence, the belief that all life goes through a cycle of death and rebirth in our world, not in another world, afterlife. Samsara, the cycle of reincarnation, is a fundamental belief of most Indian religions, and it formed along the centuries as the historical Vedic religion evolved. When the historical Buddha was born, the concepts of karma, of samsara, and the existence of the Vedas as religious scriptures were widespread in the Indian societies where he lived. This is why this little historical perspective is necessary to explain, because these concepts were not born with Buddhism, but were instead embraced by Buddhism. Buddhism provided what would be like a roadmap to concepts that people were already familiar with. But by the 6th century BC, Brahmanism was not the only aspect of religious or spiritual activity in India. As I mentioned earlier, there was a state of intense questioning and speculation about spirituality, about the world, the visible and the invisible, and what happened after death. At the margins of Brahmanism, many individuals tried to explore and to answer these mysteries of existence. They often isolated themselves from society to meditate and think. Many practiced asceticism, which is a lifestyle of voluntary abstinence from sensual pleasures for the purpose of pursuing spiritual goals. Typically, ascetics adopt a very frugal lifestyle, rejecting material possessions and physical indulgences of every kind. They spend a lot of their time fasting and concentrating on the practice of religion or reflection on spiritual matters. Many believed that the action of purifying the body or reducing its needs was a way of finding inner peace or a great connection with the divine. The practice of asceticism has been historically observed in many religions and traditions around the world, but India could have been the place where it first emerged. The concept was mentioned in some Vedic texts, which are the most ancient texts we know of that talk about asceticism. By the time of the Buddha, the practice was widespread in India. It was still a marginal lifestyle, of course, but it became relatively familiar and common. And it seems there was a belief that controlling one's vital functions, the ability to be detached from one's body, was a way of acquiring supernatural powers or of reaching a state of ecstasy and intense happiness. Another ascetic practice was yoga, yet another Sanskrit term. Yoga was already ancient by the 6th century BC and had been mentioned long before in the Vedas. But it became increasingly popular among the ascetics. They believed that practicing a variety of techniques, particularly physical and mental exercises, was a way of strengthening one's mind and connecting with the divine. I'm telling you all of this to illustrate the context and society into which the historical Buddha was born. Concepts like karma or samsara arose from the evolution and mixing of all these influences, both Indo-Aryan and indigenous. Also, there were a number of religious and spiritual practices that had already become widespread in India. Moreover, it was a time by the 6th or 5th century BC of spiritual fervor, one could say, for many people, probably more so than in the same period in other parts of the world, like China or the Mediterranean world. Spirituality beliefs and the divine were the single most important reason to live, or the most important goal. Now that we have the background in place, let's talk about the life and achievements of Siddhartha Gautama. It can be very hard to distinguish facts from claims and to focus, so let's just focus on the historical figure. Was he a real man? The answer is most probably yes. Almost all historians agree on this because his teachings and followers all left a multiplicity of traces on history. It is harder to know exact details, like his dates of birth and death, for example. But the traditional date of his death observed in the Eastern Buddhist tradition in China, Japan, or Korea is 949 BC. More than 500 years earlier than what most historians believe. A century ago, the consensus was that he was born and lived in the 6th century BC. But now it is considered to have been during the 5th century BC. It is likely that he was born into an aristocratic family, and his place of birth is traditionally considered to be in the ancient city of Lumbini, located in the very north of India, now in modern Nepal. There is a consensus on the fact that he traveled to several places in the north of India throughout his life. And according to all the various traditions, he went through a sequence of stages. After birth, he reached maturity, then a phase of renouncing all worldly possessions and pleasures before starting a search that led to his awakening, his liberation. After that, there was a period of teaching that only ended with his death. The dates, and in many cases the places, are hard to establish because no biographies or detailed accounts were written during his lifetime, nor in the 1 or 2 centuries thereafter either. The ancient Indians, generally unconcerned with chronologies, they focused more on philosophy and events. The earliest written records are from the mid-3rd century BC, with references carved on pillars. The oldest known surviving manuscripts were found in Afghanistan. They are from the 1st century BC, which is already a dozen generations after his death. As Buddhism gained importance, several biographies were written in the first centuries of our era. They represent different traditions and do not necessarily agree on everything, but from these different sources and historical research, the following biography can be established. After his birth in Lumbini, Gautama would have spent his childhood in Kapilavastu, a city that would have been either in Nepal or India, in the modern state of Uttar Pradesh. Both places at the same time belonged to the same state, the territory of Shakya. He would have been a prince. Later traditions tend to assign to him a very high social origin, and the fact that he didn't have to work as a child supports this. But still, his exact social origin is mysterious. In the Shakya tradition, his mother was a queen, Queen Maya, and in the night Siddhartha was conceived, she was said to have dreamed of a white elephant, and 10 months later he was born. Early biographies say almost nothing about the young Gautama's life, but later texts develop a dramatic narrative about prophecies made by Brahmin scholars when he was born, with priests announcing that young Siddhartha would become the first Buddha, or stories of him as a boy discovering the suffering of common people, whereas he lived a luxurious, spoiled life. Then one day, when he was an adolescent or a young adult, he chose to renounce this life and seek a higher spiritual goal by becoming an ascetic. Earlier sources don't elaborate much on this. They just depict that the thought of old age, disease, and death was what led him to his renunciation. Karma believed there might be something better than just wait for it to happen and trying to forget this sad fate with material possessions and entertainment. He held that home life was narrow, a place of impurity, whereas life as an ascetic, free and unencumbered, could provide a pure, holier kind of life. Biographies that are more rooted in legend than history add many unverifiable anecdotes to this narrative. For example, that one day Gautama left his place and seeing the outside world for the first time, was shocked by his encounters with poor, suffering people, realities he had ignored until then, that he had been shielded from reality, or that while outside he encountered an ascetic who inspired him to become one too. Another legend is that his parents opposed his departure. He had been shielded from religious teachings because his father wanted him to become a king and not a priest. So he escaped in the middle of the night. In any case, these narratives all lead to him drastically changing his life and embarking on a spiritual quest and experimenting with different spiritual practices. First, he was said to have tried to join 2 different teachers of ascetic meditation. And even though he quickly excelled at their techniques, he was unsatisfied because he felt these practices did not lead to calm, to knowledge, or awakening. They were a means of forgetting oneself rather than a means of elevation. And so he next entered into a phase of extreme asceticism, drastically reducing his food intake and drastically imposing forceful mind and forms of breath control. Historic texts report that he became so skinny, so emaciated, that his bones were visible through his skin. These extreme practices and the accompanying physical deterioration led to a revelation that the right path to spiritual awakening was not in the extremes, neither in self-indulgence or in self-mortification, but rather somewhere in between, the middle way, a path of moderation. His notion of the middle way is very important to Buddhists of all traditions to understand the teachings of the Buddha. First, because it defines a spiritual practice that steers clear of extremes. No exaggerated asceticism, which is seen as a foolish quest for perfection that may well be inspired by egotism or masochism. And on the other hand, no self-indulgence, no indulgence of sensual physical pleasures, all of which take us away from the quest for awakening. But beyond the practice, it is also a call to react with moderation to issues encountered in life, and not to fall into extremes like absolutism or radical intolerance or nihilism. The middle way is instead the path that avoids these traps, these blockages. It is a path through which it is possible to advance rather than stay stuck. And so, after this discovery, Siddhartha Gautama would have abandoned extreme asceticism and reoriented his search. This middle way was the discovery of a path, not a destination, so it was time for him to follow this path. He was said to have decided to sit down and to meditate, determined not to get up until achieving a full awakening. Legend has it that he sat under a Bodhi tree, a sacred fig tree native to India, located in the modern state of Bihar. And it is there he practiced the long meditation called dhyana, translated as meditation, but this dhyana describes the training of the mind, a way to redirect the mind away from automatic responses to the senses, to clear it from distractions so that it can comprehend the world as it really is. So this dhyana, this meditation, after a long time, would have allowed him to awaken. That is to say, to clearly see the true nature of reality, to see the world as it is. Gautama thus would have become a Buddha, an awakened one, contrary to most people who are asleep to the true reality. And with this awakening, he would have reached liberation, also called nirvana. Nirvana, another Sanskrit word, is sometimes understood in the West as a state of full and peaceful satisfaction. But it is not this exactly. It is a state of highest happiness, yes, and of freedom. But it is also a liberation from attachments to everything, feelings, to people, possessions, the ego, pain. This liberation puts an end to samsara, to the cycle of rebirth that makes us come back. Nirvana is a way out, the only way out of this eternal repetition and the accompanying suffering. The concept of nirvana does not only exist in Buddhism, it exists in other religions too, including Hinduism. Here again, traditions about this crucial stay under the tree tell of different episodes that would have happened as the future Buddha meditated. It is said that to prevent the Buddha's nirvana, a demon called Mara, who ruled over desires and did not want this path to be revealed to mankind, would have tried to tempt him. Mara was said to have sent his beautiful daughters to seduce the future Buddha, and then sent armies of monsters to frighten him. But according to legend, the future Buddha stayed unfazed and firmly grounded, which allowed him to repel these attacks. After this awakening, the Buddha traveled again to the lower plains of the Ganges, to the east, teaching and building a religious community. His teachings included the middle way, this path between extremes, the training of the mind, dhyana, and meditation practices as a way to emulate his experience and to also reach Buddhahood. Even though the title Buddha, which means enlightened or awakened one, appeared only a couple of centuries after his death, An aspect of early Buddhism is that the Buddha was critical of the caste system and the practices of the priests. The Brahmin caste, as we have seen, there was nothing in his path to nirvana that depended on his family of birth, his social status, or the worship of any particular gods. This new religious movement that emerged around him was a religion without gods, or if there were gods and supernatural entities, the way to awakening, to enlightenment and freedom did not depend on them, and this clashed with the dominant social order. Buddhism in the 5th century BC was just a small movement, what we would call a sect, but still, its doctrine could have been seen as a threat to the caste system dominated by the Brahmins. All the more, at least theoretically, appealed to the lower classes. In Brahmanism, there was a pantheon of gods, many of whom continued to be worshipped in Hinduism. The path to gain favors in this life and future lives was to worship these gods, and the means to worship passed only through the Brahmin caste, thus creating this intrinsic connection between religion, social order, and politics. And even though Buddhism did not necessarily attack all of these directly, it was disruptive. Keeping the striking differences in mind, there was something of this model in the success of early Christianity within the Roman Empire and beyond. Here was a religion open to all that promised a path to salvation, regardless of social origins or wealth, a promise to alleviate or suppress suffering for the poor, a system that proclaims equality between all men. This was appealing to many. But still, like Christianity at the start, Buddhism spread slowly in India. In the beginning, it coexisted with other religions or traditions, especially with ancient Hinduism or late Brahmanism. It benefited in the 3rd century from the conversion of several monarchs to Buddhism. India was politically fragmented, and there was a time when Buddhism reached every corner of India. But in the following centuries, it lost political support. And then, much later, there was the Muslim invasion of the north of India from the 10th to the 12th centuries. Buddhism did not fully disappear from India, but it was significantly reduced and marginalized. However, abroad, Buddhism experienced a remarkable expansion and success. Even though it was a tradition born in India, it was adapted by and lasted much longer in other Asian countries. So let's take a look at the historical spread of Buddhism and the different traditions that were born from it. The heartland of Buddhism historically was the Ganges Valley, northeast of India. From there, the practice spread in every direction, acquiring a presence in all of India, as I said before, as well as to the west in what now is Pakistan and Afghanistan, to the north, Central Asia, and even more so toward the east to China, Indochina, Korea, Japan, and even parts of Indonesia to the southeast. But this didn't happen without the diversification of schools of thought and beliefs, even though all maintained the same core concepts. I told you that in India, Buddhism had been almost entirely eliminated by the Middle Ages, but it stayed in Sri Lanka to the south of India. There were other regions where it lasted only a few centuries. This was a case in the west of Central Asia and Pakistan, where the expansion of Buddhism met the empire of Alexander the Great. Once Alexander, the Greek king of Macedonia, had conquered the Persian Empire, a cultural syncretism occurred, a synthesis that is called Greco-Buddhism. It is in this area that there were Greek-led kingdoms after the collapse of Alexander's empire that overlapped with Buddhist regions and Buddhist populations. It is also in this region that the first statues of the Buddha were made, and they have a distinctively Greek influence. In the 3rd century BC, for a short time, a large part of India was unified under a single empire, and its ruler was Emperor Ashoka. He promoted Buddhism, including beyond his frontiers, by sending Buddhist monks abroad, especially to Central Asia. His empire extended from Bangladesh in the east to Afghanistan in the west, which is why, even though the Buddhist presence in Central Asia has almost disappeared, this part of the world has some of the most ancient Buddhist statues and monuments. The art that resulted from this Greco-Buddhist fusion is one of a kind because it mixes Indian and Greek influences. But the blend of cultures was not limited only to the art. Several Greek philosophers were put in contact with Indian philosophers, and they returned to Greece to found schools of philosophy influenced by their understanding of Buddhism. Other possible influence, although speculative due to the lack of evidence, is a potential influence of Buddhists' thought on the early development of Christianity, not on the doctrine itself, but on the moral aspects that they have in common, such as respect for life, consideration for the weak and vulnerable, the rejection of violence, and forgiveness of sinners. These are traits of Christianity that are not usually present or prominent in most Mediterranean regions. This doesn't mean that Buddhism was the influence that shaped Christianity. That would be a huge stretch, as plenty of other factors were at play in the formation of the Christian message. However, it is true that there was something similar in the message of early Buddhism and early Christianity. The disregard for existing social hierarchy, the disavowal of wealth, and the lifting up of the poor. Now, having reached Central Asia, Buddhism was now in the middle of the Silk Road that linked China to the Mediterranean Sea. But it did not expand further west, instead finding its way east toward China. The Silk Road was one of the ways through which Buddhism traveled to China in the 4th and 5th centuries, as well as through Tibet. I'll tell you more about Tibetan Buddhism in a minute. Like many other religions, Buddhism saw various traditions, various schools appear. It is hard to classify them individually because thousands of different institutions with different doctrines and philosophical approaches have existed or still exist within the Buddhist world. But the first broad distinction can be made between two main traditions, Theravada and Mahayana. Both traditions accept concepts that we have discussed before. The middle way, the path to nirvana, the characteristics of all existing and living beings that they call the 3 marks of existence. The figure of the historical Buddha, obviously, but they also have their differences. Theravada means teaching of the elders, and it is the dominant form of Buddhism in Sri Lanka and Southeast Asia, including Myanmar, Thailand, and Cambodia. The Theravada focuses on a collection of Buddhist texts that are among the most ancient, and its followers see themselves as being closer to the early Buddhist schools. The second main tradition would be Mahayana, which means great vehicle, and it is prominent in East Asia. A lot of this variation derives from the Chinese Buddhist traditions, and it dominates in China, Korea, Japan, and Vietnam. This tradition accepts later texts and generally the existence of other Buddhas that the Theravada tradition rejects. Most Buddhists place themselves within either the Theravada or the Mahayana, but these two categories do not really reflect the diversity of the Buddhist world. Modern scholars of Buddhism add at least one distinction inside the Mahayana, with a category called Vajrayana, also known as Tantric Buddhism or Esoteric Buddhism, that is mostly represented by Indo-Tibetan Buddhism. It is prominent in the Himalayan region, including Tibet and Bhutan, as well as Mongolia to the north. This branch emphasizes the study of Buddhist tantric materials and is, to many Westerners, the prominent face of Buddhism because everybody knows about Tibetan Buddhism via the Dalai Lama. What does this mean, tantric? It has more recently become a bit of a misleading term in English because a lot of people now associate it with sex. It became a thing in popular culture because of 20th century Western occultists who presented it to the American and European public as a kind of esoteric or sexual practice. This is not what Tantra really means. Tantra is a broad range of esoteric, meaning secret or mysterious, traditions that developed in India from the middle of the first millennium AD. These traditions exist in Buddhism and Hinduism as well. To the Buddhists, the Tantras are texts which outline the views and practices of their religious system, spelling out what to believe and what practices, exercises, and techniques to follow. From yoga exercises to meditation techniques to the use of mantras. Mantra is another term in Buddhism, and it means a word, a syllable, or a group of words, or just a sound repeated during meditation that is believed by practitioners to have religious or magical powers. This is also an ancient tradition that appeared long before Buddhism. The earliest mantras were composed of Vedic Sanskrit, the language of the Vedas. The texts from the 2nd millennium BC that I told you about before. Tantra and mantras are somewhat linked because the practitioners of Tantra regard mantras as sacred formulas that become activated when recited. Mantras can be very simple as the sounds or word serves as a mantra. This is the stereotypical sound most Westerners associate with meditation. But to some Hindus and Buddhist traditions, this is believed to be the very first sound that originated on earth. It is a very famous symbol written in Sanskrit, and though it is a very short mantra, it can be used in entire melodic phrases, believed to guide, reveal, calm, and expand perception. So, as you can see, despite popular cultural stereotypes, Buddhists or Hinduist tantras are not about some kind of mix of yoga and sex. They are a very esoteric and spiritual range of practices. Tibetan Buddhism, in addition to being based on Mahayana texts, emphasizes the study of tantras, which places it in a separate category. Now, China was also an important center for the spread of Buddhism, because it is from China that Buddhism continued its expansion into Korea, Japan, or Vietnam. The canons of Chinese Buddhism were written in the classical Chinese language, and these are not considered authoritative in Theravada and in China itself. New schools appeared. One of the most famous and successful was Chan Buddhism, which spread abroad and that we now know by its Japanese name, Zen Buddhism. Zen draws from different sources of the Mahayana tradition, and for the most part, it was a reaction against the importance of learning texts and doctrine. Instead of focusing on studying, it emphasizes a more direct understanding and practice, including self-restraint, the practice of meditation, insight into the nature of the mind and the nature of things, to understand or perceive what they really are, and also the expression of this insight in daily life to the benefit of others. So it includes a social dimension too. The Chan school was influenced by the Taoist philosophy that was influential in China at the time. Then again, Buddhism also has plenty of different schools of thought in each country where it is present. Another difference between these various traditions, where we consider only the two big ones, the Theravada and the Mahayana, or include more, is that each acknowledges a different number of Buddhas. The term Buddha generally reflects to Siddhartha Gautama, but Buddha is a title attributed to any beings who have become fully awakened. So there could theoretically be more than one Buddha. The Theravada tradition includes tales of 29 different Buddhas, 27 of whom were before Gautama, the one who spread his teachings. Gautama himself is number 28, and there is a prophesied future 29th Buddha. Mahayana Buddhists venerate numerous Buddhas that are not included in the Theravada traditions and are sometimes seen as living in other realms. In Vajrayana Buddhism or Tibetan Buddhism, there are yet other Buddhas, including women. The most famous female Buddha is Tara, who, in the Mahayana world, is considered a bodhisattva, that is to say, not yet a Buddha, but a person who is on the path towards Buddhahood. In Tibetan Buddhism, she is a Buddha, almost a deity, revered as one who guides students to develop certain qualities like compassion. There is also variety in representations of the Buddha, especially in statues, all of which have different meanings. Maybe the least serious of these is the common representation of a fat and laughing Buddha, which does not really seem to embody the virtues of self-restraint, detachment, or the middle way. This version of the Buddha is typically Chinese and first appeared around the 10th century BC. This is not actually the Buddha, though. This is a Chinese Buddhist monk called Budai, who was rumored to be good-hearted, happy, eccentric, and fat. He became a famous character in Chinese folk tales. The figure was endearing, and this is why it spread from China and became popular in neighboring Buddhist countries like Japan and Korea. But having a statue or a picture of this happy Buddha is more of a lucky charm than a religious artifact. Statues of Gautama, the historical Buddha, show him as skinnier, and there are codes of sorts, meaning embedded in these representations. He is always represented in one of 4 possible postures, referring to different stages of his life, and his hand gestures provide further information. The 4 postures include reclining, sitting, standing, and more rarely walking. The reclining Buddha evokes the final stage of earthly life before reaching nirvana after death, and it represents this elevation to the awakened state. The most common depiction is of the sitting Buddha, which represents teaching or meditation. Sometimes the Buddha is very skinny, very emaciated, and this alludes to the period when he practiced extreme asceticism. The standing Buddha is a teacher and has already reached nirvana. His face reflects the gentle amusement and serenity that accompany his state. The position of his hands, also significant when the Buddha is seated. His hands can be joined or separated, and each of these positions holds meaning or refers to a particular episode in his life. For example, when he rests his left hand, palm up, on his lap, and his right hand is pulled down with fingers towards the earth, it is a reference to the moment during his meditation when he was tempted by Mara, the demon. When the Buddha is standing, if he presents the palms of his hands, it is a way of dispelling conflict and promoting harmony. Before we conclude our overview of Buddhism, we should attempt to answer this question. What is Buddhism exactly? Is it a religion, a philosophical or spiritual tradition, or a way of looking at life? The problem lies in trying to define it, because the concept of religion is a primarily Western construct. Historically, it is a convenient term meant to describe systems of beliefs, worldviews, texts, rituals, organizations, and moral values. However, this need to categorize and label these systems as separate entities, as different religions, is not universally understood or practiced. Outside Western languages, there is often no direct translation for the word religion. Our perception of the word depends on the individual or cultural perspectives we adopt to better understand the world. The word religion originated from the Latin religio and appeared in Old French and Anglo-Norman in the Middle Ages. Its original meaning in Latin, when it first appeared in European languages, was not exactly the same as its modern meaning. It denoted respect for what is right, for what is sacred, and deference to the gods. After Christianity replaced the polytheistic Roman gods, it became reverence for their one God. In this sense, religion is not a choice between different beliefs. It is something that one either has or does not have. It was not used in the plural form initially. The plural religions emerged much later in French or English, particularly in the 17th century after the Protestant Reformation. This occurred as Christendom was divided, and European explorers encountered multiple foreign cultures, thus emphasizing that one's beliefs were only a single component among many in a person's identity, such as, for example, nationality or race. To most scholars, the concept of religion, as we understand it today, is a Western conception and a relatively modern one, having existed for only a few centuries. In other world cultures, there seems to be no need to distinguish or separate everyday life from the sacred. There was no need to think of a belief system as a choice made by an individual. For example, even up until the 19th century, Jewish people did not call their religion practice. With its texts, morals, traditions, and rituals, Judaism. They considered their ancestral culture and ethnic identity to be one and the same as their spiritual practices, their natural rights as Jews. The same principle was applied by the West to many religions around the world. Cultural identity and spiritual practice were separated into two distinct categories, mutually exclusive from one another. The terms Buddhism, Hinduism, or Taoism are very recent additions, appearing in Western languages only in the 18th and 19th centuries. In pre-Columbian America, in most of Africa, and most of Asia, there was no interest in separating different belief systems into religions. There wasn't even a word for religion. For example, the Japanese discovered the word and concept of religion in the mid-19th century, when American warships appeared off their coast and forced their government to sign treaties that demanded, among other things, freedom of religion. The idea that religion could be optional or that they themselves had a religion was alien to the Japanese at the time. If we choose to define religion as the belief in or worship of a divine power, God or gods, then Buddhism cannot be classified as a religion. It doesn't require or refer to the worship of any superhuman power. While there are revered mythical figures in Buddhism, there is no pantheon or single god. In theory, a person could be a Buddhist and also practice a different religion. But it's not that simple. If we accept religion as a concept, as we have discussed, then other defined religions will likely clash with some of the beliefs of Buddhism, such as reincarnation or the possibility of finding a path to salvation without divine interference. These concepts may not be acceptable within many other belief systems in the world. However, if we take religion as a social construct, a community of believers who share rites, practices, and have a clergy and organization, then Buddhism can be considered a religion. It has an impact on practitioners and their social interactions. It, at least in part, defines their identity and helps fulfill their need for spirituality. There is no clear answer to the question, is Buddhism a religion? It ultimately depends on how we choose to define religion. There is no scholarly census on this matter, and it is acceptable to see it either as a religion or as a philosophical and spiritual practice. This was just an overview, and there is much more to learn about Buddhism and Indian religions. I do hope tonight's story has at least sparked your curiosity to learn more. But we have reached the end of our exploration for tonight. Sleep well until we meet again. We're going to spend the next hour or so in a world of sparkle and luxury. My story for tonight is an overview of gemstones, from their types to their cutting, their use, their mining, what they are made of, and their history too. I will tell you about various famous gems, like diamonds, such as the Kohinoor, which is part of England's crown jewels, or the Star of India, one of the world's largest sapphires. We will examine the most precious types of stones, such as diamonds, emeralds, sapphires, rubies, and semi-precious stones. There are many of them, including aquamarine, amethyst, lapis lazuli, and amber. I will go into more detail about some of them. This gives us a lot to discuss tonight, so it's going to be another long journey. But for now, all you need to do is prepare for it. So sit or lie down comfortably. You are free to close your eyes at any time if you feel like it. But before we begin, take a long, deep, relaxing breath. When you exhale, release the tension in your shoulders. Release the tension in your facial muscles as well, and allow the sound of my voice to guide you through this journey. What is a gemstone? There are different types of materials that we call gems or precious stones. The majority of them, including the most expensive, are mineral crystals. We will later see what a crystal really is, but not all of them are crystals. Some others are rocks like lapis lazuli or opal, and a few others are not crystals nor rocks. They are organic materials like precious coral, pearls, or amber. There is a big variety of colors, materials, and even prices. Some precious stones or materials are relatively affordable, like amethyst, and others are tremendously expensive because of their purity, rarity, or size. The one type of precious stone that has become a symbol of wealth and perfection in the West is the diamond. And some extraordinary diamonds take even more value because they have a history that makes them unique in the world. So before we go into more detail, we're going to begin with a story and follow one of the most famous diamonds throughout centuries of history, the Kohinoor. The Kohinoor is on display at the Tower of London and is one of the most precious pieces in the British crown jewels. However, it became British only in the 19th century when it was ceded to a young Queen Victoria. It already had centuries of history before arriving in England, and it was already famous. The origin of the diamond is unclear, but it was mined in India, possibly at a place called the Kolar Mine, a site in the south of India, in a region called Golconda. Maybe you have heard about this name, Golconda. It is associated with extraordinary diamonds, and until the end of the 19th century, it was the primary source of the finest and largest diamonds of the world. In the 16th and 17th centuries, there was a dynasty called the Qutub Shahi that dominated the southern tip of India. During this period, the Golconda diamonds that were under the dynasty's control were brought to Hyderabad to be evaluated, polished, and sold. Some of these diamonds ended up traveling to other corners of the world, apart from the Kohinoor. They included the Hope Diamond, which is a blue diamond currently at the Smithsonian in the United States, and it acquired a reputation for being cursed. There is also the Dresden Green, a green diamond that also traveled from India into the hands of a Dutch merchant. It was then sold to the King of Poland and ended up in Saxony, Germany. Another one is the Regent. The Regent is a remnant of the French crown jewels and is currently on display at the Louvre Museum. It is said to be the purest in the world among large diamonds. The Kohinoor was found sometime between the 12th and the 17th centuries. It is impossible to be more precise because records are lacking. What we know is that the diamond was in the possession of the rulers of the Mughal Empire in India in the 16th century. The Mughal Empire was a large state founded at the beginning of the 16th century that controlled much of modern India and Pakistan. And its founder acquired the diamond as a tribute during his conquests. Back then, the diamond would have been much bigger than today, weighing 187 carats. Today, it only weighs 108 carats. A carat is a measure of the weight of precious gemstones. 1 carat is equivalent to 0.2 grams, or 200 milligrams. This mass has changed a bit historically. The carat was progressively adopted in Europe from the 16th century, and its standard was fixed in 1907, more than a century ago, at 0.2 grams. Since then, it has become an international standard, recognized everywhere. So the Kohinoor fell into the hands of the Mughals, and it was used to adorn an extraordinary piece of furniture, the peacock throne, at the beginning of the 16th century. This was the golden age of the Mughal Empire, when it covered almost all of the Indian subcontinent, and its emperors were maybe the wealthiest dynasty in the world at this time, at least when it came to their stock of precious metals and gems, on par with the Ottomans. There is no original known painting of the throne, nor sketch. They were made later based on descriptions of it. but Mughal historians and European travelers left testimonies of what it looked like. They said the throne was made of solid gold, sprinkled over with rubies, emeralds, and diamonds, of course, and there would have been so many of them that they couldn't be counted by visitors. But the Mughals declined, and in 1793, their treasury was looted by the Persians. They gave the diamond its modern name. The Shah, the Emperor of Persia, would have called it Kohinoor, which means mountain of light in Farsi. When he put his hands on the diamond, and the name stayed. But the Kohinoor didn't stay long in Persian hands. The Persian Empire collapsed too in 1747, and the diamond passed to the rulers of Afghanistan before returning to India, where it became the possession of the founder of the Sikh Empire in 1813. It remained there for 36 years until it was ceded by treaty to the Queen of England, Queen Victoria. The diamond was, in fact, for tribute, a spoil of war after the British defeated the Sikh Empire and annexed. It's so once again the Kohinoor changed hands as a result of a conquest. At this point, its size was still almost twice as big as today, and the diamond was not entirely cut and polished. To give it more symmetry and eliminate imperfections, it was recut in 1852 in London, and its size dropped from 187 to 108 carats. Not everyone was happy with this huge reduction in size, but actually it probably increased its value. The size is one factor in the value of a gem, but only among others. Its purity is at least as important. Its cut, which determines its sparkle, matters too. Everything counts. By making it pure, because flaws were removed and it was now more symmetrical, the new cut also changed the status of this diamond. And most experts actually agreed that the job was well done. The diamond was now a personal possession of Victoria, and she wore it mounted on a brooch and a circlet. But over the years, she became uneasy with wearing this diamond because of how it had been acquired. It was a spoil of war. In letters, she confessed she felt bad about how it had been obtained. There had been a treaty to legalize the acquisition, but a treaty imposed on the vanquished for a gemstone that had nothing to do with territorial or trade conflicts. So it was a form of legalized looting, in fact. So she disliked wearing the diamond more and more, not just for moral reasons, but for diplomatic reasons too. The British did not eliminate Maharajas and generally the political structures in India. They used them to control it, and Victoria became Empress of India. Displaying the war trophies was not a very smart move diplomatically when you needed to gain support from the Indian ruling class. That is why she disliked wearing it, however prestigious the diamond was, but not to the point of giving it back, though. After her death, it became one of the crown jewels. It was mounted on the crowns of several queens, the wives of Edward VII, George V, and finally the Queen Mother's crown in 1937. But what are diamonds like the Kohinoor made of, and why are they so precious? Diamonds are not made of a rare material at all. They are made of carbon, which is abundant in the Earth's crust and its atmosphere. They are exceptional because of the arrangement of carbon atoms. They are arranged in a crystal structure called diamond cubic. So what is that? We often hear about crystals, but the meaning of the word is sometimes unclear. In chemistry, a crystal is a solid material with a particular arrangement of its component atoms or molecules. Their arrangement is nearly perfect in the sense that this structure repeats itself over and over in the object. When this crystal forms, this crystal structure is continuous and unbroken at the scale of an entire solid. It is called monocrystal or single crystal. A monocrystal is what we call a crystal in everyday language. They have visual characteristics such as surfaces and angles that look geometric because there is so much recurrence of the microscopic structure. Like the entire solid, they also look organized. If we are less scientific and more poetic, it is true that crystals look wonderful. They are objects entirely created by nature, with a structure that directly speaks to our sense of aesthetics and almost to our minds because they are structured. They can be seen as an invitation to see a form of design in nature. Now, is it a pre-existing design, or is it the human mind establishing connections with existing natural structures because we also belong to nature? Or is it because nature dictates our mental structure? These are other questions that belong to metaphysics. But in any case, crystals are wonderful, and they are not limited to geology. Various atoms or molecules can take their crystalline form at the surface of the earth. For example, water and snowflakes are crystals, as is sodium chloride, better known as table salt. When they are observed through a microscope, crystals have atoms in a near perfect regular arrangement. All materials have such a regular arrangement, but only on a small scale. Microscopically, they look like an agglomeration of tiny crystals, but the regular structure does not extend to a large scale, to a macro scale. In that case, they are called polycrystals, which is a very common form of arrangement. Most metals, rocks, ice, ceramics, and similar materials have a polycrystalline structure, meaning that you find tiny crystals inside, but they don't look like one. And then there are other materials with a completely chaotic, random internal arrangement. These are called amorphous. They include glass or plastics. Ironically, your fake jewels made of glass or transparent plastic couldn't be further from the real ones based on their internal arrangement. They may look the same at first sight, but their structure is completely different. In common language, there's also a precious kind of glass that is called crystal glass or lead crystal. It is used to make tableware or decorative objects generally, and it's a very pure material obtained through high precision techniques, replacing the calcium used in glass with lead. But in terms of chemistry, this is completely unrelated to crystals, and the internal structure of crystal glass is the opposite of a crystal. It is amorphous. The reason why diamonds are extraordinarily rare on Earth is because of the very specific conditions required for carbon to acquire this structure, and how unlikely it is that a formed diamond reaches the surface where it can be found. Most diamonds are formed in the Earth's mantle at a depth of 150 to 250 kilometers. This is way deeper than we could ever dig. The deepest holes are only 10 to 12 kilometers deep. This is barely scratching the surface compared with the depth where the conditions of temperature and pressure are extreme enough for carbon to adopt a cubic diamond structure. At this depth, the mantle is not convecting. It barely moves. So the probability that these regions very slowly move up towards the crust before reaching regions close to the surface is extremely small. Diamonds can remain deep under our feet for billions of years, and only a tiny fraction of them will ever be accessible, at least with the kind of technical means we can imagine. At this point, a common misconception is that diamonds are formed from compressed coal. This could theoretically happen because coal is a rather pure form of carbon, but it doesn't really occur in nature. Coal comes from buried prehistoric plants, and diamonds that are collected at the surface are far older than the first plants. Their carbon probably comes from rocks that contain carbon. Because of their formation history, diamonds tend to be found in the stable cores of continents, where geological layers are older, typically 2.5 billion years or more. These regions are far from the edges of tectonic plates. This is why the most known diamond-rich regions in the world were found historically in the south of Africa or Russia, but there are exceptions to this rule, like in Australia, for example. Because of the particular structure it adopts, a diamond possesses certain properties. It is very hard, in fact, the hardest of any natural material on Earth. However, hard does not mean strong. The hardness of a material refers to its resistance to abrasion or scratches. Diamonds are highly resistant to such wear and tear, which is why they find their applications in industrial settings too. They are capable of cutting materials like glass. Furthermore, it is lesser known that diamonds also possess the highest thermal conductivity, meaning they conduct heat better than metals. The structure of a diamond also gives it its high dispersion of light, causing it to reflect light in all directions and giving it its distinctive fire. Historically, diamonds were first discovered on coastlines or in rivers before landmines appeared. Diamonds began to be used as decorative items several thousand years BC. In modern times, diamonds have become the reigning kind of precious stone. However, this was not always the case. During the Middle Ages, for example, other stones were more sought after in Europe, with diamond being just one precious stone among many. Rubies and sapphires, in particular, were more popular back then. The extreme popularity of diamonds started only in the 20th century, when they became the go-to gemstone in engagement rings. The main factor behind the rise of diamonds was a company called De Beers from South Africa. De Beers still controls a large part of diamond mining and trade nowadays, and it was the first mining company to establish a large-scale mine in South Africa. They marketed diamonds starting in the 1930s, and they continue to do so today as the most perfect gemstone and one that should be used in engagement rings, creating a powerful symbolism around this crystal, especially in Western countries. They have turned diamonds into a symbol of eternity, perfection, and purity. And it is true that diamonds are rare and remarkable, but there is also a whole industry behind them. The rough diamond production in the world annually is about 26 tons. These 26 tons turn into less when they are cut and polished, but still, it is about 71 kilograms or 156 pounds per day. Since you started listening to this story, based on the yearly average, more than 3 pounds of rough diamonds have been mined around the world. That's more than 7,000 carats. The majority of these are very small crystals, but a majority has impurities. Only a portion will end up having gemstone quality, but still, the price is obviously related to the rarity, as well as the aesthetics and marketing of diamonds. Because other crystals that are lesser known and cheaper, like alexandrite, for example, are even less common. It's just that they're not as appealing. Theoretically, a perfectly pure diamond is completely colorless. It looks white. However, diamonds are almost never perfectly pure. Even when these impurities are almost undetectable, the common impurity is nitrogen. When there is enough of it, the tint becomes yellowish to brown. It doesn't mean the diamonds lose all value. It scores lower on purity. But if the color is homogeneous in the cut gemstone, it gives it a particular identity. More rarely, diamonds can have a pink or blue coloration, and because these tints are exceptional, the more intense the color, the more expensive they tend to be. The famous pink diamond, Darya Noor, also known as the Sea of Light, was part of the Persian crown jewels. It weighs 182 carats. Much more could be said about diamonds, but since I was telling you that other gemstones, like sapphires and rubies, were more sought after by ancestors. Let's move to different types of gems. Sapphires are known for their deep blue color, and rubies for their intense red. But these two gemstones are actually almost the same thing, and sapphires can come in other tints as well. Like diamonds, these crystals are made of aluminum oxide. They typically contain traces of iron and rare elements like titanium or chromium. This type of mineral is called corundum, and it forms in rock deep under the surface, but not as deep as diamonds. Corundum appears in so-called metamorphic rocks, like many precious and semi-precious mineral gemstones. Metamorphic means that these layers of rock have been transformed physically and chemically by high temperature and pressure. Metamorphism means literally a change in form. When these rocks contain aluminum and oxygen, sapphire and ruby may form. The reference color for sapphire is a vivid blue. The most sought-after stones are the ones with a pure blue and a saturated color, which shouldn't be too pale. But pure blue sapphires are exceptional in nature. They often have a secondary tint that can be green or violet. Sometimes, due to their components, they can acquire a completely different color. Chromium may give pink sapphires. And if there is enough chromium, the color becomes more intense, ranging from reddish to vivid green, in which case it's called a ruby. Rubies are the name given to red sapphires, actually. All the other colors are called sapphires, and they can come in almost any color: yellow, orange, green, violet, purple. Sometimes they are colorless, in which case they are used as a substitute for a diamond in jewelry. Rubies are often formed with semi-precious stones called spinel because they form in similar situations. If there is magnesium too, it combines with aluminum oxide and gives spinels. Another more common mineral found with these two is peridot, which has an olive green color. The intensity depends on the quantity of iron. Interestingly, peridots could also arrive on Earth on meteorites. They form in other parts of the solar system too, with the same elements. They contain magnesium, iron, and oxygen. Sapphires of gem quality can be found on every continent except Europe. The highest quality deposits are found in Kashmir, India, and Myanmar, Burma, Sri Lanka, Madagascar. But there are mines in other African countries, as well as Colombia, China. Some can be found in the U.S., in Montana. Something that complicates a little bit the evaluation of sapphires for trade is that they are very often treated to improve them visually. The most common treatment is to heat them at high temperatures for several hours or even several days sometimes, because it makes their color more intense and it can eliminate a few inclusions. The treatment of sapphires is a very ancient practice. The Romans already did it, but it has taken massive proportions in the past few decades. and a majority of stones are now overheated to improve their aspect. This is legal, but it should be disclosed to the buyers theoretically. In practice, it is not always disclosed. Rubies were also known in antiquity from Asia to Europe, and they traveled along the Silk Road with other valuable items. Historically, the best deposits were, and still are, in Southeast Asia, in Myanmar and Thailand. The color red was the king of colors in medieval Europe. It is no longer the case today because blue tends to be the most popular color. But this cultural change was progressive and is fairly recent. 1,000 or 500 years ago, the majority of Europeans had red as their favorite color, and rubies were particularly sought after. Their chemistry was unknown, and they could be mistaken with spinels that reached the same prices. Spinels are still among the most expensive semi-precious stones nowadays, and they are very rare. Like sapphires, rubies can be heated, and this has affected their market value in the past few decades. They can be heated to make the color more intense and dissolve small inclusions of other materials. Another treatment is to fill in the fractures inside the ruby with lead glass to make the stone more transparent. This is done in high-temperature ovens where other components are added. This cheating with sapphires and rubies doesn't make them lose their status as precious stones, but it has probably contributed to the rise of diamonds because heating a diamond doesn't change its quality. These treatments are detectable because they create very small bubbles and cavities and fractures inside the gems, but still, they affected the status of rubies and sapphires. One of the largest and most famous sapphires in the world is the Star of India. It is displayed in New York City at the American Museum of Natural History. It is a big stone of 560 carats, and it has a very particular star effect called asterism. There is a 6-branch white star appearing on it. It also has a milky grayish blue color. The particular color and star come from the presence of titanium in the stone. Titanium oxide in tiny fibers inside the mineral reflects light into the star pattern. It was also cut and polished very differently from the gems we talked about before. It has been shaped with a smooth surface. One side is rounded and the reverse is flat. This type of cut is called cabochons, as opposed to faceted. The most common approach to gemstone is cutting it to facet them. This enhances their aspect by making them shine and reflect light in every direction. This type of cutting in facets is ancient, but it really became the norm in the past few centuries. Prior to this, the default method of preparing gemstones was this cutting, cabochon. The stone was cut and polished to give it more symmetry and a perfectly smooth surface. This type of cutting is still in use as a preferred method for some semi-precious stones like amber or opal. Amber is very different from all the other materials we talked about until now. It is originally organic, not mineral, because it is ancient tree resin that has fossilized. Amber is not extremely rare, but it doesn't appear easily. For amber to be created, a prehistoric tree had to lose resin that would form drops on the trunk or at the base of the tree, and then this resin had to resist decay. Most of the time, it would break down due to exposure to sunlight, rain, temperature, bacteria, or fungi. The resin had to be either resistant to this or be immediately protected from these forces, for example, because of a sudden ground collapse. And then, once buried under a thick layer of sediments, which takes millions of years, it may be exposed to pressures and temperatures that modify its organic structure. This process is called molecular polymerization. Amber remains an organic material that is now made of very large molecules, polymers, and its aspect is generally yellow to brown, almost black. The color is generally associated with the amber being light to dark orange. But even though this is really rare, amber can also be blue or green, and these varieties are highly sought after. Amber often has inclusions, plant debris, or insects, which are prehistoric remains that were trapped in the resin and fossilized with it. The most famous region for amber since antiquity is the Baltic Sea, and amber has been used in jewelry since then. The Amber Room is often considered one of the greatest works of amber art in the world. It was originally constructed in the 18th century in the Catherine Palace of Sasko-Selo near St. Petersburg, Russia. The room's walls were adorned with intricate panels made entirely of amber, gold leaf, mirrors, and semi-precious stones. The designs featured various themes, including mythological motifs, landscapes, and ornamental patterns. Initially gifted to the Russian Tsars by Frederick William I of Prussia in 1716, the Amber Room underwent several modifications and relocations over the years. Its opulent beauty and historical significance made it a remarkable symbol of wealth and power. Another semi-precious stone also prepared on cabochon is opal, which is the national gemstone of Australia, where it is fairly abundant. Opal, like amber, is amorphous. It is not a crystal, and it doesn't appear deep into the earth crust, but rather as an inclusion in many different types of rocks. It doesn't need high temperatures or pressure to form. Opals appears when silica, the main component of sand, combines with water. Precious opals are iridescent, and the most precious ones are black. Silicates make up about 90% of the Earth's crust, and they can combine to form many different precious stones. I'll take one example, lapis lazuli. Lapis lazuli is another metamorphic rock, meaning it forms in the crust at high temperatures and pressures, which modify the structure of the material. The compound that gives it its distinctive blue color is lacerite, a mineral that combines silicate with various other elements like sulfur or chloride. The intense blue comes from the presence of trisulfur, a combination of 3 atoms of sulfur in the crystal, which absorbs the blue segments of light intensely, making lapis lazuli appear intensely blue. There are important deposits in Afghanistan, along the Andes, especially in Chile. It is also mined in Russia. The main region of origin in antiquity was Afghanistan, and from there it was adopted in many different cultures. In Mesopotamia, in India several thousand years BC, in the Caucasus, and also in ancient Egypt, where lapis lazuli was a stone worthy of pharaohs. It was used extensively in the Mask of Tutankhamun and probably by many other Egyptian pharaohs. It was somewhat forgotten in Europe until the Middle Ages, but then it made a comeback, still coming from the mines in Afghanistan, and it became the most precious of pigments for painting. It was ground into a powder called ultramarine, and because of its price, it was used to paint the clothing of several figures by painters like Titian or Vermeer. It served especially to paint the clothing of the Virgin Mary in religious scenes. This is one of the elements that changed the status of the color blue, which came to replace red as the most popular color. But maybe among precious stones, the most crowded family is quartz. Quartz is a fairly abundant type of crystal. It is made of silicon and oxygen. There are many different varieties depending on small variations in composition that change their aspect, but they are all made of the same main components, and they appear as a result of a crystallization process inside the Earth's crust. So many precious stones are, in fact, different varieties of quartz. Pure quartz with nothing else is transparent and colorless. It is not that frequent, and a lot of quartz is called milky. There are fluid inclusions, which can be gas or liquid, that remained trapped during crystal formation. As a result, the crystal is white with a lot of irregularities inside. This is not precious at all. There is an abundance of such quartz, and it is of very little value, generally. But other colors exist with a pure aspect, and they include famous semi-precious gemstones. There is amethyst, which is bright violet to lavender. Amethyst appears as a result of the presence of iron in the area. Amethyst was actually extremely precious in antiquity. To the Greeks, it was one of the cardinal gemstones, on a par with diamonds or rubies. However, when huge deposits were discovered in Brazil, after the exploration of the New World, the commercial value of amethyst dropped. Another example is citrine. which also appears because of iron impurities and is yellow. Amethysts and citrines are sometimes found together, and actually many stones sold as citrine are amethysts that have been heated to alter the color. Not all quartz is transparent. They can also be translucent or completely opaque. These include aventurine, agate, onyx, jasper, or tiger's eye. All of these crystals are quartz with different types of impurities and crystallization processes, but they are primarily made of the same elements, silicon and oxygen. I was telling you that by tradition there are 4 gemstones called precious stones. This is a status they acquired over the centuries due to their rarity and beauty. We have already talked about diamonds and sapphires and rubies. One is missing: the green wonder, emerald. I will also tell you about aquamarines because, in terms of chemistry, they are almost the same thing. Emeralds are a type of beryl, and beryl is another mineral that crystallizes with the same quite common elements we have already seen before: silicate and aluminum, plus another rare element called beryllium. Beryllium is a base chemical element, and it is number 4 in the periodic table of elements. However, even though beryllium atoms are relatively simple, they are also rare in the universe and on Earth. An emerald is a beryl, colored green by a bit of chromium. A major source of emeralds in antiquity was Egypt, where they were mined since the 2nd millennium BC. There were other mines in Australia and India. The Romans knew and used a variety of gemstones, and emeralds were among the most important ones. Once they controlled Egypt in the 1st century BC, they exploded these mines, and on an industrial scale, the Byzantine Empire continued the mining operations until Egypt was conquered by the Arabs under Islamic rule. Egypt remained a major producer until the end of the Middle Ages. No mines remain today because Egyptian deposits were depleted, and Egypt and India were replaced by Colombia, where massive deposits were discovered by the Spanish. Colombia produces more than half of the world's emeralds nowadays, followed by Brazil, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and the US. The color is deep green. Some beryls are not green enough, and in that case, they don't qualify as emeralds. They are called green beryls. Emeralds tend to have a lot of inclusions and fissures. They are not as hard as other gemstones, and no emeralds ever found could look perfect when magnified. Typically, diamonds are graded with 10 times magnification, and on that scale, the visible flaws determine the quality. Emeralds are graded by eye. If the stone has no visible flaw without magnification, it is considered of the best quality. To enhance their surface where there are almost always fissures, emeralds are oiled with an oil like cedar oil that is absorbed. When the stone is heated, and it fills in the fissures. It gives the gem more clarity and regularity, and it makes the cracks disappear or be attenuated. The traditional cut for an emerald is rectangular, with facets around the top edge. A more frequent but still valuable form of beryl is called aquamarine. It has a pale blue color that comes from iron instead of chromium, and it is one of the most sought after semi-precious gems. Aquamarine can reach much bigger sizes than emeralds. The largest aquamarine of gem quality ever found comes from Brazil, where it was discovered in 1910 and cut. It weighed over 110 kilograms. That's almost 250 pounds. The largest known aquamarine is in the U.S. It was cut in an obelisk shape and it weighs 10,000 carats, 2 kilograms. The bigger Brazilian stone was full of imperfections, so it was broken into multiple smaller stones. There are more lesser used beryls used in jewels such as morganite, which is pink, and heliodor, which ranges from pale yellow to gold. The countries in the world that have the richest deposits of gemstones of all kinds are Russia, Brazil, and Colombia. The most important country for emeralds is Myanmar. Myanmar has a vast array of precious and semi-precious deposits, but it's particularly known for rubies. There's India and South Africa for diamonds, of course. In many of these countries, you don't actually know whether these resources are a blessing or a curse. They do not always benefit the population. On the one hand, they bring jobs and can be exported, but they may also bring corruption, smuggling, and even fund wars sometimes. You probably heard of blood diamonds in Africa. In various countries, including Liberia, diamond mining funded a guerrilla for years and perpetrated a civil war. It also happened in other African countries or in Colombia since the 1950s, even though the situation has improved in this country. It is hard, if not impossible, to know how a precious stone bought on the other side of the world has been extracted, by whom, and who it benefits exactly. This happens because gemstones concentrate a very high value in a very small item, and this value is not just about their rarity. The rarity is a starting point, but apart from a few industrial applications, the majority of gemstones are not useful. They are not utilitarian. Therefore, jewelry, which generates a constant demand for more, and their high value is cultural. Their rarity and appearance make them desirable even though they are useless, or when their decorative qualities can easily be replicated with cheaper materials. So the price they reach is, in a sense, absurd. In fact, many people do without them, either because they cannot or do not want to pay the price. But there is no sign that their appeal is decreasing. We keep dreaming about them, even giving them names to some of them when they are exceptional. In some families, a particular jewel or a particular gem is invested with symbolic value and is transmitted from one generation to the next. There is no end in sight to the importance of precious stones and their almost magical power. When it comes to them, we can all relate to a lesser degree probably, Golem in The Lord of the Rings, like for the ring he becomes obsessed with. Gemstones have this ability to fascinate and obsess, despite their simplicity, or maybe because of it. We've come to the end of our little journey tonight. I hope you enjoyed this adventure, and I invite you to discover and learn more. Now you can let go and sleep, and until we meet again, good night. Sleep well.